The people who are so, the people lie to us, the government betray us. They get lied, they get stealing. All right, so the time check on the clock, it is exactly 26 minutes past 9 o'clock to the mark, the 27th day in the month of January 2025. Oh my God, we stay in the first month, and we haven't passed the first month yet. So, but gradually we are approaching the close of January, and very soon we'll be talking about new month. It's just very soon, just few more days for now. We'll be talking about a new month. So let me say good evening, people. Welcome. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good night. For those of you finding us online, closing argument, um, Facebook page. For those of you finding us online, I say good evening to you. I say good afternoon, good morning. I don't just know what's the time in your area, maybe in your country, which part of the world you are, monitoring us, finding this program live by on with a Facebook, especially on Closing Argument page, maybe listening to us by the way of radio, Truth FM online. I say hands up to every one of you. Welcome. Welcome to your number one program. This is your number one nighttime program. It comes on Monday to Friday at this time here, 9 to midnight. And sometimes we fall into the next morning when the argument get tough. When the argument get very tough, we we fall into the next morning. So welcome to Closing Argument. Today's Monday after a very good long weekend. So good to be back on this radio, and especially beyond this microphone here, to sit here tonight where we can talk about some national issues, major issues indeed, things affecting this country, things that you and I, can we can maybe put our hands together and see how best we can work on it to solve it for our country. I always tell people, I say, you cannot be deported from this country on no condition. On no condition you can be deported from this country. This is your home. You can never be deported from this country. You can never. You can never be deported from this country. So there's nowhere at home because you can spend all the time outside this country here, and especially looking at some of the life some of you experience abroad. The facility, everything there, the living condition, everything is good. You can go through your experience, good note, and a good life, but when it comes to some of their movement and stuff, you miss back home because your home, you have that freedom. So no one going to question you. That just is no one going to question you. So welcome to the program, Closing Argument. The team of panelists will join me shortly. As soon as the guys comes on, I leave my main studio and join our team of panelists. They join me on the show, so we can run it up together up to midnight here on Closing Argument. Today's Monday is marked the 27th day in January, and not just an ordinary Monday for Liberians as a whole, because this 27th day, it's so much important. It was so much important to Liberians until they started getting glued by the radio between 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. That's the time they started getting very close to the radio to listen to the president. Oh yeah, to listen to our chief. All right. So all these things then, as I said, national issues, and because people get glued by the radio today to listen to the Brazil, to listen to him, and listen to him, not just not just maybe they put the radio on, listen to what my president coming to say, but what are some of the good news that the president have for us, for the for this year, and what are some of the good things the president also, will achieve, in which he coming to provide, to give a very positive message to us. Things are achieved under his administration for the past 1 year, and things that also are ahead of us. Good things that in front of us, that which in which he also stopped by to talk about. So this is the reason why people get glued by the radio to listen to him, because they want to hear things that were achieved by the administration for the 1 year. They want to know, honor this administration, and that's for you, the citizen, to go down and take, maybe pin the people and start online and say this is the other area the person talk about. Him in 1 year, did we achieve it or what? Then he talk about some of the things ahead in which the country do expect to benefit from. Okay, we benefit from this year, for this one, for this year. Those are the things, he always, this is why I said, when the president stand out there on this Monday, that should be, I think, the 22nd of January, but because due to the running around and other stuff, then, and the conflict, and Rigma Road at the Capitol building, so they have to be pushed to the 27th. Now, I'm not going to go deep into the president's speech. No. I'm not going to go deep into the message. No, because there are a few things I got very glued. I took my pen and paper to start writing, some important things that when he engaged the podium, I started, writing some important things that taking note. But the first 5 minutes, when he started, flowing, and there are some things I listen to. I said no. If I just continue listening to the thing, I'll be wasting my time here. So let me just leave it as it is, and just take key note on some key things that maybe that were happening to that place today, in which maybe our public, it's necessary the public being informed and knows about some of the things, whether it was right, whether it's wrong, whether those are the things that we've been talking about in the past. Now it's coming forth, those are things they decided to take note of. But for the message on, you can online, for those of you who are following the president message, go there and take something from Israel. The only one my friend called me on, the guy called me. No, I beg you, friend, me love ya. No, friend called me today. A friend of mine, he said the whole thing also that happening here now is that the police officer, and so the police officer, they're getting good salary. Let me see the police officer coming stand to my car. Who can stand if my car or can't take so the one thing is going to nickel down for me. So I said, my man, that thing I probably putting up on the impairment. Maybe almost maybe $150 or maybe $180 we do for. It's not easy thing, for a man who will take back to his family, school, rentage, all the thing. What? Involve his welfare? Too much of money, though. Too much of money. I don't know what the extra benefits for the police. Yeah, maybe extra benefits. Maybe after 1 week, they still receive some stabbing or something like. I don't know. But the guy called me and said, that's the only problem. He said, I said, when the public still speaking here, so the whole thing, man, go far away. Only that thing go pick from there. Because probably talk about the survey equipment for the police officers, the teachers, and the only that one you can pick. You can be picking my boy. He said, laughing. But that was real, He said, let me see police officer that want to bribe for me. But that's it. Now, so what I talk for that State of the Nation address today, it was something very important that just, we've been fighting on this thing together, whether it was right, whether it was wrong. And at the end of that final ruling, the two parties went celebrating. The two party side went celebrating. The two party official went celebrating. Everybody went celebrating. Everybody went celebrating after that ruling. I can remember from the Supreme Court, the case involving the majority bloc and minority bloc, the Speaker group and the Kun group. You can remember that? When that ruling came out, It checked out the whole time. People are confused. And people try all means how to rather get the understanding of that ruling from the Supreme Court. The people fought by look, when I say fought, they were trying to the interpretation and all that stuff then until the government came out from the justice minister. Yes. His own way too, he came out with the way how he owners to it, how the government owners say, so for that reason, he just took it that way too and put it out to the people and say, if I say this is how we the government, as government, this is how we understand it here. So this is how we want it to work. This is how we want it to work. Can you guys still remember that? It came from the justice minister. It was another long rope again. Laws, people are saying, why the justice minister isn't the one there to when it comes to provide clarity under the ruling from the Supreme Court? Is it a job to do that? No, he misinformed the people. It was another nurse again were all in the corridor, and people were there arguing here and there. Well, yeah. So today now was the day that was set to decide whether the whole North from the Supreme Court ruling, whether it was going to be real, who is for, whether it's for the Kung or the Kofa. Do you need a rocket scientist? I don't know. How some people got some people very difficult to understand. Do you need a rocket scientist? Or do you still need an angel to fly from heaven and come down to tell you the ruling out from the Supreme Court? Looking at the action, looking at the action today, justices of the Supreme Court to boycott the president instead of the nation address I for the chief. We got information on the chief justice on somewhere in Egypt, Cairo. Yeah, she's attending some major conference with other justices from across Africa, and also other parts of the world. She attending our program. Yes, it's clear because there was some videos and photos and other stuff we saw from Cairo. So she couldn't just attend to the sooner. But what happened to the remaining? Do you still need a rocket scientist to come down from where or angel to tell you that the ruling of what from that Supreme Court, whose favor or what went wrong at the Capitol building at that time, with all the activities that happened there at the Capitol building at that time, the guys them forced, when I say force it electing Richard Kuhn, setting all their own committee, staying at RLJ for a couple of months. Do you still want to believe in I don't know, or are you still doubting in what you saw today? Because if there any reason, say maybe the Chief Justice is out, what happened to the remaining? They will still attend the program. So that shows, or it was very clear that these people cannot sit on Honorable Kuhn, because all eyes now, the Liberian people, apart from the other group of lawmakers, are in the water. The Liberian people who are looking up to see, to know exactly what next was going to happen. Let's see whether the law will hold. What are these professional people who took upon the time will look at this law? Will they bend or break or what this law? Let's see. Would they violate this law? Let's see. The people acts were on it. So meaning that if these people never show out to the president sooner, so that's clear that somebody or someone or the entire law was tampered with. So you want to believe in that, or you stay in it because there are some people who see the reality, the truth. They will still want to turn it around, and that was the unnecessary argument someone was carrying on. But the person is not, is not doing that. The time for the president report him and he going to report to the Supreme Court. No, there's no law that states it. That was the unnecessary argument they were saying. Supporting the constitution, they can just play with it. They can just play with our constitution because of party interest. So because it's in their favor, so they can just want damage it. They can just know. Do you know anything you see that happened before? You want it for it to happen today. So we'll keep doing the same thing and we'll see one result. We'll keep doing it. Suppose when we're back to Honorable Snow, they said Honorable Snow that they put no show also what necessary. So you see it. So meaning that it should keep repeating. There will be no changes. So today now it was showing clear that the rule from the Supreme Court, in which we all try to balance, so we're arguing on it, we couldn't understand it whatsoever. But I think that for today now, we all got a clear understanding. We all got a clear understanding today that whatsoever happened at a capital building at that time, it was wrong. And this is what the Supreme Court show is to all today clear. So even the asking of the Chief Justice, what happened? What happened to the remaining issue? I still sure. So we're talking about violation of how people violated the laws and they try to turn it in the interest only because we can't keep running this country on party level. Because Afiza is my party in charge. So when the wrong thing happens here, I would just say I would just look at it as the best way. The wrong thing happened party level. Party level. We take the party being put in your heart too much. It might just so even the wrong thing my party doing it, say, oh, I know that the right thing. But you forget to know that when you take office to govern your people, you know more govern your political party or institution, or maybe your party scene. So all eyes now is on you because everybody want to see what you're able to deliver to your people. But people taking it that they taking the party they were too serious that even the wrong thing happening. It was wrong at that time. It remained wrong. And we have to correct it. We have to. Because if we don't correct it, it will haunt us today, tomorrow, in the future. It's going to haunt us. So we have to correct it. That's shown today by the Supreme Court. That what went wrong, it need to be corrected. Finish. We need to. We shouldn't temper. We shouldn't violate the law. We shouldn't mount party level. We do everything forcefully. No, we know just say if this other thing cannot happen, we'll do it by force. If the one will not want to do it, we'll do it by force. That's just what happening in this country. Anything that maybe government cannot do whatsoever in the legal way whatsoever, we'll do it by force. Then when we reach the other people, they put it in party. The party thing here? Is that party thing? People have taken the party over this country, that things affecting the country, but on the fee because the party is enjoying. That entire thing that happened today at our capital building there, it was just like the president was speaking to his party. The country is divided. The country is divided. You have people there from different. You have the EU, you have the US ambassador, all the people going to that place there, attending a program in which the people are divided. Then I turn over the say, and we not have the hospital. The person not going to give a message to the Supreme Court. Number two, it's not in our constitution. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's not becoming a rush. Since they don't want to accept it, they don't want to do it. Cook we have another era. Ain't finished now. Right now, what happening? It happened with the budget. Saying they say no, we cannot do it the right way, and they say they want to be part of it. We just approve that budget. Ain't finished. So the next thing that they want to say, that budget benefit now, it's finished. How people took their own and share what's the hour, what's the hour the day, ain't finished, person, it finished. So right now what I see now, in the very corner, where they having enjoying themselves and other stuff. That's just what they are saying. President, that whole thing finished, it finished. Is that how you want to treat your people? Is that how you want to treat your people? The whole thing I think to real gangsters and people just operating the no law and order. It just they just rushing thing that they're on. Because we don't want to put hot to this until we can find solution to this problem and solve it to give our country a good image out there. So here I go. The other people on the camp will just do it. It's a curse. I will say that. Because we know this is why terrible things keep happening to our country. Because when the wrong things keep happening. That people build for a couple of years. Some when you're born, build for years. At this time, people just want to come and break it, violate. Different things can happen because there are some people who hold on to it. They sweat. They should have violated the law, but they hold on to it. They went through pain. They say, I will hold on to this because this is my country. I cannot violate my constitution. I cannot. And people are gone. And they're looking at you and you're saying, there's a different, it just happens. So we'll run it. The other one come, we'll do it. If the other one come, we'll handle it. So do we need a rocket scientist or an angel, as I said, from heaven to come and tell you the action from the Supreme Court today to tell you now, all the other capital building, today's Supreme Court action, it rests the whole case to tell you what kind of virus or what we're talking about, what about action or what we're doing. It shows today because they don't need to speak anymore. Just for them not showing up, it shows clear that we cannot sit on that speaker until the right thing is done. Chief Tomalin is on already, so yeah. Chief, welcome. I'm just putting on.
Asu, you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Asu, it's good to be back. Happy to see all you guys and happy to see all our viewers, listeners in radio land, TV land, wherever you are. As you are aware today, uh, the president fulfilled his constitutional obligation, which is to deliver, according to Article 58, the State of his Nation address, reporting to the Liberian people through the representatives, the state of the affairs of the nation. President Boakai said that the state of Liberia is better, or the word he used. The state of Liberia is better than what he inherited. But it left with the public, the Liberian people, and also those who are political analysts to unpack the entire SONA, which was very long, but we cannot do all today. We'll take some time to do some, but I'm sure everyone listened to it. It was a much anticipated address, and it was only good that Liberians took time off the business schedule to ensure that they listen to the president's address. And but it was an interesting address. A lot was done today. A lot of history record was set, and no matter where you sit is how you're going to view it. But let me first of all welcome everyone. We are live on True FM. I want to say thank you to our True FM family, led by the CEO, Liability, the manager, O'Neill, Rabos, and Somba, rest of the crew, for keeping us on the radio. And, to operate a station like True FM that have been around for a long time, and they have public have access to it. It's not an easy thing, especially when you're operating in an environment where you are not government control, not opposition control, but you try to be for the Liberian people. A lot is required. So in order for us to keep on with this network, the station, to keep on broadcasting us live to the Liberian people in Radio Land, can you listen to us in the counties, the 15 counties? There'll come a time we have to support the station, but to find a way to support them, because the cost of fuel oil is increasing. A lot's happening, and it's only good that we got to try our best to get things going. But at the appropriate time, I know O'Neill, you will have to bring him on this station, the platform, one of these days, very soon, to come and help us to talk to the people, let him give an update about what the station really needs to keep it going. It's a long fight, people, long journey. You want to have True FM on the next 5 years to keep it going, to give people opportunity to come and express their view. Will come a time we all got to be supportive of it, because this station is monitored across the country. And let me tell you something. All the stations you see today, all these stations, all the guys, most of the top guys, talk show hosts you see today in Monrovia, started from True FM. They started from True FM. They nurture them, and today they have their own platform. They have their own programs. True FM was like a grandmother organization for all of them. That's tap into fund their talents and brought them up. So they are going through some challenging times, and at the appropriate time, in not too distant future, we'll reach out to our thousands of people from across the globe to come to see how best we can be of help to them too. Because in America, CNN, MSNBC, Fox, National Public Radio, they are supported by the people that watch them. It's not how they generate their money. The national, and because as you turn in to watch them, yeah, they had to get money, and sometimes they use that's why they have their cash app, they have their money mediums all up. The world is changing, people. Nothing is free nowadays. I mean, to do it, all the people you see giving on this platform, they appear there, they appear on the platform and bring a lot of us. They come, they're not doing it for free. They get paid, but just for us, we just doing it voluntarily, just because we love our country and we love this whole process. But to keep the station moving and everything, it comes with a lot of responsibility and challenges. And whenever we call upon you guys to at least give the station some attention to keep it going, hope you guys will please and join us. But today is a good day in Liberia. Today, according to our constitution, on the 4th working Monday of every year, the President of the Republic has to report to the National Legislature, which is the people's representatives, on the state of the nation. He making a report about what happened in the past year and what's going to happen in the future. So he making a report from 2024, his first year in office. And then he also made a report today to tell the people what he's doing, what he plans to do 2025. But there have been mixed reactions about what happened today and what's happening. As you know, the first thing is that the attendance. I remember a couple of weeks ago, we said on our platform that we were watching the Supreme Court justices to see whether they were going to appear at the State of the Nation address, because they had issued an opinion that said that whatever was done by the so-called majority bloc was ultra-virus. It was illegal. So the process that brought the guy who is now referring to himself as Speaker, Richard Kuhn, was illegal. And so the Supreme Court said it was illegal. And because of that, I can't say something is legal, then I go and support it. The same thing I say is legal, I go and support it by being present. So that's what happened today. And the entire Supreme Court bench were absent. For the first time, some are old, since I've been monitoring annual messages from Samuel Kanye the whole time, it's the first time. That's why it all happened. It's the first time where one of the branch of the Liberian government decided to boycott the president's State of the Nation address. So the Chief Justice, I know, is in Egypt, but yet and still, the other 4 justices, led by the senior justice, should have shown up, but they boycotted the president's State of the Nation address. So when I hear folks from the ruling party trying to give it a spin, to say, so, this is why I got a problem with some of them. Some of them are so clueless. They are clueless. Some of them not only clueless, but I think they're just deceptive, very deceptive. JBM Yamo, I'm following you from Bonjman City, Lofa County. That's good to hear. Good to hear. Thank you, BN Yamo. And good to want to hear you guys from across the country. That's Elijah K. Cody, following from my county, Magibi County. Yeah, Magibi. We beat Nima, right? We beat Nima. That's good. I'm happy to hear that. But that's good though. Yes, and they are trying to spin it. Emmett Hammond, following from Celebration Zone in Clark City. When I come like bro, Emmett, I can't get you. Show me like the Celebration Zone. We gotta go hang out there. Yeah, let me see that place, Celebration Zone. Come, I give you all. Maybe we'll do one show from there too. What I mean, Liberia. But again, so yeah, our friends trying to spin and defend to justify, oh, the president wants to go give. They never say when he giving the State of the Nation address, the Supreme Court should be there, or the person. Come on, just stop it. Just stop it. Because initially, some of you they were even posting that the people were lying, the people were present, and as soon as it shows up that the Supreme Court justices were not present, then they want spin. Or some of them even respond to somebody. Or some of them are clueless. They have no understanding of what happened in Liberia. They think they'll just come and defend. What do they know? This is what we call a scathing rebuke and rejection of the president and his government today. That what happened today was a scathing rejection and rebuke. For the first time in the history of Liberia, ever happened. So that was you get a message. So tell me, don't say the president just had to come and do this and no. I mean, if some of my friends in the UP told me, say, man, this thing is not a good thing for us. You know, the people really didn't do well by not showing up. But you can't say, oh, they were not forced. Give me a break. The president of the republic, the three branches of government supposed to be present. And if you even watch the president's speech today, because it was in his speech, even though the people were not present, but he kept saying, sometimes you say, Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Madam Chief Justices, Chief Justice and Supreme Court Justices. He kept calling the court, referencing them because he knew they should have been present. So that's why somebody to even have the understanding. Why think the man kept calling the justice of the Supreme Court in his speech? Because he knew they should have been present. So you think he had no idea they should have been there, he would have mentioned them? No. Throughout the speech, as he went on, he was calling their names. He referenced them. He referenced them, recognizing them, but when they were out. So they come and say, me drink some water. Me drink some water too, yeah. Abigail just remind me drink some water before I can. It's good to drink. So in the first place, you shouldn't have waited the president reached the end of his speech before they drink water. So I drank. They should understand this. President Baka is not a young person. He's an old man. So you can't be talking for more than 30 minutes, 1 hour, or drinking water. So he had, even in the great United States, the president and the guy water when giving us the guy water there. So he had put his water there for the president to drink it, no problem. But he try to do all kinds of things just to create all kinds of tabata, because unto the extent where they were exposed on the high mic. Even the security, the AD came to the president. At one point in time, I know he was afraid. He forgot he was on in the public eye. He wanted to almost like go and catch the president, baby. At one point in time, he was looking and see what happening. You know, and look, I would not fault him for that. President Baka is in his 80s, and he's not somebody who is 100% healthy. No, so you expect at certain time his speech will be different, and that what happened today. So y'all be doing this. The guys will do anything to the old man until one day they'll make things will get bad. You gotta stop it. You gotta stop the behavior. Anybody who tried to say, oh, women shouldn't drink water, you're giving speech, then the person said we check them too, because he needs to drink water. You know, but some people today they want to spin that one too until they got caught on high mic. Even this so-called guy called Richard Cohen, he was saying, oh, the person, he didn't know you're on mic too. He said, oh, the person when I attend the dinner to know you're carrying home. I mean, gotta be careful, people. But guys, look, and so please do me a favor, man. Open the lines. Let's hear the librarian for the next 15 minutes. And librarian gave us their thought about it. They give us some thoughts about their views about what happened today. What's their perspective of the president's Sona, and give everybody 1 minute, every caller a minute. Let's take some calls for the next 15 minutes, please.
So let's pick up a few calls. Call me on 0777 28 5961. 0777 28 5961 and be live on Closing Argument. Yeah, on Truth FM Let's pick our first caller. Caller, go ahead. Yes, sir. Come, let me put you on loudspeaker. Yeah, go ahead. Yes, sir.
I'm Amos reporting from Makini County.
Go ahead, Amos.
Makini County.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my brother was quite frustrating today. Yeah, where member of the minority black was not really attending, and then the Jerusalem, none of them were attending. My brother was quite frustrating today. We supported the party, my brother. What we expected from the party, not going the real way, my brother. It quite frustrating some of. To be realistic, I watch it also now. I watch it. Why? You look at that, oh, talking. When you throw water around, say let me drink. When we do it in the church, my brother, when pastor preaching, see what we the acolytes throw water and celebrate that because the pastor preaching. Because we know there's an enemy. But I propose my brother, not thinking, and I'm coming, I see the president to rally. Let him really call the minority and the majority black and really settle the thing because it gave us a hearing in the country. It gave us a back still in the country. So I thank you, brother, for the topic.
Okay. The next caller, your life.
Yeah, hello?
Yes, sir.
You know, justice or member of school.
Sorry, though. I hope you can reach out. You come back. Caller, go ahead. No. Walk away from your monitor. No. That's not good for me. The next caller, go ahead.
I'm so sorry, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Let's hear you.
This is Pascal Davis.
Oh, Pascal, what's up, man?
Until the calamity has befallen Liberia. When we said that what was happening at the legislature was against the constitution of our country, our people said that political house. Once the executive was interfering, nothing is what will undermine the peace of this country. Somebody said, yeah, move on here. Whoever wants to speak up. No. Because the Constitution has provided me that space to perform that duty. You saw today at the Senate, not only that the Supreme Court full bench is elected, the two former presidents who are were all access today. Not only that they were access, they were all access today. I don't know whether the diplomatic congress person, but also as a Liberian. Where you fall, forget about which party you support. And just think for 30 seconds of this country called Liberia. Where you think we are headed as a country? Where you rather think this country is going? Because where you the laws of the countries are not respected. Who is going to carry to Liberia to do business? And some people is disrespected by the executive. Our institutions are supposed to enforce the laws of the state. And people, where are we headed? When we say that there's no move here, is saying that you should not build the country. The person wants increase to $1. $1 million buy $1. I don't buy $10 because I'm a physician or pastor, they know. But where is the laws of the country? Even if you are there, Constitution is because you have speech. If it's not in the Constitution, but those laws and articles are disrespected, the question will be, where are we headed as a country? For me, I told you the question from the temple. You will not let me.
Okay.
We understand where we are as a country.
Okay.
So we're available.
Okay, Pascal. Let's just hold it. The next caller, go ahead. You're live.
Yeah, how you doing?
You're live on Truth FM.
This is Pastor Darius calling from Nima United Man Bagley, Lower Johnsonville.
Let's say, Pastor.
Bless God for what all going on in the country.
Yeah, pray. Yeah, keep praying for us. Oh.
We saw what happened today. That's why the Bible says when the rapture bearers take over, the nation flourish. But when the wicked bearers take over, the nation suffer. These are things we were preaching, but people say that, oh, we want to bring, and the unity and whatsoever. See what happened in the place there today. The whole nation, how can a Supreme Court rule and people go against it just because they want for another man to sit down and unseat another person? So we need to group ourselves and see to it that God himself help us, because without repentance, nothing good will happen in the nation. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank Pastor. Go ahead, caller. You're live.
Good evening.
You have to walk away from your monitor because the feedback is not good for me here in the studio, please.
Yeah, I'm listening already.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my friend from speaking from our country. The people that talking about the crime more than the series.
What people are?
You know what that means? Those that talking what the people are talking. They are oppositions, pastors, and all talking politics. The country, the country is progressing.
Oh, but the pastor get right to talk?
What?
The pastor don't have his right to talk?
This is what the say into politics. This is what the advisor of the country.
But you can't advise you on this way now.
Let's see you look at the
They guys are you look at it come they guys there. Caller, let's say you call your live. 818, let's hear you. 818, you're live.
This is Moses B. We're calling from the Watchtower.
Let's say Moses.
Yeah, you see, my dear brother, so we have to be free. If you have no accent to contribute to the show, the previous caller just keep you looking to this, say you have nothing to say about somebody, shut up. The pastor had a right to talk. You saw what went on today. The 1st of April in Liberia Team 1847 for the president to give the state of address. Then the action of the Supreme Court, they say that it's party business. We are discussing Liberia. This not for party. Look, this country Liberia is above political interest. This country of Liberia is above individual interest. It's above organization. The Constitution is the organic law of the nation. It should be respected. We all have been guided by the Constitution of the nation, which is the law. Then the action of the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice and Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, actually, because they gave a ruling, but my brother refused to implement the ruling of the Supreme Court. They can take a position where he was serving as vice president of the Liberia Team, which he found to the position. He suspended people with all no justification. He got after again, went to the National Election Commission on the position, LPA. So, my brother, then where are we heading to? For Brother, I'm afraid. Because the law of this country have been following them by the party government. This is not what the party, they should be for Liberia.
Okay.
Law for a country, not for everybody. Not forget about party. That is all the law. And when not in your shoe, you feel that it's good for you. When you're affecting other people, that's on the skills that need to party. You cannot tell them where there's no rules and order. There's no investor will come to this country, but we should not be fooling the people around here. The inequality, the one chapter you say within 2 months' time, our stable food have been reduced. Brother, the 25 years they have been reduced in the country. Brother, I'm blatant lie.
But are getting it for 1,500, huh?
And those crowd, those desert dreaming politicians, they hear the pastor on that talk. The party chairman, the president party chairman, you know, ready? The president is not ready. Is it in the church teaching the gospel?
Okay, so let's just show you right there. Things that we see since 1847 is what we are seeing now in this government. Joseph Bogai. Let's say you call out your live. Call, are you there? You have to be audible, please, so because let me see. People screen your voice, please. We're not still getting you. Why? He's off. 077-285961 are the numbers for you to call and be live on closing argument. Yeah, tonight. 077-285961. Call. Let's hear you. I think what the guy said since 1847. So many things we see since 1847. We'll see it at the time. The beginning news say the thing we see anytime we see Joriata, we see the Joriata. The other one, the thing you see Joriata, you see Bogata. In that time, let's say go ahead. You're alive.
You know, we'll always pray for this country.
We'll pray you.
And we keep praying, and nothing will stop us from praying. But sometimes when you vote for funny looking people, you always got funny looking people. Anytime you vote for on serious things, believe me, anytime in life you go on serious things, that's the result you got.
So in the whole thing, which one on serious Liberia won for 2023? Just go straight to your point.
Yeah, the majority of Liberians went for a government that we saw for 12 years. God made a lot of mistakes. And 2023, it was the best time to make the best choice. Let me tell you, someone person we have said this. If only Liberian people wasn't going to vote for me, the United Party wasn't the best decision. So let me say this. For the day, Liberia, when Garguah told Liberia that don't vote the referendum, because he said that he was going for 9 years as a senator, and we're going to vote for the referendum. They were going to drop down to 7 years. The even he was to win, they were going to drop down to 7 years. But educated people are well educated, and some of us will not include to my finger or that 2 news. They went and followed director and the others. They said that it was in their own interest, but for the day Liberia went against the referendum, let me tell you that I said them by myself. Sometimes I can really ask myself if we really no money in the country. To be honest with you, so always pray for Liberia. Let them be friends.
Okay. I can just hold you. The line is busy, so. Yes, sir.
Good evening to your listener. I will to join the conversation from this things as the Kehleboe. Let me applaud you for the talking point. So our issue has to do because it's very important for these kind of things to be discussed. The issues about the president's speech. We applaud the president for that speech. We have some issues. So some things were said in the speech that it went down with a patriotic attitude. We agree. People have taken side, but when it comes to the country, there's some of us who prioritize our people so much. So the issue about the 10,000 job creation that were provided, and with the 10,000 digital stuff that were provided, we see as flat. They didn't need no fruit. The issue about rest prices reduced. That's a flat.
Police making fast salary. The police stop and wanted to security. They're making fast salary.
These are issues that we all need to sit. Those that around the president to be sincere. These are things that need to be that make the downfall of former President here because people who was around the president, they misled him, they were not opportunity because it's that the president believes in this kind of stuff. When you say that, so some of us, our relatives, our family members, in several locality in our community, they were passing back some of this kind of training. Where they, all the nonsense they went for the training, I mean, I agree with the government. The training, there was a washer there, they attended the washer, but when they come out the washer, it's not the best for them. What the government said that they were going to give them money, they didn't give the money to them. The government said they were coming to give them to get a computer to empower them. There was no computer given to them. I mean, this thing was budgeted for, maybe money was allotted for it, for those who were they squander this opportunity, and the person should be very mindful. At times in the country, they exactly need to patrol stores, they were big businesses, and ask the people when they want to rent that how much the rest. Because those are these are so elite. We are the downputting masses that buy out them for 4,000 or 3,000 12. Today, the president is saying to some of us that rents have been reduced, that police salary have been reduced, all these things. Where are we? We are seeing it. We say no. So, President Porter, you have to drive 5 more years to win.
Okay, they just wait there. They just wait there. Yeah, they wait there. The next caller. Yeah, you live on closing argument. What happened?
Went to IT or whatever. The president was being very much honest and showed some remorse, and then started challenging where else is the mistake. At least I do one understand, right, but in the meantime. But while we see the challenge, we're seeing the bad things going on, and you look at it, you forward the time and bring life to us. They tell us that if the homeland is honest, they tell us that we are going nowhere, and we cannot run around such a question. If I'm sure I'm not honest, when you choose the power, the honest are politics.
Okay.
We see what's going on. So you want to tell President Biden, want to tell we don't have this, that we don't have a sense of feeling.
But you're not seeing you guys are not seeing the police getting some fat salaries, teachers receiving a fat salary. You're not seeing that one, eh?
You know why? At least if the person was a driver or motorcycle or ticket runner, to know those people are, roughing on the goal, you're not getting salary, you're not going to be there. The reason is saying because we don't believe in the another thing. So they are harassing us. If you just think you came out of red line or 12 in a commercial ground, you will see what I'm talking about.
Okay. I'm not going to hold you on too long. The line is very basic. Caller, go ahead. 604. Okay, no feedback. Yeah, go ahead. You say what? What you say?
Yeah, but all the things say all that. Nothing. You understand what it was?
I just say all that in the presence of Allah, my man.
You listen to me. All the things I say, you listen to me. Because you have no leadership. Because the president, if you have leadership, you put it together.
You know, so the young people, right? 10,000 young people going for attending the digital vocation school, and also them. Why? Sorry, you have to change your position and call back. 185. Let's hear you.
Yeah, good morning.
Good evening, good morning, good night. Where you calling me from?
Yeah, this is Melvin. I'm calling from Plaza.
All right, Melvin, go ahead.
Yeah, Ansu.
Yeah.
That's to put around here because in the first place, it's trying to say
The machines here, oh, the machines are here.
what?
The machines here, they also put a machine outside here. The machines here, the police are salary going up, like getting. It going for text. Those bosses going for text.
But not all local, not
Okay. Okay. Thanks to for participating on the show. Yeah, closing argument. My name is Ansu. I have Tomalin, Sylvester Pewee is also at the back. He will soon come on. We are listening to closing argument here on Truth FM 96.1. We're picking up free calls. You listen to the president today. The State of the Nation address. so many Google things were said by the president. A lot of Google things were said by him, and but again, we look at the Supreme Court. You saw the Supreme Court the boycott the president State of the Nation address today. We're also looking at it, and someone said the rule of law is very important. We know that the Chief Justice of the country, somewhere in Cairo, but what happened to the associates? And so, so disappointing today that Liberians again. Someone said since 1847. Think that we see since 1847 or we hear about it. That what happened in 2025 or 2020.
Well, let me come in quick. Look,
yeah, somebody is coming. Go ahead.
As we talk today, look, the rebuke the president and the government received today stems from the fact almost like a judicial protest to rebuke the executive branch. That's what happened today for supporting the illegal and unconstitutional removal of constitutional elected Speaker of the House of Representatives, J. Fonati Kofa. That's exactly what happened today. No if and and about it. The Supreme Court, that's what it did. We consider it a rebuke. That's a protest to rebuke the executive branch support of the unconstitutional removal of the Speaker, the legitimate Speaker of the House. They try to do. And so they show them, they say, well, we are another separate branch of government, and we came out, or a case was brought before us, and we made it clear that it was wrong. Whatever the guys were doing on the other side, it was wrong. They were acting illegally, and for the fact that they went together and said electing a speaker was illegal, so it would have made no sense for the Supreme Court justices that came out and said, look, what you guys are doing is not right. Everything you guys are doing is illegal. To go and sit under the same gavel of the very man that they talk about. So they were clear with that. And good that Sylvester Pewee, the new progressive chief of Leo, he appeared. He made a prediction last week. I think most people disagree with him on the platform when he said that people said that the people were going to go. And people have clearly said that, well, they should prove him wrong. But he said that they won't show up because if they shows up, that means it's like undermining their own position. So he was clear with that. People, good to see you, man. And like I said, you know what you said last week came to pass today, though, because you said that if we wasn't going to show up, they said they were going to show up, but then exactly what you said happened today. So, but as I said, Pewee, I consider it as I'll tell you the truth. What we consider what people call a judicial protest to rebuke the executive branch for supporting the illegal and unconstitutional removal of the legitimate speaker, and also for disregarding the opinion of the court that all activities carried out by the so-called majority bloc, including illegally electing a speaker, illegally suspending House members of the rule of law caucus, and other unconstitutional violations during the brazen coup deter in the House of Representatives. And lastly, through the action, the Supreme Court justices have resoundingly rejected Richard Kuhn as the Speaker of the House of Representatives and see him as illegitimate. These are strong positions, strong terms to use, but that's just a matter. That's a fact. And already I see people. There have been a lot of reaction from the president's Sona, the leader of STAN, the former CDC national chairman, Moba Malou. Yes, Malou came over. Not a scathing respond to the president's address. He took on him hard, and I just got a copy of it. It's almost an 8-page document. But before I bring it in, I will say this though: the only you can't say everything was bad, but the only good thing I saw today, from the president's speech was he talked about the road fixing of the road in Central Monrovia and other parts. Okay, that was something that people who have visited Liberia have confirmed it. And the road to Kimau, the highway to Kimau, and talking about the building of psychiatric and rehabilitation center for drug users and so forth. But besides that, and then he talked about unity, about which he has not done since he took over, about engaging opposition for the form of inclusive government. I don't know what he just saying it for the camera, the people to hear, but he has not shown any interest in that era where he would extend a hand to the opposition to join him. And then he called about reconciliation and talk about it. But besides that, nothing much. Because even the national budget that they proposed, honestly, nothing much was said about the budget that they're going to use towards the agenda. And the big thing about the arrest agenda, the Jane Buchanan, where are you getting the 30% from? You say how you getting the deposit to come up with that money? We don't know. But Pewee, what's your take, man? I know you already. The speech is so long, but at least you have gotten the basic part of it. You can start getting into it.
Yes. Quite frankly, let me basically say a wonderful good evening to you and our very powerful compatriots and followers on this show. Today, one thing, and I've seen most of the president's supporters that are coming up in a more passionate way to defend the Constitution 58 and all of those goals. And I saw the Deputy Minister Kezeli for Public Affairs posting that the president is to commit and report to the legislature and a kind of a annual basic process, and I agree with him on that. It's a legal thing. But what is not legal about this process is a slap in the face that the president reported to what we referred to the speaker that is not a legitimate speaker. So the legitimacy of the speaker is in serious problem, and as part of that, the Supreme Court manifested for action today, as the statement they made some time ago about the process ultra virus, and then so there's a clear manifestation that it is not a good sign. This is a huge slap in the face of the president. It's basically it's a kind of a repudiation of his administration, that they're not legally sensitive. They are a government that the government adopts not adhere to the tenets of the rule of law. That's a very huge slap. If they will want to blindfold their eyes to this process and just move on with other knee-jerk way of trying to project the president from today's process, I think the takeaway from today, what really hit her, is that all of the justices of the Supreme Court, including the Chief Justice, did not attend. There's a slap in the face of the rule of law. Now, they're saying that there's nothing constitutional that said that the Chief Justice and the associate justices should be in attendance. Granted, nothing. But what is not constitutional, therefore, is that if you are reporting, because whenever these kind of issues are being conducted, of course, the state of the nation is being where the president is reporting on the affairs of the nation, then report and giving his legislative agenda to the legislature and the people of Liberia, it will have to be done on a legality, on a constitutional process. And that form of constitutional process was blatantly violated by the president himself because he spoke to a speaker that is illegitimate. So basically, that's the lie. And they would just dilute the entire State of the Nation process. But however, we will have to go deeply into the State of the Nation issue. The issue you just brought about, Timothy, about the rule issue in Monrovia. I don't know, because the earlier administration started that rule process about before her leaving office. It was under the reign of the former Minister of Public Works, Julie Moore, when they started paving the entire Syncope Belt. You'll see some areas they didn't complete that. I think the Weah administration came, they did a little in the Syncope area. Not much was done in Syncope. But the administration started this process. It will be a very good thing for the Walker administration to continue that and hit other major alleyways. There's this issue reported that was also earmarked by Judy Moore from the Dupero Cow Fee hitting So Clinic end. That's a very long stretch of road hitting through the community on that end. It's important that we also emphasize that process. The area of mental home and those for other drug abuse individuals, the president said there's going to be an ongoing construction that will be meant for that purpose. That's a very good development in terms of the speech today. And paving the Mandina Kitman Road. So that process is all the mobilization is being done, and it's up to kick up sometime in March of this year. That's some very good news also for the people of Liberia and that part of the region. Western Liberia process to connect the road going towards Medina all the way to the Kitman Belt. That's a very good development. The president also make mention of, but from the beginning he said the State of the Nation is I want to disagree with the president on that. The State of the Nation is not okay. There's untold
He said the State of the Nation is better than what I meant.
Yes. The State of the Nation is okay. The way he inherited. Let me say for sure, that's not a fight. You came on the basis of rescue. It was better before you inherited it. Now it have dwindled. There's some difficult times in terms of post-COVID. We directly speaking to the ordinary people. We find it very difficult in the country. There's nothing much have changed in terms of things have changed a little bit slightly than it was before, and it changed for the worse, not for the better. So the president did not score on that very well. And another thing, this long line of issues the president spoke of, and basically if I would pivot a little bit more deeper into the speech alone, he spoke up of this foreign policy. This is about foreign policy. He spoke that there are a lot of regional, multilateral institutions have now endorsed our bid for non-permanent council on the security seat on the Security Council. He's make reference to the ECOWAS and now the AU. We hope that will surpass and use some fruition in the next sitting before the next General Assembly. He also made mention that Bruce established 6 new bilateral relationships. All of this country he mentioned. Listen, and that's my problem. We have to be more strategic in terms of partnership development and more or less push for economic diplomacy. Most of those countries he named, these are countries themselves that are struggling. So I wouldn't know why you're not pushing to more or less to establish a bid in country like Canada, to push a more or less and establish a full-fledged ambassadorial role in Switzerland, wherein it's another hub, it's a major hub, also Geneva. We wouldn't have a level for charge affairs there. We've been having some problem in those areas for quite a long time. So we need to first and foremost impact more or less on those countries that can be more powerful in trying to push some level of partnership development and economic diplomacy to enhance our economic diplomacy initiative. But that was another issue that I've talked to was not the right thing to do, to just establish the name. The Minister of Foreign Affairs getting on the plane to travel to this country online. So there's long list of things, Tiffany, I'm looking at, I will stay trying to do some punch analysis on those things, and I think we're going to go deeper. But what took the day off today, before I turn back to you, we will start going count to count. Later our folks join us. But what really took off the show today, I think, is the issue about the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court boycotting of this afternoon in Monrovia. That is a serious thing this government needs to pay attention to. And before I end here quickly, I wish the president his interaction. I want to believe they are now airborne, a very safe trip into Tanzania. But what I would hope that the president would do upon his return, he should now focus on the major governance issue and the rule of law. The rule of law issue is a very cardinal point wherein the U.S. government and other international partners, particularly the EU, they take key attention from those areas, and we may just get, unfortunately, punished for some of the things that we expect to come to us because we are not adhering to those tendencies. Then we may have some problem. But I think it was not a good day today for the country because we blatantly violated the laws of our country and undermined the Constitution.
Yes, and another thing is that we'll talk about it later. You know, the president talked about his administration have given, he talked about press freedom. They are giving 45 operational permit to newspaper and station and so forth. But what we have come to understand is that, and this is not good for the government though. They need to go in the national cycle that you are now favoring certain media institutions. That's not good for the government. Like for instance, one of the station we're on today, 2 FM, that is being broadcast live in Monrovia right now in the various counties. They were denied. Okay, I just got this information. They said that okay, these are the people that they accredited, that are allowed to cover the zona. Okay, Front Page Africa, OK FM, The Analyst, Heritage, Today, Liberia, AFPD, and W Africa, Prime FM, Elam, Blaze FM, Kier Radio, Era News, Footage, Spunt FM TV, Punch FM TV, KM TV, and Fortune TV. They left out 2 FM, were intentional, deliberate. I don't know for what reason, but you cannot tell me that 2 FM, which is one of the most one of the oldest news radio station in the country after LBS, and you refuse to give them access. That was wrong, and I will be communicating to these guys then, because I know just this morning I was closing argument guy over to get his accreditation. I had to personally do some intervention. We started yesterday. Ben Sanvee tried. I tried. Other people tried, but it was promised to the point where we realized that they were playing games. Finally, this morning, we're able to finally get it. For a lawmaker had to even personally intervene to get him his access to cover the program. But this is a serious thing. You can't say you have press freedom and press situation, and then all of this things happening. But people, quickly before go back to this the State of the Nation address. Okay, thank you. The Rule of Law Caucus chairman just noticed for me that he'll be coming to join us later. About Musa Hassan Berete.
Yeah.
But one of the things notably, if you guys welcome Jonah, what we noticed today, and that's trending all over the various chat rooms, even in the national cycle, the former president George Weah was absent. Former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was absent. The full bench of the Supreme Court was absent. Over 10 senators notably boycotted. Over 28 representatives from President Kofa minority, the Rule of Law Caucus boycotted. And in fact, senators and representatives in the attendance that were placed in the audience as boycott ministers and directors sat on the stage. The lawmakers then, they were not even giving appropriate seats that the program, but the ministers were having better seats than them. And besides that, I didn't see no opposition leader. And then when I come to see the guys are arguing that it doesn't matter, he only tells us to deliver his speech. No, we've been following politics from Dota.
Absolutely.
These things, it won't happen. People were all present there. That's a scathing rebuke and rejection of the Barker administration. Take it or leave it. That's not good. Okay, that's not good. The National Committee watched it. All the ambassadors that was present, the charge affairs that were around, it so happened. And I can tell you, Ambassador Christopher Mark Turner, I can tell you, already communicated to Washington and tell them, said, look, things not good on their side, because we didn't see the Supreme Court was missing. We didn't see the opposition leaders in the country. They were all absent, and all of these things happening. Two former presidents are not there. It's not a good thing. And you saw a lot of empty seats in the place. So look, instead of them spinning it, it should be clear that there is a crisis, and that crisis can be resolved. And as soon as the president left his podium today, he went to the Rabat International Airport and was airborne for Tanzania for a plane trip. Well, I think 16 leaders that will be there. But I mean, I just hope all is well with the president there. But that was shameful.
Very, very, very much shameful. And quickly, those individuals that are trying to spin this thing, these are counterproductive agents, opportunistic counterproductive agents that are doing these things. Period. So we shouldn't even waste our time, and that's why I see Mr. Kehleboe that been all over the place running before doing things. He shamelessly.
I'm surprised at the same brother.
He's a client. He's a client. He's a serious client. He's trying to say things in his place. You don't have to spin things. It's better to let the sleeping dog lie, as we can normally say here. But again, you said something about the radio station and all of things. You don't have to like Mr. Belete. You don't have to like Truth FM. The Renaissance Communication Network have done a very powerful thing for our country since 2005. I can still recall this. And that was the year I made my debut into politics in Liberia. 2005. This station. And I mean, listen, and they're going to see more things coming off of the 2FM they don't want to see today. A lot of things going to come off from that 2FM. 2FM is going to be the bastion by which our people will be informed. 2FM is going to play a major role that will link to a lot of community radios across the country. A lot of things. This station helped the people of Liberia and help our democracy. Part of the democratization process in our country, this station play a major role. Today, you try to, for some political reason, you try to intentionally undermine the broadcast authority of that station. Shame on you. So you don't have to engage. Listen, Mr. Belete himself played a major role into the country moving forward. He's been doing this ever since in the early 90s, when he played a role with the former interim president, his soul rest in peace, Dr. Sawyer. He was very key and very instrumental to the former president, President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. He will remain a very pivotal element in the country. So if you believe that you're going to begin the process by undermining democracy, by targeting major broadcast institutions, we're going to expose you. I mean, you just have to come and tell people what you got. You came to rescue, you failed to rescue, you confused, you're trying to undermine the rule of law, then you're trying to go after a broadcast institution. We're not going to sit and allow those things to happen. We're going to lift those things. We're going to inform out of democratic institution across the world to be informed of your behavior and other things. We cannot continuously allow a group of people using the knee of autocratic tendency to undermine our democracy. We cannot allow those kind of things to happen. That's why the country today, instead of the president coming up to give the people of the country, now you pushing for reconciliation, you asking the opposition to form a government inclusion. How come the opposition will form a government inclusion? You got the mantle of authority to exhibit those kind of tendencies to money. For the president to come out today and say he called the opposition to do government inclusion, who got the power to appoint government officials in our country? Today you run one-sided government and you believe that you're going to. The former president Sirleaf, a United Party's former Standard Bearer, did not attend. That is very major. Mr. President, we did not attend, and those individuals did not attend because of the unconstitutional nature you are proceeding with governance. You have a speaker that is not recognized legally by the Honorable Supreme Court. That's a major problem. I didn't know that 10 senators didn't attend today. You just broke a news to me.
Yeah.
I didn't know this. It's quite unfortunate. Yeah, we look forward to seeing Mr. Belete. He's coming on the show, but the Rule of Law Caucus did not also attend. It's 28 lawmakers, right?
Yeah, 28, yeah.
It's quite unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate. Welcome to the Peabody.
Why didn't welcome me first? Why didn't welcome me for Peabody?
Well, I didn't see. I didn't see, man.
What's up, Peabody? They're
You
blind,
sweating
you can
again,
see.
like your I can be sweating.
I bet you are also. Ben, you
Man,
came
just
before
keep
me,
on-
so you go ahead.
No,
Just give me
no.
what?
Keep on go ahead, man.
Just give me what?
Yeah, keep on working.
But also has to be cold. You should
You
be
know,
cold,
guys.
but you can't. Then you be sweating.
You're thinking about living there ever.
Yes, no, you know, guys, I was able to read the speech, part of the speech that I read at work, and like what you guys said today, he calling for the opposition to join him and to work together. He is just the opposite of unity. He's the opposite of peace. He's the opposite of bringing people together, especially for a man of that age and of that caliber, who is highly respected. You know, everybody looked to him as a dad and respect him. One thing comes to mind. Either President Barker inability to really lead Liberia, or I mean, like he just lost touch. Because even at his age, he should be able to deduce that some things are bad. We can't play this game that way. But the Supreme Court, who said, came up with that ruling, said this is not the right thing to do. You'll go back. This is ultra virus. He went. He was still there standing out there recognizing Corn as a speaker, calling him as a speaker. The rule of law caucus did not show up. What more embarrassing was President Weah did not show up. The former President Salif did not show up as well. I don't remember President Salif missing any of those occasions. I don't remember a time. Every time President Weah was giving so now President Salif or other countries would go back and be there. Even last year, I think when Barker did it, she was there too. And to see everything he was pointing on today, oh, we inherited this. Oh, this was bad. We inherited $2 million school fee. We inherited a bad health care. Everything he was pointing to the previous government. And he been in power more than a year though. You're talking about having $800 something million budget. 70% out of that budget is being supported by the international community. Is that how you live? Is that how I'm going to make my life to be a leash and depend on every time I buy food for my children, somebody got to help me to buy food for my children? Is that how we're going to live? Is that how Liberia are going to get money? You talk about, you make all this big news about generating funds, just generated $620 something million and all of that. But you got $880 million in your budget, and you are depending on the international community, the EU. You depend on the World Bank, give you grant, other people give you grant. It's sad. It's sad for our country. I mean, when will we be able to stand? See, you know what? That's the other money that our international partners are giving. Let it go to like roads and other things. We can sustain ourselves now in terms of our budget. We can raise our budget through our revenue generation and all of that. You know, but it was not fair. It was totally unacceptable for them to even deny. They're so petty, very petty. The government's so petty that it's even coming at station them who insult you all day. You're afraid of them. All right, because you know what? They live in the owner of Spoon. They live in his pocket. It's not a lie. I was here when I was on Spoon. We used to take money to Joe when Joe Barker. Yeah, we took money to him right in Delaware area that go into Maryland. We went there several times, and several cash packages were given to him. So they're afraid. But you going after a poor station a very informative, good station deny them only because they stood up. They stood up to you. What a shame! What a shame to deny them. There should be a government that will a transparency that will encourage all. But the people that go after you every day, that chew you and your government official every day, you're afraid of them because you are in the pocket for such a long time. Let's be honest here. Stanton supported that man. Let's be honest here. You know, Stanton gave him lucrative cash. He supported him. You know, so that's why you see what's going on. But I think I was disappointed in the president's speech today. You know, especially when he kept going back, referencing how they met nothing in place, how everything was destroyed. What are you talking about? How did you get that to the point of the MCC? Did you just get it overnight? Did you get it overnight? Was it not the previous government who helped you get there? Oh, this was destroyed. Health facility was destroyed. This was destroyed. All kinds of stuff. Now they know they screw up because they had a state funeral for Prince Johnson. They screw up. Then he come up. We'll have a service for President Richard Albert Tolbert, and we'll have a service for President Doe. When you are vice president, why you couldn't bring that on and talk to President Sally? Let's have a state funeral for these people. It's because you screw up the other day. You went to Nehemiah. It was so embarrassing. You divided the people there again. It was so embarrassing. But look, man, I think it was just a waste of time. And now he gone on another private plane to Kenya again. Jonah, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for having me again, guys. I know you guys will be disappointed, but I was not disappointed in Mr. Bwaka at all. Mr. Bwaka did what he knows how to do best. So when you were disappointed at someone, then someone beats, someone falls below your expectation, but he didn't fall below my expectation. He did exactly. I mean, he was just there. That's why he knew how to do best. I was mostly disappointed in the Supreme Court justice, and here is why I was disappointed in them. Look, it is about time that people stand up to dictators and people of bad character. This issue of taking the road that is least resistant, I think it is dumbfounded to me. The amount of noise that the Supreme Court empty seats made today, I wish they would have used that same noise to have been blunt and tell these people that what you guys are doing, it is wrong. But you can't be taking paycheck from the same people, and then you want to tell me that you are defying them. I totally disagree with them. The Supreme Court, yes. Supreme Court, you spoke. I mean, you were loud. But I wish you did the same thing. No, Tomalin, what the Supreme Court did today, it will make international news. My problem is, what does that do for the common people in Liberia? Everything that happened there today, it will only make international news. But if the Supreme Court had stood their grounds and said, we're not functioning, this is wrong, let's one part of the government be parallel and do the right thing. But you know what it did? They found the easiest path. And the easiest path is to do no harm. Stay away. And then after today, then what? After today, what happened next? You go back to the same status quo and do the same thing. This is when you hear Martin Luther King talking about the least resistant. These are the kind of things they are talking about. If you have the voice, use the voice. Don't go in the corner and use it there. No. So that was my only disappointment. Not Bwaka. Bwaka was unpaid because he doesn't know. Bwaka has a ceiling. He can't go above his ceiling. He has reached his elastic limit. There's nothing. I mean, in economics, it say, well, where is the economics? Come on, what's it? Anyway, I'll hold it there. We'll come back.
Yeah, but let me say, welcome, Abu. Abu, I know you have a tough day today. I can tell you, but I may say something before you come in.
Before I come in, trust me. I'll be very quick, though.
Yeah, it's up to you, but yeah. Let me say something. But Ben, the constitution is clear. You have three branches of government, quarter branches of government. Okay, when the people that pay you hold their pay? No, they don't hold their pay. They are entitled to that pay by law. So they can't hold their pay. They have a right to do what they can do. And besides that, what are you expecting to do? Besides, they sent a message today. That's a strong message. That's a rebuke of skating in rejection. That look,
I agree.
Yeah, but then you say what else they can do? That message, it was embarrassment to the government, to the president. Okay, and if you watch the president's speech, he kept on referencing them because he knew they were part of this. He should have been there. Every time he speak, he would say, Madam Chief Justice, and Judge, but then he wasn't present. But he kept saying, he knew they should have been present.
Yeah.
And so because they weren't.
That rebuke is not going to affect the Liberian people.
So what else can they do now?
Let me tell you what the Supreme Court should have done. The Supreme Court should have shut down. So you shut the Supreme Court down, the government is already paralyzed. Yes. I mean, if you want to be serious, you shut the whole down.
Ben Juma, quickly. You have three separate branches of government. Wait, shut down. Wait. They are co-equals, my brother.
Yes, and it says that the government cannot function with two branches. So that's how you protest. What they did that's what they did today. Tomorrow they are reverting to the status quo. They're going back to work.
But what the guy talking? Anyway.
All I'm saying, shut the government down. Shut one branch of the government down. Automatically, the government cannot function on two branches. It is clear. If you want to make an impact,
those who seeking justice, they should be denied the justice because of they better go to court to see other stuff.
That's protest. When you protest, Tomalin, there are a lot of things that will happen. People will get hurt through the process. At the end of the day, you're looking at the bigger picture. Yes, there will be few people that will be denied justice, but the bigger picture is to set in the pace for the entire country to survive. That's how you make your impact. Tomorrow, they're going to go back to status quo. That's my problem. What have they changed? If you want to make international news, that's it.
Yeah, Tomalin, greetings to all of you, man. Greetings to the viewers in the comment section. And greetings to our listeners via radio. It is a pleasure being here. As all of us may be aware, the President of the Republic of Liberia acted in accordance with the Constitution today by addressing the citizens before the legislature, outlining some of the gains made, the challenges, and the prospects. So it was very inspiring. I think he demonstrated an exemplary leadership in some of what he stated. It is the current reality of our country. I listened to somebody while driving home say that the president is a divisive leader. I think that president is being disingenuous. One of the reasons why we come on the show is not to show our sentiment, but to inform about reality in spite of the side you find yourself today. So for somebody to come on the show and think that you are going to bring very demeaning towards the presidency, the highest seat of our nation, is the right thing to do, can be it. Posterity will judge you. But we can tell you unequivocally clear that this president did not only come to change the narrative, but for the next generation, like he lamented today in his funeral. So it is a pleasure being here. Tomalin, have we started the show? Or we are doing an introduction aspect?
Come on, it's already on. You say come in. We're talking. You say, well,
so like I said, and I want to first start with the economy. One of the most important things with Liberian we always talk about is a very important issue. And in 2024, all of us are aware our economy demonstrated a resilient and steady growth, a reverse real GDP growth rate of 5%.
What are you reading? I can't even read it good.
Come again?
Go ahead.
Gotta be by the way.
Go ahead.
Okay, so like I said, in 2024, our economy it demonstrated a very resilient and steady growth with a revised real GDP growth of 5.1%. It is not a green fight. That's not the making of the president. It is the current reality that we're confronted with. So for somebody to come and speak out political advertisement and think that we will fall for it, then that is up to you. So these are some of the things that were said. And the most important thing I want to talk about is the economy. Because in every country, once the economy is underperforming, the citizens will suffer. So, this president is very passionate about bettering the lives of the people of Liberia. You may have a side. There are folks who are on a platform, they not campaign or they not vote, they not canvass for the president at the time vying for the presidency. So your opinion will not change. If it does not change, majority of the people who believe that what we inherited and giving the performance we have exhibited in the last 1 year, you can say as many as you want to say, but we are focused, we will not be distracted, our eyes will be on the ball, and this is why we are here to sensitize the people of Liberia.
Yes, but guys, I want people to perhaps let's start quickly. People, give your at least 2 minutes. Give your assessment of the president's speech. Yeah, I mean, I know everybody listen to it, or you don't have to read all, but just give a 1 minute assessment, in taking into account the significant stuff that we noticed. The former president, in fact, guys, y'all put on former president. We are his status. He just changed status. Y'all can put it. That means, guys, y'all people put us from my big you. So we are. We are. He said la 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 la. He said la 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 la. La is a la man or la. You do not lie again.
Who sent that message? Who sent that message?
Wait a minute. The president, the former president changed status. Who sent message? Come on. But I want you guys to give your analysis, your post analysis quickly. 2 minutes.
One president got more to talk about the mentor about bringing Nigerians in Scotland important.
You're talking about bringing scholarship of people. You're changing quick. Fake money.
They're on course. Less than 2 years on course.
Man, yeah. Let's start with what Pewee? You're more than Pewee, right? But then, okay, who are you? Okay, everybody can start. You can chime in the quick analysis of the president's speech in 2 minutes, maybe.
Look, ultimately, I did not follow the whole thing. I was reading it, but what I read, I think the president's out of touch because let me be honest. The only good thing I read in that speech today was having a memorial service for President Torgbean and President Doe, and of course he was trying to piggyback to the blunder they made with Prince Johnson, and people were mad. So he was trying to do it, but other than that, I think the president was just reading what was handed him, but in his own word, his own deduction, he doesn't. I don't think he see it. It was just what was handed him and said, you need to read it and what we have done, so do it, and all of that. But other than that, there was nothing really stuff to talk about too. That the Liberian people, the poverty will be reduced, because I listened to the president's speech. He lied about public servant salary and all of that. He talked about the harmonization, even though it was the very World Bank that came up with that harmonization and all of that for the Liberian people. So I think he was just speaking because they handed him something, and he just had to stand up there to say. But totally, I didn't see anything that really reduced the suffering of the Liberian people. I didn't see much on corruption. He didn't even talk much about. In fact, they all compromised, so there was no way he could even talk about it. But I think it was just another blunder by the president. Thank you.
Okay, let's Lofa, welcome, man. But Ben Juma, what's your quick analysis? Just overall everything.
Now, I'm not going to waste my time on that. On something that someone read that the man body language was different from exactly what he didn't believe a word that he was reading. So I'm not going to waste my time on that. You can just go to the next person. That's not wasting my time on that.
Okay, let's hear from Abu. Then people not here, so hear from Abu. Then go to Lofa.
Yeah, so too many. It's laughable though. It's very laughable. Yeah, laughable, and it's some comical for people who believe that that opinion about the presidency is something that people take serious. Ben, are you very serious? We talk about he did not believe what he said. You think this president is the president what people prepare speech and giving it without him perusing it? Do you know who is Joseph Boakai? He's a sophisticated person. This man did not graduate from high school without understanding how to write himself a business letter, unlike the previous president. We have folks who was working in government. Listen to me, Chief. You were speaking, I didn't talk. We have people who work in the level of my own big brother. That the reason why he was relieved of a position from that president. Listen, my man. You are talking, I didn't interrupt you. Too many.
Yeah, go ahead. Your 2 minutes. Go ahead.
The issue will be nothing. Maybe you will take me on the issue. I'm being very clear.
Man, yeah. Abu, respond.
Yeah, so like I said, unlike the former president, people prepare speech for him without him going through it. So this president is very sophisticated. As a matter of fact, he writes his own speech at times. If you don't know that, Ben, if you don't know the history of Joseph Boakai, know it today. He's not a puppet who who just go ahead with something without perusing it. So to tell you, yes, what he stated is what actually Liberian people are confronted with. Did he say all is rosy? No, not all is rosy, but he is making frantic effort to ensure that some of these things we inherited cannot, occur as the people of Liberia wants it to be. So please, Mr. Ben Jonah, we have come to talk serious thing. If you got nothing to say, I think it is prudent to give other people a chance. But don't come here and say that the president did not believe what he said.
Yeah, Lofa.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Great to be back on here. Just listening to the president's address to the nation today. Of course, just like I predicted, there weren't much that President Boycott could really speak to. Unfortunately, not because the possibility weren't there, or not because the desire for true transformation in Liberia is in existence, but the innovative ability to make that happen, to bring that to fruition, unfortunately, does not exist in an opportunity for a leader to be innovative and succeed. He must have that vision and also possess the needed pedigree to be successful at it. Listening to President Boycott speech today in what he addressed, President Boycott called for unity, but all of his governance, everything that was done symbolizes nothing close to unity. If you were to follow all of his recent performance, from the recent incident at the Capitol to the removal of tenure or positions, I don't sense anything as far as unity when it comes to that. And that is not an act of good governance. We listened to President Boyka also spoke of the promise, the 100-day days promise that was made, that they were going to make sure that no car would have been stuck in any dish or the mud, as we reference it in Liberia. Unfortunately, it is obvious that after the 100 days, there are still roads where vehicles are getting stuck. So for President Boycott to come up and speak to these things, not speaking specifically as to what was done when it comes to road construction and the opportunity they claim they provided to Liberians as far as being able to help with human capacity building. He referenced the fact that they help with cybersecurity technology training. I talked about this here several times, and I'll end on this note. Part of the reason why some of us purposely spoke against this whole idea that people should come out here and misinform the general public that this government have trained Liberians on cybersecurity and all of these things is because the information is not right. It is just not right and will never be right. Even in the great United States of America, I have not seen a single person who is involved with technology who have gone through tech training for a week, and then we'll talk and then push them out there to obtain jobs. So all of these things, I don't see how it was successful or how they were implemented. As far as all of the promises that were made, there were several promises that were made throughout the speech. But what I'm looking for here is the ability to deliver. In my area of profession, we don't look at promises. We look at your ability to deliver. If you're delivering based on what we know of you, that's where you get your credits from. We can see that you are competent enough, you bring quality to the work, and you are delivering. Unfortunately, based on all of the promises that are made, I will only speak to any of those things when I start to see or feel them. When Liberians start to feel all of those promises, then I could come back here and say, like I said a year ago, that I have no reservation that anything will come out of this government, because those who are in power today, those who are purporting as these relevant, educated people, really come to the job with nothing less than jet showboat.
Who next? Who? Sylvester.
Thank you. No, so basically, I think in summary to what would be discussed would be the process about that there was some point, and don't mess up in this. We have to be, and that's why I say we have to strike the balance here. And now, one of the major takeaway today was the boycott of the Supreme Court, the entire Supreme Court. But there was some takeaway from my side with that I listened to the president. But we need the current government to do some basic clarification on that process. For instance, the president mentioned the Mandina Kitman rule. So that process we're going full swing by this March, this year March. That will be a couple of months from now. And the we administration is taking credit for that project. That the money, the operational process were all consummated, and all of the money being paid is just left with the process. I will need a deep clarification on that process clearly. And the president on infrastructure also, particularly road connectivity, did mention the process about the Robert P. International Road. Now, his government will also have to, I mean, this part of it, because the past government is claiming. So we want to know if actually the we administration did pay for that project, and this current president is claiming it. So we also want to know that. We know that there were some challenges about that whole road issue, and but we want to get the basic information. But another thing the president said before I go to some of the good part of it is that he said his detractors are trying to undermine his government because of the steady progress the government made. And I thought the specific area the president was trying to reference is this area about what happened in the whole speaker debate thing. I thought that was not the detractors trying to do that, unlike this is own government trying to undermine the government activities. But key issue here, Dr. Peabody, this process about the 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 the, the acquisition of the land we have already, and to build this metro home. That's a very good process on a most serious note. That the president did mention of, and he says some good thing about building mechanization centers. And I think we all been having some problem in the country about this, and I've been believing that the country need to be moving on an industrial level now, in the more level of engaging in an extraordinary mechanized farming activity in terms of this regular subsistence farming we do in the country. So he said the government is going to push, and he doubled the money going to the Ministry of Agriculture. That was a very good issue to the country moving on. Another major thing, because this is something before I end here, he spoke about the diaspora Liberian base. And he's proposing there's going to be a meeting held here in Washington, D.C. For the Liberian diaspora. There was a very good thing he said. They need to get the diaspora Liberian base across the globe a very major
Pewee, you're muted. Pewee, you're muted. Pewee, you're muted.
We're not hearing you. We're not hearing
Pewee,
you.
you're muted.
Basically, come again?
You're good now.
Yeah. So basically, that just the entire process. I will end here for now.
Have Abu. Abu, go ahead. Then we'll go to Siddiqui.
Siliki. I haven't spoken.
Go ahead, Siddiqui. Go ahead. Sorry, buddy.
Okay. Hello. Okay, great. So good to be here.
Welcome, Chair Mobility.
Thank you.
Good to be here, and hello to everyone. So, yes, I listened to the president's speech today, the president address. But one of the key things that I saw was I think Tomalin posted about that, something very strange. The four justices being absent today from the State of the Nation address was very, very concerning. And Rachel Kuhn presiding today, actually, the justices didn't get an excuse whether it was because of the speakership, dispute in the House or not. But it actually seems to be for that reason. But the absence of those four justices today at the front of the Capitol building, was very, very strange. And recognizing the fact that the president spoke about reconciling the country, I don't even know how the president is serious about that, because if you want to reconcile the country, you have a legal speaker who preside today, over that State of the Nation address, and you have other legislatures boycotted the address today, then you want to reconcile the country. For me, I think that was unrealistic. But one of the things the president said today that I think Liberians should really pay key attention, and it's kind of, I think I will give it really on that. And this is what he said. Let me just. So the president said our democracy should not be defined by election, where winners is perceived to have taken all. Instead, our path not should not be about the next election, but the next generation. So if you look at Liberia, for example, after every election, you always have a group of people who sit in the opposition with the mindset of just critiquing everything, whether it's election time or not, every day is politics. I think that also have an impact on the country. We should reach to a point where when we have a political season, we talk politics. But when elections are over, we focus on the progress of the country. I think I support the president on that. But now when election finish, from day one of the inauguration, you hear people talking about 2029, 2035, 2020. This. I don't think that is going to take Liberia anywhere. So, but most of the thing the president said today was unrealistic. Like Brother Lofa was saying, the issue about training people, in the tech field and all of that, 10,000, young people across the country, very, very unrealistic. There is no data to show that. And the president even talked about giving those young people, 5,000 of them, some resources to be able to to expand what they have learned through those training courses. But at the end of the day, the bread and butter issue, the speech lacked inspiration. There was nothing to inspire even people who supported the Unity Party or Joseph Walker. Because, over the time, there are a lot of disappointed or disenchanted Unity partisans. They are disappointed. Some of them have not been given job. We have seen Queen Johnson coming on Facebook, attacking the Unity Party executive and some government official for not giving the parties in job and all of that. And so some of those people, they only expected the president to at least give them hope that things will change in the next 2 or 5 years to come. But nothing about inspiration, just a long speech. Librarians have listened to people who come and give 2 hours, 3 hours speeches. But at the end of the day, no action. I don't think librarians really need just talking right now. We need action. We need a leadership where we just it doesn't matter, even 30 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever it is, but followed by action. That's what it is. Not just necessarily coming, giving a long speech, and at the end of the day, we don't see that reflecting in the lives of the people. Before I close on, one thing the president, cannot dispute, or any United Partisan cannot dispute the fact that, Liberians continue to suffer, even to the extent that families in Liberia cannot still afford to be able to solve some of their relative basic needs. They're sending their children to school, paying electricity bills, whatever it is, something very simple that they should be doing for their family. But the president refused to address the very important issue, or just intentionally made some unrealistic remark today that does not reflect the current reality in Liberia. And if the president really serious about reconciling the country, should start with this dispute that is currently in the House of Representatives. I think that would be fair. But I just want to say thank you to those four justices for staying out today, because Rachel Kuhn, the way the guy portray himself, he knows very well that he's desperate. And nobody who really follow the rule of law should even sit under that guy, him being a speaker. So thank you very much. I will just stop here and allow all our panelists to comment.
All right, Chairman Ability, it's so good to see you, the chairman of the Rule of Law Caucus. In fact, you guys have just issued a statement on the president's Sudan address today. But welcome, Chairman Ability. I will just let Abu, you want to come in, and then let me bring the chairman in, because we're going to go through a long range of stuff for the chairman.
Yeah, let me come in, right? Let me come in.
Welcome, Chairman.
Chairman, assalamu alaikum. Yeah, so quickly, right?
Salam.
So quickly, to what my brother said, we did. Only an insensitive Liberian will not acknowledge that Liberians are suffering. Are we the one that created the suffering? No, that's something inherited. And President acknowledged it, that he's working out modalities to ensure that if not eradicating it, it can be mitigated. This is one of the, this is one of the things the president highlighted today. And one of the things I want to talk about before the chairman comes in, the president do not decide who becomes speaker. The speaker is elected or is produced by lawmakers. Whatever that has to do with speakership, it is determined by people who are members of the legislature. The president is not a member of the legislature.
Don't recognize the legal speaker. You're recognizing a legal speaker that's undermining the rule of law.
But how is that possible?
You doing business with someone the Supreme Court says is illegal. The Supreme Court says it's illegal. The Supreme Court says it's illegal. They said that, and they manifested that today by not attending the state of the nation.
What did the ruling say today?
What?
The ruling, because chairmanability, and the rest of the folks from the minority have gone to the lower court. Today, even though the chairman is here.
No, listen. I'm not going to preempt. I'm not going to preempt what the chairman is going to say. Listen, 1 minute. I'm not going to preempt what the chairman is going to say. The chairman going to take a. The chairman going to deliberate on that in a detailed form.
The ruling today from the Supreme Court dismisses Funati and his cronies. Storm at the court. They didn't even follow that.
Say hey, colleagues.
Okay, colleagues.
That's the word you should use. They are not his cronies because they are colleagues. He just forced them more equal.
Go ahead,
Chairman.
All right, Chairman, welcome. Abu, I think you, Chairman, welcome. We're not hearing you.
No, I was still listening to Abu, but
go ahead, Chairman.
Great, good panel. I think a very it's quite a full day today. We went to court. The court said no, we can't look into this case because the court above all has already decided this case. And I think the Supreme Court made a statement today. And I hope that, again, what the Supreme Court did today is why it did. is to give us the opportunity to try to resolve this issue. And I hope we take advantage of that to sit down and come up with a solution. As our name depicts, the rule of law caucus is mostly about rule of law. At this point, we have very little interest in anything else besides the rule of law. We have told our colleagues, let's sit down and solve it. We stand by that, and we hope they will come around and solve it. The state of the nation, our caucus has responded to the president's speech. Tomalin or Peabody, we can share it with the folks. I think I sent
Okay.
Sylvester, I sent it to you too, right?
Yeah, we have it. We have it. I'm going to put it in the chat room.
Yes. So we can that's our position, and for us, everything else is thematic. I mean, a lot of empty, promises today, but let me not go into that. All I have to say is that we, at 1 year, we have an opportunity to restart. We have an opportunity to reset, but I just want to commend the Supreme Court. It would have been, like Yaka said, and we discussed it extensively this morning, that if the Supreme Court went to the SONA, that was a tacit endorsement of the fact that their decision meant that it was just like the Minister of Justice had opined. It would have meant that we should do business with them. It was going to be the end rule for us, because at that time, the Supreme Court was not going to make any decision that will prejudice its own position. If the Supreme Court had gone to that place today, how do you expect us to go to the Supreme Court to declare Richard Kuhn, the executive, and the judiciary's action illegal? So they did the right thing, and we're happy for that. But again, for me and for us, this is not victory. Instead, it's an opportunity for us to resolve our issues and move forward. For the government, they got to do better than this. This 1 year, according to them, they're preparing, but it's the end of January. If you have not put together a plan of action for 2025, that means you've lost it, because at the end of the first quarter, your action should be in place. So we look forward to a very productive year. Politically, we're gearing up. And, we're ready to shake the ground, and move. We have to take some drastic action politically in the country. And when the time comes, we'll do that. So we're here.
Chairman, you listening to the speech where the president talked about the budget, and almost 70% of that budget will come from foreign direct assistance. It showed that we can't generate money for our own budget. How can we generate money for our development and all of that? I mean, what do you think about that? $800 something million, almost 70% will be funded by our development partners and stuff like that.
I think my position on the budget has never changed. The budget is a disaster. It doesn't inspire growth. you have to challenge yourself. Let your dream of trying to be a big country scare you. Let the president, let the LRA worry. How are we going to come out with 2 billion? But the LRA is literally bang, 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 we got what you want. Why are we scared to aspire for more? This is a country. I own a house in I think it's Gwinnett County in the US. That county budget is almost $1 billion.
Yep.
In the state of Georgia.
Mm.
The county of Gwinnett. And we are here as a country of 100 and I don't even know how many years old, and we have not been able to achieve $1 billion. That's a problem. We have to change that. How do we change that? You got to have an ambitious government. Unfortunately, the party is being forced into a second-term position, which means I don't know if President Baga is running or not, and I mean that, I don't know. But 60% of his government officials have begun to develop the mentality that this is their last stint in government. That is killing the government. So people are being personal, people are looking out for themselves. It almost appearing like a last-minute rush. And then there are those in the Unity Party that are only concerned now about preparing for 2029. It's tough. If they live with some people, they should take Joseph Baga out now. So all of that, and then within the party, within the whole governing coalition itself, 2029 has taken over and is spilled over to the House. There are all kinds of scenarios being created. Who's going to be vice president to Jeremiah Kuhn? Whether it's going to come from Lofa County, whether it's going to come from Grand Bazaar, whether it's going to come from Magibi, or whether it comes from Lofa or Bon. It's just confusing. So right now, in my mind, and based on that, there's no clear, there's no laid down, mission and vision to say, year 1, this is what we're going to achieve. Year 2, this is what we're going to achieve. Year 3, so it's giving a government hard time. I don't know where they're going with that, but it's not. I mean, I don't know how the rest of you guys see it, but when I hear people say, but and the CDC were doing that, cringe. Nothing bothers me more than that. For 2 reasons. That's why they give the CDC, they put you there. And 2, you have a prior experience of 2 years. And then you should use that experience and govern properly. So, I don't know, but gentlemen, I believe that this year, the last 12 months, the government, it failed. Do they have the opportunity to succeed? Yes, they do. Like any other person, I hope they will be able to muster the courage. I mean, like we just say in our response, there has never been any dismissal of corruption. If you follow the government response to those that, if they follow the president response to those that he put in the government, then that means everything is perfect in Liberia. You know, things are not perfect. The legislature had been paralyzed. Okay? It has been totally paralyzed. Which means Since October, there's not a single agency of government has been scrutinized because the legislature, the House has ceased to function, the Senate is definitely annexed, and then we have all of this problem. It's deliberate.
Let me just do the time. Yeah, part of the information you were just giving about Gwinnett County, their current budget is actually $2.67 billion for the county. The Gwinnett County, $2.67 billion this year, 2025. That had been approved. And last 2024 Gwinnett County budget was $2.53 billion, and the rest of
that's
that.
the county.
That's the
Yeah, in Lawrenceville, Georgia. It's in Lawrenceville, Georgia.
Yeah,
they are Loganville.
There's additional $555 million.
Yeah, Loganville, yeah.
Capital improvement.
That's Snellville, Lawrenceville,
Yeah,
Loganville.
that's it.
Money, I got a question for the rep.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Chairman, did I hear you say since October no government agency has been scrutinized? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
No, I recall
because the executive has effectively taken over the legislature. You saw what happened today?
I recall vividly
in a event that is organized by legislature. You saw what happened to them today? But the cabinet ministers were seated up and the lawmaker was seated down.
Yes.
In an event by law that is organized
report to the legislature.
Yes. He said, you keep to our building to report to us.
Yes.
Amen.
No, but let's stick to what you said regarding no entity has been scrutinized since October. I think that's not being fair to the audience. In fact, we call vividly.
So go to the point.
The lack of Mo Ali.
Do you know my friend? Do you know the meaning of scrutiny? To send for somebody to no. What they did, I know what they did. They were looking for legitimacy. At that time, there was a question of who the government should report to, and they sent for Mo Ali and the Minister of Internal Affairs, who was escorted by traditional dancers and different things. What is it? Scrutiny? What's the meaning of scrutiny?
Your law says
scrutiny not mean you must come and romanticize and someone.
They were not romanticized.
But answer the word scrutiny. Who has been questioned? Who you saw us performing before October? You saw when government officials came in our building. It was hard. Everything gone away.
One of our colleagues by the name of Victor Collins made an accusation against the leg of Mo Ali, and I think one other official of government from Ministry of Transport. So what did your colleagues from the majority blood at the time did? they did invite them and they came. They were questioned. So he said they were not questioned. I don't know what you mean, but they were questioned.
No, he said they were. He said they were not scrutinized.
So Abu, by mentioning that incident, you have literally told me and the Liberian people that so far from October up to today, nothing bad has happened to Liberia. Do you know how many persons have died? Do you know how many dead bodies we found? What you think the legislators will do?
Well,
and that the legislature police and the security agency to question them. Nothing has happened.
The legislature have been doing business as far as I know.
The business they've been doing is to take the budget and be dividing the money in the budget. But that they haven't doing anything.
Abu, the chairman is Abu. The chairman is saying that the House has oversight responsibility, right? They are not having a chance to do all these things.
One of our functions. That's one of our functions. One of the hard functions.
Yeah, but they are not going to sense October. When last time? Yeah, because you now having a quorum.
I just called three officials of government apparent before the legislature.
Abu,
I caught two
You are
pictures.
citing incident that took place while these guys were seeking legitimacy. While our side were accusing both the minister of let me end. Both the minister of internal affairs and the water and sewer of funneling money to finance them. And then these people came to legitimize the majority black. That was before the minister said, oh, the whole government can do business with them.
Tomalin, can I ask you a question?
But Chairman, here's it, right? Chairman, here's my point of contention. Too many before he comes in or whoever supposed to come in. Here's my point of contention. Your law says, and I quote, where there is majority, there where business is done for that day. Is it so?
No, that's not what you are reading law upside down and calling them law.
That's what your law says.
No,
that's what your law says.
No,
that's what your law says.
Okay,
you have
so
a level of formula. You have a level of
No.
I've said that.
I'm not here to talk about food.
So that internal
my law say very clearly, you're not lawmaker, I'm lawmaker. So let me define my function. They say when we meet for the first time on the 15th of January, on that very day, we elect speaker and deputy speaker. And the law says that the speaker shall be the presiding officer of the house. Once you have the presiding officer, then you can sit down and do business. That's what my law says. There is nowhere in any constitution that say 27 person can sit anywhere and make law. There's nothing. Show to me.
Why your colleagues when all else I said though?
Yeah, but I'm not here for my colleagues.
So
my colleague. So are you saying that? Are you saying that what my colleagues say that the law? I'm telling you. Ask me. Don't deflate the point. You asked me what the law say. I just repeated to you. For me, that's not even coming from me. Nobody have to say it. All I know is that you cannot have a talk show. You cannot have a talk show like this without a moderator. Everybody cannot come on here. One person has to be a moderator.
So that defeat you and your colleagues from the minority bloc that the executive is the one that being the center of the whole thing, because as far as I know, the legislature makers are the one who elect as speaker. So a majority of colleagues say they don't want Funati. So why should the executive be here?
What the law say? What the law say when you don't want the man? What the law say? You know that one?
No, but we're wasting our process. Where the man?
No. If you would be honest with Liberian people, the day they say they removed Funati over, only 42 persons were in that building. It's on record.
The 42
and the Constitution say if you want to remove the man, you should have 49.
No time. Abu, let Lofa want as the chairman. Yeah, so let Lofa get Lofa opportunity.
Abu, that UP business you on now. Yeah, right now he just literally.
So chairman, chairman, doing it. Sona, where were you today? Doing it, Sona.
Sona?
Yeah, where were you?
I at 4:00 I was already in my law school class. You know, I went to law school.
And you go to law school now, forget it.
Yeah. I was in my law school class.
So tell me, you know, blog me.
You put the jaw.
I did. Wait, man. What I you say that? Why your name?
Abu Escamara.
Well, I did. ABU.
Before coming.
All right. So quickly, just a quick comment before I pose my question to Representative Peabody. Abu, a lot of time when people speak of success or work done, especially when we talk about government, we're not simply speaking of going to sit in session. The work is felt through the lives of the people, the impact that these individuals who were elected to do certain things, when you start to see that there are adequate security, you start to see that there are improvement in healthcare, you start to see that quality education are being provided for the young people, and if not, people who are responsible for those various agencies are brought in for questioning, and not only to answer questions to validate their position, but when possible, they are also, if they have to be where they punish for something done against the will of the people, it is done in accordance with the law. So when you heard Representative Biddy said, we haven't been working, not that people haven't been going to session, but in its reality, what he's saying here is the work is not being done. The people are being victimized. Okay. And that
Correct.
government performance. Okay, so when he's making this kind of statement, I think you're supposed to buttress him, because when they start to work, your government looks better.
Lofa, ask a question.
No, I'm not. No, I mean, we are here to again. I think you kind of you distorted a lot of the information that was provided, and I think it's really fair for our audience to get that part of it. Now, to my question, to representability, my question to you is: today, something historical took place. I didn't see two of the former presidents. All right, Madame Sirleaf was not present at the SONA. Neither did I see the former president George Weah. And you also mentioned of the sitting arrangement that took place today. The Supreme Court, I think justices were not also present. Going forward, what does that
Oh, they
make?
have. Oh shit.
What does that make you think as a representative, and how do you all intend to address the entire governing process going forward, considering all of these things that are happening, and you can obviously see that the country is on a slippery slope?
Oh, Julius, your question is so loaded. The first one has to do with what was that? I forgot that. The first one.
The first part of it is the incident that took place. The first two of the former presidents were not present.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I had a meeting with President Weah today on something else, and I was, eager to know, because while I was going at his house, I just saw the news flash and said, President Weah said he's not going. I didn't read the story, but when I met him, so I asked him, I said, no, he asked me, say, are you not going to SONA? I said, no, we are boycotting. And he said, oh yeah, we have two reasons we are boycotting. We're not going to sit under an unconstitutional speaker.
Wow.
And Liberian people can forget, I was president for 6 years. I invited Joseph Baga 6 times. He never showed up one day. So why should I go to his program?
Wow.
Yeah.
What about the absence of the Supreme Court justices? I mean, in the entire process, what do you make of that going forward?
That was, for me, that was the defining moment, Julius, because it was clear. We said that the Supreme Court ruling meant that any action or sitting by Richard Cohen's people were illegal. Ultra viral, meaning beyond their jurisdictional authority. Okay? It would have been traversed if these people, the 5 justices, had gone to sit under Richard Cohen. 2 things would have happened. There was no way that we could have had justice anymore. Because basically, to go to the Supreme Court now to declare Richard Cohen illegal is to go to the Supreme Court to tell them, declare your own action illegal and declare your judgment as a court illegal. So it was a defining moment to say who's right. Instead of the Minister of Justice giving some quasi-interpretation of the Supreme Court ruling, the Supreme Court interpreted themselves today. They said Mr. Richard Kuhn is not speaker, and anything he and his colleagues do is illegal. And the Supreme Court, in other words, says we're not going to an illegal event. That should be very easy to understand.
Wow. Finally, my last question is, describe the momentum that gives the minority bloc, considering what happened today.
We had dinner tonight.
You have your dinner tonight. So you're celebrating.
Yeah, we had. I just coming from there. We had
you had dinner.
So you go to the one I saw Richard Kuhn. I mean, you go to that one?
No. We went to our own dinner. I had to leave. I left the guys there because I was tasked to prepare the response.
Yeah, that response is very, very strong.
Yeah, so I was tasked to prepare, so I had to finish it and post it. You know, so
we're talking about the Nima politics small. So
but I'm ready for that.
Very good.
But we are sober, Julius. We want to find a solution. We don't think that the house should be like that.
Mm-hmm.
We are no longer interested in the speakership position. What we are interested in is the right thing should happen. We've sent messages to our colleagues and say, look, there are certain things that we can correct. Number one, today, if you put us together, you are 44, we are 28. So that means if we were to have election today, you will win. So we'll give you that win. We'll give you the speakership. We'll give you what you want, everything you want. The only thing we want is that let us go and do the thing that according to the rules and regulations we have laid down. That's the proposal we made to them.
You think do we have a pathway to that proposal?
For some strange reason, they don't have faith in that. So we've Senator McGill has volunteered to, along with other senators, to see if they can negotiate this and resolve it, and whether we can resolute it so that we can resolve it. Because I told my colleagues, I said, look, some of us, Billy, let they say that we're not difficult to deal with. But here we are going to the court to ask the Supreme Court to interpret what they interpreted today. If you let us go to the court and you let the Supreme Court give an answer, we'll not listen to any peace talk again. We can have peace talk now and resolve the issue. We are ready for that. But if you keep dragging it, thinking that you have won this battle, and then you get stuck somewhere in the middle, which I know you will be, then we say, no, we'll follow the law.
So, Mr. Chairman, that means,
yes, sir.
So from that perspective, what would be the exact situation vis-a-vis relative to the current legitimate speaker? In terms of what you guys are now saying, is he in accordance?
He's still the speaker.
Is he in accordance with what you guys are discussing with them?
Yes. Well, we meet, we talk together. Okay. We said we need to sit down and have a resolution. He is the speaker.
Will he resign? When that
if we're going to have a solution that calls for his resignation, if that will bring peace, he will resign. He has never ever insisted that he must be there if he cannot be there. But we would never yield to lawlessness. We're not do that. We're not afraid. were elected just like you.
Tomalin,
welcome, Susan. And Jonathan, welcome. She just came in. She haven't spoken. Welcome. Susan, welcome again, and it's good to have you again here to join us on this great day of the President's Sona. But so we want to give you opportunity to give your perspective about what happened today, and then you have a question for the lawmaker. You'll be welcome.
Thank you, Tomalin, and thank you.
And our lawmakers, and Nima people who want to show that promotional thing. Go ahead.
Yes. Honestly speaking, I listened to President Bouaka today. I have a couple of concerns. Me being a healthcare worker, he stated something about he mentioned something about bringing cardiovascular machines in a country, which is like a heart machine. And me being a healthcare worker, when I listened to him saying that, that was quite like there were so many lies today. So common things that supposed to be addressed, you guys cannot even address it as a president. Like, and now you're even talking about the bigger things. Bringing heart machine in a country is not the problem. Is who going to be working on these things? Ben is a healthcare person and he's on this platform. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. And Liberia being a country where common things like diabetes, people do not even have education on that. We have older women on social media where sometimes we see videos where people will just assume that, oh, that person is a witchcraft, where we know in this Western country, when they reach that age, it's a sign of dementia. So these are educations that people need to get, so common stuff. But there were so many things that he said today, talking about roles and stuff. None of these things that he said to the Liberian people, none of these things he said, he didn't do none of it within this year. So I'm quite disappointed in President Bouaka and the whole UP government. Abu, I'm glad you're listening and you're on here tonight, but that's not why we're here. I'm not going to address that because we have our Honorable Musa here. I just want to say one or two things to him. I was proud that I didn't see none of them today. It was nighttime on my end. And I also want to just leave it as it is until we go into the Nima politics, because I think you guys have covered all my questions so far. If anything pops out, I will ask him.
Tomorrow, quickly, before they something, quickly. I did listen to you. You said the minority bloc.
Yeah.
You said 28, right? Is Emmanuel Dana part of you guys? Emmanuel Dan? Is Emmanuel Dana part of you guys?
So we're 28.
Is Emmanuel Dana part of you guys? Representing Emmanuel Dana of district number 7, Monswara County. Is he not part of you guys?
He is.
But I did see him today at the Sona.
Yeah. No. Okay. I think five members of our.
Yes, so that
contract. No, T. They're not United Party chat room you're talking here. So when you talk, like nobody ask me a question, let me answer now. They're not your one talking. Ask the question, I will answer. And
I saw him down there.
When you're reaching your chat room, you can be talking all that tabata. But when you can't hear, you talk at all. That's two person talking. Give me chance, let me talk.
Tell me, I said you might down when there, right?
Okay, ask your question, then I will answer it. You're not policeman. Ask your question, and then I'll answer it.
Okay, I just asked, right? My question is.
No, because I want you to ask me so that when I'm answering, you don't interrupt. That's why I say ask your question.
Okay, tell me this. Is Emmanuel down part of the 28 men squad?
You don't have any other question to ask?
No, I'm asking you because I saw Emmanuel down, and you said you're minority.
I will ask the question straightforward and then keep quiet and answer the question.
So 5 members of our caucus attended today, and we are aware of that.
Yeah, so that contract is what your prayer release is.
It didn't. No,
But
that you not reading properly, my friend.
He said
I didn't. No. What my press release say? Because we're speaking to Liberian people. Please.
Your prayer release says that the minority bloc, the chair, the rule of law members of the legislature will boycott the SONA. That's what your prayer release is.
When?
The one you released prior to the SONA, were you not on OKFM?
A week ago, right?
Yes.
We said
yes.
The ruler caucus has voted to boycott the SONA.
But the guy, so the 5 members.
Just the president of Liberia, everybody voted for him.
The 5 members.
Answer that question now. Answer that question.
Which question?
Just the president of Liberia, everybody voted for him.
Not everybody voted him.
Exactly. We are 28. There's no question that we are 28. During that 28, as you can see, Bossman, you will give me chance to answer, or I will stop answering your question.
I'll give you a chance to answer.
No, I'm serious.
You're blocking again.
At the end of the day, the rule of law, we have 28 people. Every session day, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of all go there. Tomorrow, we made a press statement that we have decided to return to session and to carry on our legislative act. Today, 5 persons from our block went to SONA. We are aware of that. We know that. They didn't carry hijab with their hair cover. They went there, everybody saw them. There's nothing wrong with that. The caucus had said that they were not going. And we did not go as a caucus. 5 of our members went. Our decision was not to say we made a unanimous. We are very careful how we design. This is legislative politics. You don't easily impose your will on everything just like you're running scoutball or military. There are sometimes, just a few days ago, the Republican couldn't get all of their Republican party to confirm their Secretary of Defense. The Vice President has to break the tie to make the man Secretary of Defense. So when we have this kind of meeting, there are members of our caucus that come from different locations and different political terrain. So based on that, we do give leverage to 1 or 2 people to go. Like tomorrow, the majority said they were not going to go to session tomorrow, but 3 or 4 persons said no. Since the Supreme Court has made this move, we are going to go at session to continue our protest. So it's part of our democratization process. I want you to know.
So Tomalin, just a follow up. There are other people coming, right? Follow up. Tell me. So can we say those who are members of the minority bloc, right? To what you guys agree on as a body?
Say that. I hear you.
So can we say few of the minority bloc members that attended the SONA today, they now adhere to what you guys agree on as a team? Can we say that?
You can say that.
Obviously.
We're not let y'all who can have the lie and talk.
What do we have?
When things happen in our case, we acknowledge the right of our members to take certain decisions. And we never ever said that the caucus unanimously decided. We have unanimous decision, but not on everything. So as a caucus, if we have to respect the opinion of other people, based on their geography, based on the geopolitics, they say, no, I think at this point I want to go. People give different reasons. People even go for the good of the caucus as well, which I cannot disclose here. So there were different reasons why people went out there, and those people are still our members. They identify with us. Before all of this, I think we lost one member, which was Romeo Guar. But since then, we have not lost anybody.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Okay, let's go. Look, we have no. We have a lot of. We have a lot.
I don't want my man.
We're moving on. But let me say this: we have the whole week to analyze this president, his State of the Nation address, because somebody now working on a fact check. To do a fact check on everything he said today, because most of the things people that he's mentioned today is not true.
It will be a credible person,
a very credible fact checker. You guys can come with debunk if that is the case. But let's go to Nima kind of quick. Mr. Chairman Ability, I know you mentioned that you will be breaking your silence on the Nima issue. Over the weekend, I was informed that this is what happened. Let me explain what I heard happen in Nima. The vice president, I think I heard he called a meeting with the MDRO group. There's a guy called Mike Myean, one guy he supported the CDC and President Weah. He was the county inspector for Nima County. We're hearing that the VP is trying to get him to go on an MDR ticket. At the same time, too, trying to get one thing back to go, trying to put about 3-4 candidates in the race. I think just to whoever keeps opposition will come up with, they try to go after them. But what you stand? Because I know you are. I know what's happening in the back with your movement, something. But again, at appropriate time, I know you will talk it. But what? But you know what's going on? What you stand right now in the Nima election, by-election that coming up? What do you stand?
So my like I said, next week, because my people want us to do more consultation. So next week we'll come up with a more detailed position. But I can say a few things. One, I'm a member of the opposition. So there will be no way I will support the same candidate that the vice president will support. It's a government and opposition. Simple. So we'll not be supporting the same candidate. Whether I'm the one who running or whether somebody else is running, will be pushing for a united front to, Nimba is very critical to our body politics. And we don't want Nimba to be, we come to realize the power, the influence of Prince Johnson, the late senator, the godfather. But we also recognize that now that he's not here, a lot of things we call the paradigm will shift. Alliances will be built and rebuilt. So I'll talk more on that, but at least what you got tonight is that I will be a major part of the election, whether it's my person or whether it's another person, and we'll do our business through a political party. And that will be known to the public very soon. And we'll make all of that announcement next week.
Okay. My last question before I bring Susan and the rest of the point. What do you make up of the superintendent calling, referring to the vice president as the new godfather of Nima?
Did she say that?
That what I was informed over the weekend.
If you have the tape, you can play it, so I'll respond to it. Otherwise, I don't want to respond I don't want to respond to a hypothetical
question.
Susan, but go ahead. Now you have the tape, you can bring it so that we can listen to it.
Okay. Susan, go ahead.
Yeah.
Chairman Musa, my first question here is that do you have any plan of running? Because you just stated that You said something. I don't want to misinterpret you, but do you have any plan of running?
Well, I have a political institution that we operate in Nimba, and right now consultation is going on. What's the best situation? What is good for Nimba? What we should achieve together. So I'm in fact, I, it left with me. I was prepared to make my position clear, uh, on today, but the team said no, no. The consultation has to finish. So this weekend we're going to do all of the consultation. But personally, I don't know what the team has come away. I don't know what the people in the district or in the county think. But I have this feeling that being elected as a representative in a very difficult terrain, in the midst, almost from a very tough terrain. We fought war, tribal anger, tribal agitation. And then if you get the opportunity to win that election, and when people are saying, oh, he's got this motive, he doesn't really want this position, there's something else he wants. This guy, if you put him there, he's gonna go and revenge for his people, the Mandingo people. He's gonna bring them back to take your land. He's gonna bring war. Those are the things that we fought against during the election. You know, you don't want to personally, you don't want to leave those unanswered just because you found an opportunity for another position, and then you just jump at that. I personally feel like the 6 years is a contract, and I must respect that contract and fulfill it to the end. I like to hear what my people saying. We're doing a consultation, but it would take. I mean, it would be rough for me to switch from that. But I'll listen to the people. They made me. They made me who I am. I will get their view, and I'll also get the view on whether I'm the one they want to run or who else we should endorse and all those things. But personally, I really believe that I've been given a birth, a political birth. Today, you can say anything you want to say about Musa David, but you cannot say I'm not electable because I'm a Muslim or I'm a Madigo. Those people in that district broke that gene for me. They took that away, that stigma that that
Mm-hmm.
that 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 could have prevented me from aspiring for anything in this country simply because I'm a Mandingo, simply because I'm a Muslim. Those people, 95% of them are not non-Mandingo, non-Muslim, Christian, Mano, Gio, and other tribes. They voted for me in spite of a barrage, a whole load of bad public relation against me, everything. The United Party was on me, the whole country system, even in the CPP, my own people in the CPP were on me. And yet God pulled me through that. And I think that those people who did that for me, they deserve to have me for 6 years. So that's my personal opinion. But those very
Yeah.
people, I'll try to go listen to them. I'll listen to I got a lot of call and said no, you cannot do that. I was in London the last time, and I mean, I met some member people. I mean, this was months back, and they told me the same thing. Say, look, at that time the senator had not even passed. I said, don't go from us, please. No matter what happened, end this time. If you want to move on to something else, but we need you for this. I said, yeah, I think to take myself out of those people, Susan, it's gonna take
Yeah.
a whole lot. Yeah.
Well, yeah, thank you for that question. And
Mr.
I just want to say thank you for the hard work in Nimba. I've been following you for years. I saw the
Thank you.
bridge and everything. So keep up the good work. You know, everybody fighting for their Godfather title. So maybe we will give you you will change your own name to developmental we'll give you something about development. We'll give you some kind of title there because the Godfather title, a lot of people are fighting for it in Nima. And my second question here is that, yeah, sorry, you want to come
No,
in?
yeah, just a little bit on the issue of the Godfather. I will speak about the issue of the Godfather, what I think, uh, about it, but
Yeah,
I would not in any way at any time seek that title for myself. I don't want it. Even if somebody want to bestow
right.
on me, I don't want it. Let me tell you, as a matter of record, at no time did the Nima people get together in any fashion and crown Prince Johnson as Godfather. It came with time, it came with history, and that's how you earn those things. You don't, you don't, you don't hear about conferment. You earn it by action. Of these to be a Godfather in Nima County or to replace Prince Johnson, the thing has to happen to replace that man. You gotta
Mm-hmm.
go to war. You gotta go to war. You gotta start shooting the Mayans indiscriminately and killing them defenselessly, throwing their babies in the well, and then you gotta rise up, go to their defense, save them from their killers, and maybe you can get a title. So it's not something that you can just confer on someone. This thing comes. And Susan, I mean,
Chairman,
think
I have a
about it, right?
question.
Your
Um,
your your parents, your parents, you love your parents because you look to them first for food, education, clothes. So the love you have for them is actually something that you are returning to them. When they're getting older, you think, oh, she took care of me, she made me, or he made me who I am today. So you actually gave him back. So the love that people have for Prince Johnson was a reciprocal action for defending them and their life. So
Right.
when I hear people talking about Godfather business, I think that we should consider the fact that that man who we call Godfather, we should allow him to enjoy it. Today, the American people still call George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Patrick Henry as the founding fathers of America over 100 years after they've been dead. And then you want to replace your Godfather less than 1 week after he's dead? You have to be careful. I'm not in that Godfather business. I don't want
Thank
to
you.
be. I have no
Mr.
plan to
Chairman,
be. I will never attend any program that will attempt to call me Godfather.
Thank you. Ben, before you come in, let me just ask my one question, my last question, please. What's
Okay.
your take about Senator PYJ, the late Senator PYJ? Because we saw a couple of posts on Facebook that she has intention to run. What's your take on that? It is like something that she wants to do, knowing that you are close to the senator. It is something that people are just trying to just throw out in the public. Do you think it's her intention, or is she being pushed in any way? Um, what's your take on that? And if she's running, will you endorse somebody against her?
We are about to enter a chess game. I'm just warming up
Okay.
to prepare for it. And Nimba, don't forget, this is the country that decided the last three presidential elections. No, the last four. The only thing was the last three was influenced by Prince Johnson, and the one before that, 2005, was influenced by Koto, Minister Koto, because he ran for president and then he got all those votes and then he endorsed Madam Selig. But after that, 2011, 2017, 2023, Nimba Kante decided the election in 2005, all these years. So what you're looking at over there is the presidency of Liberia. No, it's not going to be a walk in the park for anybody. Remember now, Prince doesn't have control of it, but you know what he did, right? He put his life on the bullet in order to have control of that country like that. He went to Libya, he went to Burkina Faso, he trained, he came along with a lot of other member patriots, not just he alone. And then uh, 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 then he got the ultimate prize. So any one of us, including myself, if you think that you're going to just walk and take names, the criteria will change, the mentality will change, has changed, and so chess. So the Mrs. Johnson wants to run. I have not been informed of that. Like I said, the first thing I want to clear with my people, whether we are in sync, that I should not run. Once I clear that, but I will be actively behind my candidate. I guarantee that there's no way around that. If I'm not running, I will have a candidate in the race. No question.
Okay. Are you aware of her intention to run, or it is like some type of
Good question.
public
I have
post?
not. It looks like a stunt to me because
Okay.
I I mean it'll be a surprise because sometimes you don't really know the fact that she was always in the bar, she didn't put herself in front. It doesn't mean that she will not come out. That would be an interesting decision. Sympathy is a major part of Liberian politics. Sympathy is why President Baga is president today. So don't overlook sympathy. Nobody should overlook sympathy. It can play a part, you know. So I don't know. I don't know because at this point in time, I don't want to talk about it. But I promise you, when I speak next week, but in this election, one thing I will not do at any time, I will not castigate any candidate. As a leader in Nimba, I will try to push for a new way of electioneering, campaigning, and politicking. I can disagree with Julius, but I don't have to call him names that he's not simply because I want to demonize him or make him look bad just for one position or one situation. So I'll focus on my candidate, either me, I'll focus on myself, either somebody else, I would say, I want you to vote for this guy because we have a development agenda in Nima County, and this guy is going to help us to drive that agenda. And, but to say, this man is bad man, yes, if a candidate, especially if the person have had position in the past, I will make sure that that person will account for their past. I mean, if you want a job today, if if I go for re-election, I have to prove that what was given me, I perform. If you cannot prove that you've been a good leader, then you don't deserve it. So if the die is cast, and I see a candidate who has a previous position, elected position, and didn't do a good job with it, no, I'll go after that candidate because you have to show you have to show your juice.
Thank you. Representative, we
Thank
would then
you.
bring in Benjamin, and then after Benjamin, we would do Pewee, Saliki, and then Robert.
And Garguah, my man, you've
Benjamin,
been
go ahead.
lost, man.
Go ahead, Ben.
So, Mr. Benedict, I personally believe that the issue of Godfather never served the people of Nimba right. One may say, who are you to tell us about our county as if it didn't serve us right? While it is true that I'm speaking as an outsider, I've had friends and I've had people who have lived in Nimba who, even though Prince Johnson did some good work for them, at some point in time, that title seems to be more of a control than serving the mass publics. Now that Prince Johnson is no more around, and if my proud statement is true, why would anybody want to crown another godfather? And I want you to answer this question if my previous statement is true. That's my question to you.
So your previous statement is not true. At least
Okay.
90% remember. And I'm being, I don't know what to, I'm being dispassionate here. That's now, I respect your opinion on this, but that's not how we Nimbayan think.
Okay.
Sometimes you see maybe a father or mother at bad to a child, or maybe a wife or boyfriend or girlfriend act bad to a child, and the person is still clinging onto this person, and then you say, but why you cannot leave this person? Sometimes it's entrenched in history. Everything that you consider to be wrong, it pales in comparison to what Nimbayan feel for Prince Johnson. Look at look at how big that country is. That country was under siege. Nimbayan in Morovia were targeted, arrested, and shot dead, young men and women, every day. In Nimba itself, the army was pillaging the place, the villages, and other things. So I did a story the very week that he passed, that recognizing that he also did some very, rough stuff to other people who are hurt. But for Nimbaya, he may be villain to other people. And for that, we acknowledge that. And for that, we will always apologize. But for Nimbaya, he was the hero. He was the man who drove the AFL for Nimba. He was the man who allowed Nimbaya to live freely in 1990. They never, Nimba County did not see beyond that. Not now when you were living, and hell yes, not after he has gone. So I do understand the point you are making, and from an outsider perspective, you say that. But from our perspective, the godfather position is a title that befits him. However, as to whether or not somebody else they should be transferred, clearly it's not transferable. Because if you transfer it, how do you uh how do you equate him, the new person, to the old guy, and what the basis? And there's
But
no
Mr. Benedict,
basis.
but you can't eat
Go
your cake
ahead.
and have it. If the title is good, then let's give it to someone else to make sure that we keep
Work for it.
presidency.
No.
Okay.
But again, that's the point I'm making.
Someone have to earn it.
America is still celebrating Christopher Columbus. America is still celebrating George Washington. They
Martin
have
Luther
his
King.
bridges. They have him on the money. Patrick Henry. Everybody. So the history is timeless.
Okay. Makes sense.
I mean, you can tell me now that
Ben, are you
no, we cannot
Yeah.
get
I'm
presidency
done.
just like that.
okay? So let's take a question from Pewee here. But before I bring Pewee representative, let me just throw this in there. You appear to be much more concerned about legacy and reserving that. With that said, we currently have a concern for being inclusive when it comes to gender, especially in governance. Do you think there will be a possibility where you will look in the direction of looking and raising the hand of another female if the likes of Edith Gongloe were to put their hands up and say, hey, based on my records and all that I have done, especially in the past and current, I want to be a part. Would you consider raising the hand so that you can be seen as that guy who actually made a history of making probably first female senator in Nima County? If there haven't been one, just correct me if I'm wrong.
I am open to anything. When I make my decision
Mhm.
as to whether or not I'm running,
Mhm.
who I'm going to support is wide open. It can be anybody. And you know, we are one of the worst places when it comes to women. It's pathetic.
Okay.
In the last 20 years, we have elected only one woman, and just one term we remove her.
Wow.
So but the problem is, it interests you that those that are, you will be surprised
Mhm.
to realize that it is women that are not advocating for women in Nimba. I mean, that is the crazy part of it. You will never see a women advocacy group, a women organization to say we must have a candidate, we must have nothing.
Wow. Susan.
It's something that I think we have to address. And the way to address, one of the best way to address it is, for instance, what is happening now. You have a superintendent who is a woman, and I think she's doing an excellent job. She's outgoing, she's friendly. I mean, we all have different political orientation, but she knows how to navigate very well, and she's doing her work. But women, leadership. I try to change that. I have my inner circle is literally 50-50 between men and women. I have my advisory council is literally 50-50, but Nima Kante is way behind when it comes to gender parity. So, I do have uh it would be nice, to see a female, but it's not the only uh well uh criteria that we have to employ, you know,
Thank you.
in other party.
Let,
But yes, we are open to
let's
that.
let's hear from Pewee and then Sadiki.
Yes.
And then we'll bring Robert.
Yeah, for me, I will let today the honorable to interact with us. So I'm going to be a little bit brief today. I see the surge of basically energy and strength coming from Mr. Benedict, and actually what he just concluded on just now from his just concluded monologue. There have been a lot of contributions from the leg of him, even from his personal other businesses he do. You will see that he's been promoting female, evident by Sumex, chief executive, correct me, or the head of Sumex. But Mr. Benedict, I just want to push you back to the Nimba politics a little bit, and
Yes,
I listened to you. You sounded as though I went to the conclusion that you want to stick with your people for 9 district number 7. And but before going there quickly, let me just say for a few seconds, and I have said this on this show, the reason why Mr. Johnson got that godfather title, and you said the title cannot be given to you, you have to earn it. And I do agree with you on that. And I gave a historical and chronological proceedings the last time on this show, while the Nibayan believed in him that way, the champion him. There was a time when I toured Nimba and I listened to most of those things. They believe that he's a warrior that saved them. He's a brave soldier. And that's it. So he earned it from that perspective. He started earning it when some of them were even just 2 years old. And today they reached the voting age. They listened to their parents say we were being targeted, excommunicated, try to decimate us. I had not been there, we would have been decimated from this part of the country. So that is part of the reason why they treated him that way. And I said to everybody that I met in Liberian politics, if he had lived 100 years, he would have been the godfather of that country. It would have been very difficult to see anybody to undo him. So, but back to the county, you said your people of district number 7 still believe they want you to be with them. Now, my question to you, sir, is that I know you're going to be very proactive and loud in these elections, meaning loud constructively in terms of if you don't contest in terms of who will push into it. But beyond NIBA, are you going to begin the process of being proactive nationally in the country in seeing that the rule of law is maintained, the process about the bread and butter issue, the kitchen table process is sought after for the people of the country? Are you just going to limit the politics in Nimba, or are you going to be just across the 43,000 square mile of the republic? That's why I want to know, hear this from you.
So I would try to let a little bit secret out. I would not give you I would not give you as much as you want, but we are already in the process of forming a party.
Okay.
This party is going to be definitely people.
Wow, breaking news! Oh, what?
Yes.
That's a big breaking news.
This party is going to be people oriented. This party is going to be mirror around our development platform in Nimba District 7. I believe, about 18 of the rule of law, members have signed up for this party. This is a new way of doing business. This party is going to accept people of all character, people of all record, but you're going to sign a contract with the Liberian people to start a new character, a new journey, not just a personal journey, but a journey for your country. That going forward, the moment you become a member of this party, you will have to look at your fellow Liberian differently. You have to look at your co-worker differently. So there will be a code that you have to sign. We'll call it the pledge. And once you become a member of this party, you will be officially certified. So if Lofa Julius is going to be our member, he will have to have his certificate. we will have the electronic certificate so you can carry with you in your phone, in whatever you are. But also, this party is going to be agriculture oriented. It's going to get involved into farming activity across the country, and it's going to be development oriented. In 2025, upon establishment of this party within the next 24 months, this party is going to build 4 or 5 major bridges across the Republic of Liberia, 2 of whom will connect Bon County and Grand Bassam and Nimba County. Another one will connect Bon County and Babolu County. And access will be given to our people across the country through this party. We will invest in our people, we change their condition, and then we'll ask them every day for 175 years. Liberian politicians have come to ask the people to do for them first, and then tell them they will do it later. This party will do the opposite. This party will sit with the people and tell the people what are your needs, what are your challenges, and it will deal with those challenges, it will deal with those needs before it can go back to the people and say, give me this. So it's going to be a different story. And when we launch this party, I know only one thing, that there will be no party like it. It will be run federally, meaning that it will have regional structures that will determine, that make decisions regionally. It will have 4 regions. We're going to launch in terms of logistics. No party will come second to this party in terms of logistics. Then this party will, for the first time in the history of Liberia, incorporate the diaspora community. We will fight, we will go to court to make sure that in 2029, every Liberian outside of Liberia will have the right to vote in their country, because the Constitution calls for that. So this party will also be the diaspora party. This is the party. This is the only
I'm not
party
done here. I still got one more question.
that will finally,
We got to take calls.
that will finally connect the diaspora community to the Liberian people.
Representative, you sound very assiduous with this issue here. How long have you been planning this entire party? Because just the fact that the election just ended, and all of a sudden we're hearing this detailed articulation of this party, I'm concerned.
When I decided to lead the Liberty Party, I'm a chess player. Before I make this move, I am very sure of the next 3 moves. If you see me making this move, that's not my move. That's not even my next move.
Thank you. We ask your next question so we can bring Siddiqui in, and then I think Robert's not here, but okay, well, then we'll take a question from
Robert. I need to speak to you, so don't run away from me.
Pewee, can I sneak in a bit? Can I just take 1 minute of somebody's question? I beg you. Can I ask Chairman Billy?
You gotta wait a little bit.
Sylvester, okay, you can take a shot. Go ahead, Susan. Go ahead, Susan. Take Sylvester time. Then we'll go to.
No. It's you are getting all the time to just.
No. You said it was okay. Don't use me. You said okay.
No, I'm not using you. I'm just saying you gave this. You want to say give this time, and you like give me a few seconds.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yes. So, Chairman Billy, what now? That's the question. Why now? Why now that, from, I mean, what you're saying here, we need more political party in Liberia. And sitting here knowing that, okay, the godfather of Nima has passed away, a lot is running through my head as you said, oh, you have your plan of, coming up with a party, which I'm pretty sure you're already in the process of it already. So my question here is why now? Why are you making the announcement now?
I
Why now?
and by the way, this is not a new plan. I vividly recall sitting down with Senator Johnson in his house, uh, discussing with him about my plan. And I said to him, I said, Senator, I have played politics in other people's shadow all my life. My United Party, Madam Sally, Liberty Party, Council of Thompson, local Liberty Party. I give everything to Liberty Party. Everything. When I joined Liberty Party, Liberia knows where we were and look at how it ended. I was never accepted. I fought, I tried, I won the battle. But you don't impose yourself. I don't impose myself.
Don't do
So
this.
when I look at all of that, Suzanne, and I went to Senator Johnson as a senator, now I'm going to form my own party. Depending on the political landscape of the country, the party will take and it could concentrate on legislative election. It could do anything. Then it's a good idea. You go ahead. I remember having a discussion with the vice president of Liberia about my party. For me, that's how I do, And we did talk about it, and I told him. I remember having, I was in a meeting with the president, and we were talking on, I think that day, and when we went to talk about national security issue as chair on national security. And at the end of the conversation, he said, "Oh, so you resigned from Liberty Party?" I said, "Yeah." And then I told him what I was going to do. So, that's smart. That's a good idea. So everybody around me, in my county, in my environment, they're aware. But I wanted to make sure that I do this. It had nothing to do with the passing of the senator. He was aware. And the vice president, we talked about it. Almost every close friend of mine or colleagues or my whole team in the country, everybody do. We are somewhere, I don't want to say where we are, but we are somewhere at the election commission just following up on the process. Hopefully we'll conclude soon.
Wow.
Thank you.
Well,
Siddiqui, go ahead.
congratulations, Sticky. You can come in. Sorry
So
to
you,
take
you
your
want me
time.
to,
So Susan, I look
quick
forward
question, Lofa?
to I look forward
Let's don't do
to
that, bro.
I look forward to your membership. The membership will be quite easy. We have, the day we launch the party, we'll launch the app. You can become a member the same day. Your card will be posted to you. It's gonna be a people's party. It's a movement. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Lofa, give me a few seconds, man, please.
All right, go ahead,
Yeah,
Pewee.
Mr. Billy, just quick. I think Mr. Billy will take less than a minute to answer this question quickly. And then you said something of your past.
Julia, I hope I'll not spoil your program. We should talk about the
No,
state of the nation.
you good. I guess. Hey.
Yeah, last day on this, Mr. Billy, I didn't know that my question was going to push you for hearing this news. I didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know. But then you said that. Let me just take this time. You take 30 seconds to answer the other one. The Liberty Party and other political institution, I want to see that. With this institution coming out, this new political party, I want to know the structural configuration, because in past history, going back to other parties and other things,
30 seconds, Pewee. You know
I just want to know the structural configuration of this political institution. If it would be beyond trouble now, if it would be the issue about cutting the persuasion or tribal persuasion, political persuasion, religious persuasion, and traditional.
Julius, you're not going to stay on the show. You, Julius.
That's just what I want you to speak to. What's going to be the
Not
structural
gonna say.
configuration of it in terms of tribal issue and all those things, and next day and the rest of that. That's all my question. Thank you, Lofa. God bless you.
Okay, I see one Chris sending me message. Chris, just send me a messenger. I'll respond to you. Just send me your number messenger after the program. I'll call you. Look, we're gonna operate a party like a federal government. We're gonna have a full region.
Wow.
North, the North Central region will be, the central office will be in Bon County, and we will be controlled by, it will control Lofa and Nimba County.
Okay.
And we'll have the southeastern region, which will be based in Zwedru, and it will control the southeastern region. Each of the region with the west, central west, which is north central, I think, which is Monrovia, Margibi, Monserrato, Margibi, and Grambasa. That will be based in Margibi. And then the western region, which will be based in Bapolu, and it will have control of the region. Each of the 4 regions will have an official headquarters. So which means the party will have its own building, construct its own structure, and it will be there perpetually as the party headquarters for the region. The region will have an executive committee that will comprise of members from the county so they will come to their own executive committee, they will make decisions at the regional level, just as the county will come at the county level, they will make decisions at the county level. Each region will have an agriculture program, so meaning that we'll have huge type of fund. Our real investment will be in agriculture. So we're gonna be investing a huge sum of money in the next 2 years. We're gonna invest, anywhere between $10 to $15 million in agriculture and infrastructure development for the country. So we'll do both of that, and then we'll also have our village saving loan for the women, and we'll go across the country, and we're going to do that to get the political party you in Monrovia. You probably will not even see where our office will be in Monrovia because it will be insignificant. We'll run the party through the regional offices.
So, Representative, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Due to time constraints, because we'd like to get people to contribute.
No problem. When we get our city,
there you go. Then you come back. We'll go in detail to all of those aspects of it. Abu, hold on.
I don't want to answer no question for any UP man.
Abu, hold on 1 second. So, Siddiqui, go ahead. You will ask your question. After you ask your question, Siddiqui, go ahead.
Yeah, Abu. So you want to answer a question from me?
No, man, just joking. Yeah, Siddiqui, what's up?
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, but thank you so much for all you do in Secretary Issue 7. But I have a question for you.
Please.
Basically, I have to do with the recent, because I understand that you're a leader in Nimba. Nobody can deny that. You're a strong man in Nimba. And recently, we saw 2 Nimbalians from the MDR being dismissed because they came out and spoke on the funeral of the late Senator Johnson. Then the next day they went back to town, serving a dismissal letter. You as a leader of the country, what do you think is fair? A citizen dismissed from that job simply because they speak out the way they feel, the way they think about certain things in the country. And if you really don't support that, you as being one of the leaders in the county, I think it's almost a week now. We have not heard any statement from anybody. And, That is very, very concerning. So I would like to get a feedback on that.
No, we will speak about it. I think it's hypocritical. I think it's wrong. There are a lot of high-profile government, including the chairman of the United Party, holding position and making political statement. It's okay. Bo Ali is a big man in United Party. He's almost like the mouthpiece of the government, all over the jumping all over the place. You know, I don't know. The only thing MDR did to United Party is to bring it to power. I don't know. I don't even. It's not even impossible. You know, sometimes a family can agree to have a sport child. Amen. They should allow the children to be sport at least for some time. Not when they are you know, I don't know. I don't know what advice it. I would have done it differently, you know, and maybe call them, warn them, or ignore them until I've, until the tension is down a little bit. I think it was just a little too early and too harsh. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't advise that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, the last question would be about the next or the upcoming senatorial race in Nimba. You mentioned that your team they're having a consultation, and so they will get back. Personally, you've already shared interest. You don't want to run. You know, that's your personal opinion. You know, but I just wanted to, if your team come back to you and say, look, based on what you want you to part of you're going to run.
I'm a rational thinker. I'm not irrational. So I don't take erratic decisions. You know, if the thing comes to me, I'll compare their reasoning to mine, and I'll compare what are they blow back on me running. What do I stand to lose? What do I stand to gain? I have to evaluate all of that. What is the meaning of being senator in Liberia today? I have to look at that. You know, and for me personally, you know, I don't see how you know, I listen to my people a lot, but this one is going to be tough, Sidiki. I will not lie to you, because for me personally, I've done so much for my people, and I'm very happy for that. It would really hurt me if somebody tried to misconstrue that to say I'm doing that because I'm just looking for greener pasture. So I would be very careful, but I will look at their reasoning. I'll compare it to mine, and I will deduct the best reason out of it.
Okay.
But everything is up. You know, anything is possible.
You are the best. Thank you again for everything you do for Nima and the people of Liberia.
Thank you, Siddiqui. Robert.
Thank you, Representative Ability. It's great to have you on. It seems like we haven't. It seems like we haven't seen you since 2020.
I've been trying to hustle you through third party. I can get a number. So please try to send me a number tonight.
I will inbox you.
People will give you a number. So
I will inbox you my number because I got a call 2 weeks, I think 2-3 weeks ago, and someone said, "But man, it seemed like the representative can take care of the people from Spoon more than he can take care of you when you're in Liberia." Yeah, that's what I heard.
That's not true. I haven't even met. Look, Francine is my sister. Finish. It has nothing to do with Spoon. I'm close to people on this network more than anybody from Spoon.
We believe
me and Tomalin can gossip all of you on the show and other people. So
I believe that part.
Yeah, I believe that. That's what I told them.
And Peabody as well.
I said,
Well,
listen,
I said you didn't know me.
I said that's a special relationship, but we will definitely connect. I will inbox you my number. But I want to
Yeah,
get to it
please.
because I think that, and I've told people off the record, I said that I think representability has proved a lot of people wrong. A lot of people uh, had some sort of reservations about you. You know, when people talked about corruption and all of these things. But I think you've spoken less, just verbally, and your actions have proved a lot of things. And I personally, I don't mind saying that I'm very proud of you. But
Thank
I
you.
want to talk about something you spoke about. Now, if I had picked up the phone and I was advising you, Representative, just given the efforts you've made and the fact that you have just gotten elected for the people of District Number 7. Was it number 7? I want to make sure I'm right. Is it number 7?
All right.
Yeah, in Nima. They feel like they have not gotten out of you what they elected you for. So if I was speaking to you, just taking everything into consideration, I think Nima politics right now, especially the seat of Prince Johnson, is to some extent very toxic right now. There are people who feel right now that that seat is entitled to them, and anything other than the ordinary, could potentially, have a backlash to it, right? So if I was advising you, I would say you've done a lot given the period you've been elected, and the people of District 7 still feel like that you there's more to do from you for them, right? So I would say stay out of the Nima thing right now. I see you potentially becoming Speaker of the House of Representatives, and I will support that. I don't mind saying that.
Wow, another breaking news.
I don't mind saying that. If you were to run for speakership, I will come to Liberia and I will campaign for that, because I will do that because you've proved a lot of people wrong.
Wow,
I
you tell me.
love, I love, I love actions more than words, right? And it's easy for people to say, this is what I would do. This is what I would do, as opposed to people pointing at tangibles and the action, the decision to say, this is what I would do. And I always say, Todd Wombe and I have not always been buddies, but I respect Todd Wombe because Todd Wombe have led. He's spoken less and he's showing more, right? And I don't mind telling him that, and I respect the leadership aspect based on the decision and what you've done. But when you spoke about the legacy aspect, and this is what makes Nima politics kind of toxic. There are conflicting views relative to Prince Johnson's involvement in the war. Some, especially folks on Nima, all right, describe Prince Johnson as a hero. But others, especially those who have been directly impacted by his actions, right, see him as a rebel, warlord. Some even see him as a killer. So there's a serious conflict there with regards to his legacy. But this is not perhaps your question, but I want you to try to answer this question, or perhaps give a broader perspective on this. There are folks who want to look at Prince Johnson's legislative legacy. What will be considered a legacy void of ethnic bias? When you looked at the number of years Prince Johnson has served his people, it's one thing to say, I stood up for the people of Nima when they needed defense. But then he was given an opportunity to really uplift Nima, uplift his people, serve as that voice of his people in Nima. Yes, he's played a tremendous role in electing or being a determining factor on who becomes the next president. But when you look at that legacy and look at what Nima is right now, what would you point to as Prince Johnson's legacy legislatively?
So, Representative,
Again, if you don't have that answer, you don't have to say it. This is not your,
No,
this is not your thing.
no.
Right?
let me. All right, Representative.
Let me attempt. One of the things that makes you a politician is to also learn to answer uncomfortable questions. Legislatively, one of the most admirable character of Senator Johnson has been patient. So far, besides one event in more than 19 years with Dillon, you never saw him in any form of outburst with anyone on that floor or in the house. He makes his point, he goes to his office, and then he he advocated seriously for Nimbayans. For instance, once you are in Nimbayan, you are nominated. He will stand up for you. He will go to the length to make sure that you are you are you are you are you are passed by the Senate. And his door open to Nimbayans. You know, you know. So legislatively, the legislature as an institution has not achieved anything. So I don't know what one person could have actually done. So it boils down to what people do individually. That whole place is a mess, a complete mess. It still is. It has not changed, and unfortunately, there's no change in sight. So, to and Robert, that place, an individual success is impossible. No matter how you alone feel, no matter what you want to do, you got to meddle with a bunch to come out with it. I mean, look at what is happening. Where is even the time now to even make reform? Nothing. What can one person do? So for Senator Prince Johnson, he spent most of the time using his political weight to implore Nimbayans but you are right. He was a controversial figure. While we celebrate him, there are some people who are hurt by his actions. To refuse to acknowledge that is also not to honor his legacy, because you see his transformation from the battlefront to the church, and we have to accept that way, and we have to accept that he died, as a man of God. And I know as I speak this, there are families that are angry, and I always say personally, if my precinct Senator Johnson hurts somebody else, I apologize. I'm never afraid to apologize.
Great.
I'm sincerely sorry, because what he is to you is exactly the opposite to many people in Member County.
Lofa,
Robert, you go with your next question. Let me just.
I apologize.
Representative, I'll leave you in the good hands of the honorable man, St. Tomalin George. I'm sorry, I got to step away for a split second. So you're in the very good hands, I promise you.
Lofa, I don't let it where you living.
Why you? Why? By giving you over to St. Tomalin George?
No, but we're talking
about Tomalin left too.
We're not letting where you living.
Yeah, we're not letting where you living.
Chairman.
Well, they organize a protest.
No, so let me say this before.
Chairman Ben Jackie also Chairman Ben will taking the ring.
Okay, let's go.
No,
Nobody will take the ring.
I got to return a call. That's why.
So let me say this, Abu. Every election, let me say this. I have not voted in any election. For your question as to can Robert even vote, I have registered to vote in all of the elections. I've flown to Liberia, and I have my registration, my voting card right here. I'm a Liberian. Listen, let me tell you something. I'm a Liberian citizen, Abu. I can vote in any election. I can run for any office, and not even President Joseph Boakai can stop me. If that ever happened, that a day will burn the whole country down. So don't stop me.
I beg you, Robert.
Robert talking about burning down the country.
When I call you boy tomorrow, who are you? Let's see focus there. Gather very burnout. When I put the gather fire tomorrow,
I gotta be involved first. But let me ask my next question. And my next question has to do with this.
That's what I mean. You can vote in the process. You are not
I can vote. Of course, I can vote. I can vote.
You're not a lawmaker again.
Yes, I can vote. Yeah.
How?
What you mean how? What's your question again? What?
A lawmaker should be voting.
No, I said campaign. I didn't say I will vote. I said I will come and campaign.
Oh, okay.
I will come and campaign for ability.
But Abu, no representation.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not a.
So
I'm not a
constituent representative.
Right, but I can campaign for the man. I can campaign to
get
vote.
Who the representative can vote? How you be asking them to vote speaker?
Yeah, but I was saying, I say you got to have a vote.
He can campaign with his honorable and other honorables.
Yeah, I can campaign, my man. I'm not as big as you, but I know some people in Liberia too.
Exactly.
So nobody say you know people. You know people.
Oh, I know people. But let me ask the next question. Joseph Boakai, I don't think we have enough. We spend enough time. I don't think we spend enough time on this speech. But Honorable Benedict, Joseph Boakai said that the state of Liberia is better than when he inherited. But he's failed to state how. Today we heard a lot of promises. We did not hear nothing much that he had achieved in the first 1 year. But it was something that he said as part of his achievement. He said that they have trained over 10,000 folks in cybersecurity. I don't know what else he said because I didn't hear anything as far as achievement. I heard a lot of promises, and I got to admit a lot of things that was said in the speech. Say that again.
The speech is out there, the speech is out there.
But I know, but I listened to the speech. I'm telling you what he said. He said he trained 10,000 cybersecurity. He has trained 10,000 cybersecurity.
Another achievement I will mention.
Huh? But that's not even an achievement.
No achievement.
That's not even an achievement. That's a lie.
Yeah.
That's a lie. Yeah. When you say you have trained, that means it's been through the training already. That's a lie.
So, 24.
What do you, Abu? Don't interrupt my question. Let the representative answer the question. I did not hear he said the state of the nation is better than when they inherited a year ago. But he failed to say how. I didn't hear much of an achievement in the first 1 year. But he did mention that they have trained, which again, when you fact check, that's a lie. They have not trained 10,000 folks in cybersecurity. But I want the representative to speak to the president's speech. What's your view of the speech? And what's your view of the speech?
Robert, I'll spare all of us the time. We have done, and that's why as soon as I finish and send it to the guys, and it was okay, we posted it. We've done an extensive review of the president's speech, and I will ask either Ben or Pewee to share it with you. It's a little bit long, but it gives you answer to all of the questions that you want to ask about the president's speech.
It's detailed.
But in a nutshell, it was an empty speech. And I also saw something in the president's speech that worried me. He might have been fed some very, very wrong information. And that unfortunately portray him to be not in touch with the reality. I think that's not fair to the president. Because one thing I know is that no president will go on the street to ask for rice price or petroleum price. You will come, you will give him. That's why you are a lieutenant. So those lieutenants did not do him justice. That's how that's not his fault. But the speech today was generally empty.
I agree with you. Thank you. I agree with you. Chairman Ben, it's good to see you, my friend. Even though you want to DC without telling me, but we'll talk behind the scene.
Chairman
I
Benedict,
see.
Chairman Benedict, how will you rate this speech though from 10?
Empty,
How will you
Susan.
rate it?
Empty, Susan. Unless you want
Well,
to
not
disrupt
empty,
it.
empty. Yeah, he's saying empty, but we just want to hear the number. How would you rate that speech from
So
0 out of 10 or 2 out of 10?
if this was his
I know
first
it was
speech,
empty.
if this was his first speech, I would give him 7 out of 10. The reason why he cannot get that now is because he made some very good, he laid some very good plans, but so far the record of implementing plans is very poor. So I cannot, rely on those promises. But the thing is, they should try to give the president proper information. That's not fair to him, honestly. I mean, I'm not speaking on this as an opposition. You have to give the president of the Republic of Liberia the proper information because the whole country listened to him. And listening to him today to say that the price come down, that turned off, I can say, the entire population because that was not true. So if President Baka knew that, I can guarantee you that he would never have said it. So if somebody gives him information on that, he should come to check it. The reality is that those numbers were not correct. So on the issue of the rice, he got the issue of the gas right because the gas price has been, coming down, rather steadily. So yes, he was misled in monetary, but he laid out some good plans. The problem, Robert, is that I can't now call those plans and count on them because the history of implementation is very poor. So it's up to him to lay out the plan that he just laid out and implement it this year, and then by this time next year, based on that performance, we can be able to say something else.
Let me comment briefly. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
No. Abu, Chairman Ben, go ahead. Yeah.
No. Abu said he got to leave. I saw him typing.
Oh, you leaving?
Yeah, leaving, Chief.
Abu, good night.
Go ahead.
Maybe getting all the questions.
Oh, you going? Oh, you just saying bye? Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. I thought you wanted to say something. Sorry. Well, it's good to see Chairman Ability. He's been bringing a lot of news there tonight.
Wow, what did you break, man?
And I tell people all the time, what's the Musa that people are seeing today is the Musa that we always knew.
Thank you.
It's that some people it took a little longer for them to get there, right?
Yeah, they were slow.
And I can understand that we live in a very cynical country. We live in a country where politicians are not respected because their words are not their bond. They say one thing, they do another, and they make promises they don't keep. Yeah. So as a result of that, it's a brush. It's a big brush that is painted, and so you literally have to, prove yourself, from among the pack. And I think that's what you've done. I've said it, even though sometimes I like to remind people that just about a year and a half, or maybe a little bit over a year ago, you were seen as a totally different person. But it's okay. That's what life is about. Life is about progression. It's about evolution. It's about progression. So I want to congratulate you, my friend, for all that you have achieved, all that you continue to achieve, the work that you've done for your people. Like I say, I'm not surprised because I know we had these conversations and talked about what you are doing today and what we see you doing today. We congratulate you on the proposed new political party. The I don't know, you haven't called the name yet. So
no, don't call it. I'm not calling it.
To call the name, but we congratulate you on the proposed new political party.
Only one man on the show here know the name. I will not call the president.
Yeah. We congratulate you on the proposed new political party. I think it's a healthy thing for our democracy. I think people should have a chance to have options. It doesn't mean that people will not collaborate or will not work together. I think this party is going to be an opposition political party. So,
correct.
So you know, so there will be collaboration. There will be reaching out, and there's a lot of conversations going on, and we will continue to engage in those conversations. And we'll see. But Musa, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your service to the country. I do want to say though, I don't have necessarily a question. I share your sentiments about the SONA. I think the president was deeply underserved today. I actually felt for him rather than trying to be critical of him. And I kept saying to myself, what is going on with our country? What is wrong with our country? And we've seen this happen consistently to past leaders, right? Even Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was some point in time underserved by her people. President Weah at some point in time was underserved by his people. This notion that presidents go and give State of the Nation is not even supposed to last more than 40 minutes. I mean, and I'm really, really pushing it. Because something a lot of people don't know, Musa, and maybe you can bear me witness here, is that, constitutionally, the Constitution is very clear. When you read the Constitution, it said the president shall present his state of the nation, his report, his annual report. It don't necessarily mean the president got to go give a speech, though. I don't get that. All the president has to do is to present his annual message and his agenda for the year and his report on the past year to the national legislature, right? What we do, and what even because we model it after the U.S., the whole thing about them delivering it is the optics, is the is the whole thing about the grandeur. That is why most often you will see the presidents pretty much just reading a synopsis, a summary of the report. The report, because the report is lengthy. It encompasses the report of every government functionary. So the president cannot sit down and read that. But in Liberia, a lot of times people don't read and they don't know. They say, the president got to get a speech. He got to speak for 3 hours because he got to go line by line, talk about water and see what laying this pipe here. And LEC putting this.
I tell you, man.
And doing that. That is not what the president.
It becomes boring.
It becomes boring, right? So I just want to say, I hope and pray that next year, the handlers of the president, and I did reach out to a few people who I know that are in his orbit, and I said, look, sometimes you ask for help. They got presidential historians around the country. They got people who you can reach out to. But this cynical mindset we have in Liberia, where we are so protective of our territory that we are afraid that if we ask for help and we get help, then it means that we know what we're doing. No. So I share your sentiments, Mr. Honorable Representative. I think the president was deeply underserved. You saw toward the end of the speech, the president was literally almost getting ready to collapse again. He had to drink water. We have to understand that it means nothing. It means he's 80 years old. That's nature. That's life. What I was doing when I was 20, I can't do now. I'm 40.
Man, Ben, when you read it, they say you can't even walk.
That's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? So they have to be cognizant. Seriously, they have to be cognizant of this man's age, of the fact that, and so I thought I just wanted to include that.
The one won't be that way. The president, man, so all the things saying when be president, you do the job.
Yeah, no, but he's our president. He's our president now, and we have a responsibility. We
protect him.
To protect the sanctity of the institution that he represents. Because it doesn't look good that the security are caught on hot mic telling the president to drink water and I mean those things.
No, it's like drink some more.
Exactly. If I was the president, somebody would have gotten fired today. But again, so I just want to say, but let me sneak one question into you, Musa. I wanted to know something. I saw the Rule of Law Caucus respond. I saw it was very powerful. I saw it was very pointed. And congratulations on that. I think it provides a balance, a counterbalance. Do you intend to continue to expand on this? What are you guys doing? I think I also know that the CDC said they're doing something tomorrow. How are you guys going to start to coordinate? I know you have some members of the CDC in your caucus also. How are you guys coordinating? You also had a meeting with President Weah today. You said on the show. How did that meeting go? Did you guys discuss opposition politics? What it is? Because I mean, you certainly are about to become the newest political leader on the block. So we want to know what some of those conversations were.
Well, I don't have to talk about
not the details now. Yeah.
I mean, everything you say about the president's speech, I agree with you. So no need to. The rule of law, that is, we're going to stick together. You know, we're not going anywhere just now. We will stick together. We'll do the right things. We'll put each other into perspective. We'll do work. We'll criticize. We'll support. We're legislators. We're for cause. So we'll continue to stand up for those causes. You know, opposition unity, I always say CDC is the largest opposition party. And that's why I told the former president today, that, you know, he played our role, and then, you know, we all come together, set the goals for what we want to do, and create a round table to discuss election. You know, those who think about 2029 now, you know, you should be building your institution. It's not, plenty will happen. And then all the possibilities are open. Everything, nothing is impossible.
All options on the table.
All options on the table. Yes, that's the right English. All options, all the possibilities. So we should talk across. You know, we talk to other folks. Who knows? We talk to the Unity Party people. We talk to everybody. But in the end, we shouldn't wait until 2028. Then we start looking for. We have to learn from everything that happened with the CPP so that it doesn't get repeated. I don't believe that the opposition, if you have a loose coalition right now, we learn a lot from CPP. Like I said, if you want to even talk about a coalition, you have got to agree on the main things.
So thank you. I want to interject something quickly. That was going to be my question to you, because let's also be cognizant that we don't have any midterms. So that's a plus for any coalition, right? Because you know that when the midterms are coming up, then they say, "Oh no, let's come together, win the midterm, then we will deal with the presidential down the that was made with the CPP." Right?
It's tough, man.
It's tough. So are you saying that, first of all, your proposed party, wherever conversation you guys are going into, how you engage with the other opposition party there, if a coalition is going to come out, there have to be a clear arrowhead. There have to be a clear lines drawn to say, you know what, this is the path we're going to go, and we're going to stick to that path. Is that what you guys are looking at? Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah, I met with the former president today. We're exploring all different options. You know, looking away as opposition. You know, our party is coming up. CDC is there. The other political parties are there. We want to know what is in the best interest of the opposition, and then we make the right decision, man.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, we'll put up a fight for the seat.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I want one question quick.
Yeah, I finished. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Chairman. Okay, we're talking politics now. I know the last election you affiliated with the CPP, I mean the ANC and everything. So you are in the process of meeting political leaders. So where Mr. Cummings come in the picture? Cummings, Gongloe, Moneyman, and so forth. Where do they come in this picture?
We're all talking.
By the way, I just spoke to I exchanged communication with the community. I think ABC arrived today. He's in touch. We're all talking. Yeah, we're all talking, and
so this upcoming Nima election will be a test, okay? And the opposition, for many people are saying that opposition should support one candidate if all goes well, and it will be an experiment to test the opposition unity, see whether they unify.
Nima is tough.
Because I know that.
The opposition will not have one candidate. I'll talk to you behind the closed door. It's a very, very complicated chess. To really wild card game. If you don't play it properly, you just lose the election. But if our goal is to win it, there are strategies that we have to deploy.
And also, I just want to say,
like I mentioned the last time, Sylvester, I said the last time that opposition can have two candidates, but Sylvester said that we're not allowed to have two candidates in a race because I did my recommendation of maybe the late senator. Yeah, Sylvester, you said that.
Let me correct what I
Was
said.
yeah.
You said
Yeah.
Mr. Weah should endorse two candidates. I said no, he cannot endorse. He can just endorse one person at a time. That's what I said. He said he should endorse two candidates. He should endorse the lady, Mr. Johnson's wife, and another person. That's exactly what you said. And I said no.
Right. That's what I said.
Yeah, that's what you said. And I said no, he cannot.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah. I mean,
that's what. And that's the reason why I said
a political party cannot register two candidates. But there's no law that say Musa Bere can say I'm for Y and X. There's no law that says
Musa, but is the proposed party going to be on the ballot in this election?
Absolutely. If there's anything that you must be sure of.
If the party will be registered, we will be attending a registration.
If the party,
then you will receive
feedback.
Then
if the party is certificated before the election,
then you attend the certification program. Most of the people on this show tonight will be at the program. Yeah.
Chairman, we gotta be very clear now. Because the thing is starting here now.
Yeah.
You're gonna put a lot of points out to it. We gotta be very clear on what I gotta talk to you behind closed doors. I won't say nothing else.
Thank you. Amen. Come
okay.
Now you are
Mr. Benedict.
Yeah.
Mr. Benedict.
Mr. Benedict.
Yeah.
Here is my question.
I was just
I got one question. Here is my question. What happens if Toga comes and want to be part of your party?
Who Toga?
Toga who? Peabody?
No, Toga the guy from the
Toga Alexander Peabody.
No, Toga from the legislature. The guy Toga.
Oh,
Toga.
Toga, not Toga.
Sorry.
Toga.
Yeah, now you know
where you from?
Man.
Ben,
Liberia Team.
Ben, did you guys still call? People keep asking me to work call too.
His name is Koga, not Toga.
Okay, Koga. We're trying to play the politics like, hey, you want to be messy? I'm asking you now. If Koga can't say I'll be part of your party yet, what would Billy just say?
The party is open.
Open? What a man when I'm well joined.
Ben, I said, if you are armed robber, if you are anything, if you are former rebel, if you are anything, this party will not discriminate against you.
So
the day you join the party, you sign a contract with society that day. You pledge to be a new Liberian.
And you no longer
you denounce your history, your bad history, and be clean and nothing.
It's starting more like joining some type of society bush because signing a contract to be part of a political party. Like,
Yes,
what
because
if
we
you
don't want,
decide to
we don't want,
Guys,
we don't
break
want
that
let's talk one
contract
at
and
a
nobody.
say,
guys.
I don't want to be part?
Susan,
Let's
here
do
is
one
the
at a
point.
time.
Yeah.
Let's talk one at a time,
Each
please.
member of our party will be an ambassador of the party. So you have to exhibit a certain attitude. Let me explain to you. I don't care who you are in this party. If you are caught in abusing your woman, assaulting your woman, your membership is gone automatically. So we have strict standard. But what we will not accept to say, Tomalin, Tomalin used to be rebel before, so you might not join. No. We're not here for that. But what we are saying, from the day you join this party, you pledge to be a new man. If you used to, you man who can be woman, that day you must stop it, because anything you promise to be a good citizen. You promise not to, when you and Susan working, be gossiping her, trying to undermine her. You promise not to do that. The thing that, what we're forgetting, we are looking at a big picture in Liberia.
Apart the news, tough and spokesperson.
But the small picture in this your group, closing argument group, I know you all got different clique in it. This party will be against that. When we say we are a group, we must support each other in present and in absence. You know what I'm saying? This is going to be the remaking of the Liberian society. This is an initiative aimed at rebirthing a new country. The way we think, the things that we accept as norm. I mean, Ben, let me explain something to you today. I know y'all will put your head on your. Do you know that the money that was put in this budget, last year budget, as project money, where lawmakers supposed to make project and give it to their, constituency? Do you know that some lawmakers are receiving that money in cash right now?
But Chairman, 1 minute. It brings to the question about the audit. Did the audit still?
Where?
So we got audit, Dominic.
Wait, go audit. So the point I'm making to you is, if we don't begin to change this country from that point,
okay, what?
We're having young people. We're going to be recruiting young people. We're not going to bring a young man who thinks that he should be in this party, and when the party wins, he is entitled to a position that he's not qualified for. We're going to bring a young man and say, become party member, take your bow, take your step in life, go to school, the party will offer you opportunity, go become somebody and come back. You understand what I'm saying? So
That's awesome.
There's going to be a lot of changes. This is not going to be one of those parties where you join. It will be oriented. There will be membership orientation. Before you are given that certificate, you got to go through orientation. You got to sit down to understand the creed of the party. You got to sit down to understand that by the time you become this party, you cannot be a bad citizen. By the time you become this party, you cannot see a crime being committed and not report it. By the time you become member of this party, you cannot allow people to do wrong thing to the country and just sit down and go suppliantly. This is going to be something different. But what is going to be more important is that this party will invest first and foremost in the people. Before we ask the people to cast one ballot for us, we have to do something that will have already impacted their life concretely and physically before we ask them. So this is an investment party. This is the part that will invest in the people first.
Thank you. Guys,
That's
please,
good.
you guys take some calls.
Lofa, can I just ask my one question, please?
Susan,
Kennedy, do you have in mind?
Susan, I'm begging you.
Not just Kennedy, I just want to know the candidate for his party, the candidate he's going to be putting up for the election are coming
We'll
from
have
his
enough time
party.
to do that. Thank you, Mama. We'll have enough time. Let's take some calls from back. You have the entire platform.
We'll decide next week. We'll
You'll answer that question. You'll answer that question later. Okay?
Yeah.
Let's take the calls back home.
Okay,
And
let's
we'll take
take
some calls here.
A lot of great news will come up.
Okay, so thanks for following the closing argument here on Truth 96.1. So the lines are activated 0777
Caller, go ahead.
Hey, Lofa, how you doing? How you doing, Chairman? Chairman, thank you for forming your party. Because the city.
Call out your name and where you calling from.
Oh, sorry. I thought that's what I'm calling from Maryland, United.
Go ahead.
Thank you for forming that party, Chairman. Because the CDC is so hopeful. They start listening to us and they got in power. We don't want to send some of us. And we're about to come down on the trend that joined the Chairman. So, Chairman, congratulations for that. But let me say this, Chairman. Liberia, the lawmakers for 11 hours. According to the outside budget, we got from school because Senator Wilson now is a new father nation. That you guys were instructed, sorry for saying you guys, as lawmakers, you were instructed to use 3 million. If I'm mistaken, you can correct me, Chairman. But you used 13 million. Where did that money come from? From 3 straight to 13. I'm just asking you because I already know in my mind that's the reason why the project political fund. So some of you cannot be around there, so you can get a rubber chihuahua in the Richard Coon who is just going to buy it and not boy. So just a program agenda can be carried out and the Liberian people cannot benefit. I listened to him also today giving a State of Nation address. How can you be talking about the rule of law and you got Richard Coon behind you? You got also 12 behind you. And you don't even have the Supreme Court, no justice from the Supreme Court sitting behind you.
All right. Thank you.
I want you to address that.
Thank you, guys. For those of you from the diaspora, we'll close the line here for you guys. Let's take the calls from back home first. You guys in the United States will respond to you. We'll take your calls later. Guys, let's take the calls in Liberia.
Okay, thank you. So the lines are activated. Stay off my monitor. Hello, caller. Yeah, let me. Where do you call from?
And I want to say good morning to Chairman Musa Hassanbility, also Chairman Ben Sanvee, Tomalin George. I want to say good morning to the panelists. Listening to you guys' conversation is very healthy for our country. I'd like to appreciate Chairman Ability for coming up with a new proposal, a new political institution that will come and try to help the Liberian people, young people. And I'll be very much glad that after looking at the effects of the party and reviewing it, and what I'm seeing is in the interest of Liberia, we'll definitely go after it, and we'll show that we can campaign that we can be having some opportunity in this country. No, Liberia needs a move out. And for me, I believe in the rule of law. I have no personal malady in anyone. I have friends that is because speak up for the majority of regional number is my friend and people. But I just believe that the procedure that was used, it was not right. And they just need to go back to the drawing board. If we have to keep this country very peaceful and stable, we need to do the right thing in the best interest of our country.
Okay.
We went to war 14 years of civil crisis. It was because of people churches, enchanted, and help. Liberia is the only country we have. Let us keep the peace and let us continue. I want to say, Chairman, I will visit you, and I'm hoping as a young man, I live in Banoze, and I live very close to the former party chairman, Ben Sanvee, resident in Banoze, and we'll do everything once we can get the right opportunity from that party.
Let's take a hustle in Banoze.
To see a party that will give young people the opportunity for training. It's not about people joining the party and doing a job, but you must train them for the job market as the chairman stated. So we are, our doors are open and we'll also be willing to reach the chairman. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Hello, caller.
Hello, my dear brother.
Yeah, Nima, where do you call from?
Yeah, I'm just Lama Kamara from the Liberia Civil Rights Movement, and let me appreciate you and the panelists in the United States with all of our honorable representative, Honorable Musa Hassan Belede. Listening to his conversation, we encourage the idea in propounding as it relates to establishing a political party. That was what other people fought for yesterday, and we have more team party democracy. So we encourage other political parties. But what I look forward to recommending to him is I think they should be able now to have a bill that will be passed so that the government can be able to form political parties. So that political parties can be more stronger, not to only be using young people as a battleground, but to be able to also provide scholarships opportunity for young people to be able to change their life, to transform their life, in molding their mind so that they can be in the capacity to serve in whatever position that in this, when that political party comes to power, and indeed those are being with the political party and in a strong community advocating and pushing the ideology of that political party so that they can be the one to drive the manifesto of that organization or political party. Thank you very much for the show. We always follow and we appreciate all of you for what you continue to do for our country, Liberia. Thank you very much.
Okay, you are welcome. So the lines are activated at 077785996. Want to be a part of the closing argument here on Truth 96.1. So this is the closing argument show here, and 8 minutes up to the hour 2 o'clock in Painesville. So the lines are activated at 077785961. Let's get to the caller. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from?
Hello.
Yeah, Nima, where do you call from?
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Kemoga in Garguah.
Okay, go ahead and listen to the conversation.
Two questions for you. One, now you are having meeting with CDC. You are met with the former president according to you. And I had some discussion though you say you can divulge the issue to us. But you are already saying that in level you were a vice president, we are not content. Still holding your word. Two, this party that you're going to form, will you have a zero chapter in that party? Thank you.
Okay, he's going to respond to you. Hello, caller. Hello? Yeah, Nima, where do you call from? Okay, go ahead.
You know, we're supposed to have community. I won't wait from you. We don't know where to go into very national bureau. Is it key? Now we put things together behind us. Even for me, I'm a part of that organization. When you see it working the right way, the capability will come away. Any other political party.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, caller. Wow, we lost that caller. So 077785961. Also, this number is on WhatsApp. You can put your calls in +231 077785961 to be a part of the closing argument. Hello, caller. Oh, hello, caller. Yeah, Nima, where do you call from?
Kenneth Bell.
Yeah, your name.
H. Amos Khan from Nima County.
Okay, which part of Nima you are following us from?
No, I'm saying I'm speaking Kenneth.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. And most of the time I won't monitor the talk show, but I'm happy for me to be on the talk show tonight.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, the most ability man who's sitting in the studio.
He's an honorable. Yeah.
We don't get to get Musa to go follow me. The need for Musa now is representative without border.
Wow, okay. Hello.
So hello.
Yeah, go ahead. You are saying something.
Okay, now my people used to told they are printing from Mali, that of grey. Musana open that rule and the people put their printing right in Mali and bring them here. And I speak to you. I will go in certain place they call Ola. The bridge inside they construct certain bridge. I saw that kind of bridge in Arigo Charming on the to Abidjan. Yeah. Now I spoke to you, going to my home to wait and I won't part to great. Musa now open that road, certain area that you got to wait.
Okay.
You understand? So he was representative, he was Senator John in Nima County.
Okay.
So I think Musa become senator, he will be doing President John in Nima County there.
All right.
So just one day I would like to see him. Whether the whole man or young man said that Nima see Musa yet.
Okay. He's listening.
Huh?
He's listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Musa
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Hello,
Man,
caller.
let's take two more, okay?
Yeah, Nima, where do you call from? Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Please be audible. We are not getting that statement you are coming in with.
I got him.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Okay, thank you. Let's take this last caller. Hello, caller.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, Nima, where do you call from? Okay, go ahead.
Let me say, many thanks to Musa Benedict for his tireless work doing in Lima County. Not respected the issue of Marcelli, and he has been called a representative for our border. We appreciate it for that, but problem when it comes to his state. In the sense that Musa Benedict, we elected you to represent the people of Lima County, especially the people of the Marcelli, as you are doing, we across the border that you're representing. But Musa, I want to say to you, for me, I speak to you as an advice. That is my opinion. And that's the opinion of everybody in Lima County. But what I want to know is that he representing the people of Lima, not his own personal gain. He should be able to know that we Lima people will think that we need more from him. There's a thing that says that to whom much is given, much is expected. We are expecting more from our ability to take care of the senator. But the step that he's taking, that is not the support or the government for the government to do good for the Liberian people. We are the people of Nimba. For me, let me say, I am the citizen of Nimba County. That is really picking my imagination. This is the only man to speak to the people of Nimba. Because the government is to do anything that is in the interest of the country, we the citizens of Nimba will also benefit. But if our mother ability will take personal gains over the people of Nimba, then imagination. We spend more of our mother ability.
Okay.
Yes, he is doing well. But let him leave the other personal things that they have an issue within their plug of my dirty, one new they record himself.
Okay, thank you.
So myself like
Okay, so Lofa, I can take it from your end.
All right, I'll take one call from here, and then we'll call it a night with the calls.
Yes.
Caller, go ahead. Your name and where you calling from?
Oh, good evening. Good evening to Chan Bilede. My name is Chris M. City. I'm doing great from North Dakota.
Chris, let's hear from you, boss man.
Thank you. Chan Bilede, I tried and then to Europe for the past few months, no way. I communicated with Tim, Diabo Junior. I don't person who found out the friend of Musa Bilede when you're protesting. They should tell me out for the friend of Musa Bilede in North Dakota. I really try hard to get to you, see I can talk with you, and Jason, Diabo Junior, but I'm in no way. To the point that I'm telling you, I beg you, but I think I called before OPF, we OPF in that morning. The road was carpet that was there. I'm a die-hearted supporter of you. Please, Papa, I don't want to appeal to you. The road for carpet that was there. Please look in that direction. Let my number, we got a lot of things to discuss. We are close to. I'm a die-hearted supporter. I'm the most funny friend of Musa Bilede in North Dakota. Now to talk more. Or Chairman Ben and contact me. Let us talk more beyond the close door. Have my support. We have to talk to Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. We'll cut the phone lines off now, so Chairman Bilede can respond to all of the comments, questions, and everything else. We got the late night show coming on, I believe, later tonight. So,
Yeah.
Chairman Bilede, go ahead, respond as much as you can, and then we'll call it.
Somebody said I was criticizing we are, and today I want to. Yeah, we are our president. When you're president, you're not doing it. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. I have the right to criticize you, but I do have a personal relationship with him. But today we actually discuss politics, but it had nothing to do with our two political parties. We were just discussing general, especially legislative politics. That's what we're discussing. I think significant beyond that. Somebody called to say, okay, yes, the area, we intend to form a branch of the party on in disability, and also we intend to have a women protection unit that we protect and look after young girls in the community that are raped, that are will do that. And also we will form a diaspora access protection unit. What we have observed is that many Liberians in the diaspora send money and things to their family in Liberia. Most of this money, they get lost. They lie to them, oh, we build a house, we do this. Once you're a member of this party, you just register your work to us. You tell us, I have a business here, I have a land here. We will check on it for you all the time. If somebody is encroaching on your land, we will get a lawyer to defend you. There are things that you can do that can bring Liberians together. There are reasons why there are not many investment in our country. Because, look, I have seen situations where somebody built a whole house and they receiving fake photographs. Only for the person to come to the country and the house does not exist. So we will stop that. We encourage actual business. We incubate business relationship. So if you are a diaspora Liberian, will protect your rights. We'll make sure that the immigration laws that we're passing and have been passed and will be passed protects you. We have several things that we can do for that, and then we'll have this orientation, which is important to me, because I think in the diaspora, people still don't understand that. They kind of come around as being different, looking at themselves differently, and they leave an impression on the mind of the ordinary people that they don't tell you, but they act against you. So we're going to try to deal with that, and that we'll do through orientation, through constant interaction with your community. And so if Rabo comes to Liberia, one of the things that we're going to do, we're going to insist that Rabo has something in the place that he's coming from. When Ben Sanvee come to Monrovia, we're not let him to go to Cinco. We insist if you become a member of our party, you got to go to Panama, where the people know you, where you grew up, so that you don't show up 2028, say you want to be represented, then you're struggling for people to know whether you're from there, you're not from there. This is the reason. And also to make sure that the diaspora vote. Do you know that if the diaspora vote, they can leave somebody in New York and elect them as representative? Because you are over 300,000. And 17,000 is decided election in your country. So we'll fight for this with the diaspora. So there are several things we are going to do to connect little doubt, the small places that we are forgetting about, the interest of. Do you know how much money the diaspora sent to Liberia? But it's not working for them. So we'll make sure, we'll not tell you what business to do, but once you register your business, try the same way the American people can protect their citizens. Once you become a party member, you say, I got a land in Burave, that office job, that oil will be there to make sure every now and then they check on your work. Whatever you report to say this is what the people do, you will go and get a clean picture of your work and send it to you, to make sure that, your investment, and that will increase investment. That will increase investment. We'll have means by which will help you to achieve all of those things. And also for the disabled, I think, again, we keep asking ourselves, what's wrong with our society? Why are we behind? But are we taking care of old people in this country? Are we taking care of crippled people? People ask, oh, America is great. America is dead. America will fall. How can America fall? America is taking care of women, protecting them, taking care of children, giving them free education. America is taking care of old people. You will never remain doing this thing and God put you down. So if you want to be a great country, take care of the weak. Our party is going to run a government before it becomes a government, so that people can see through us example. We don't have billions. Whatever we have, we'll put it in the soil, we'll make farm, we'll take the food, we'll feed the hungry, we'll take care of the children in the school, we'll do this. But let the party be seen as giving. Every day we just take it from people, take it from people. We will not do that. We'll give. We'll change the dynamic of politics in Liberia, and people will see us from a different angle. When you see this party coming, we have a diaspora that nobody has ever had before. A diaspora will be interactive, a diaspora that we meet every 6 months across the world. In fact, as I speak, we are planning our diaspora organizing committee meeting in Paris in March, which you will soon hear about the listing of people that will be going there. And in this group now, we have people from Europe, all over that are part of this group. And then we are working to build it up. And then we'll build a diaspora in Canada, in other part of America. We got to do a party. Something is missing in Liberia. Between the two big parties, the majority is lost. So we want to pick up from there, build it up. At the same time, we are in the opposition. We remain part of the opposition community, and we work together with the opposition.
Thank you, Representative Benedict. We will use the remaining few minutes on here, guys. If you got your closing comment, give that. Let's just be brief. Use 30 seconds to give your closing comment. If it's a question, ask your question so we can call it.
Well, I would glad that I get to do.
And then we're good. So let's start. We'll start with Susan, and then we'll go in circle. Susan, Sylvester.
Hey, Lofa, man. You know, come back. We're gonna start with again.
Oh, okay, you want to start first?
No, go ahead.
We'll start with Susan. Well, whatever you want to start in now, we'll go through. Whatever I want to start in now, we'll not go through. You know.
Go ahead, Susan. Go ahead, Susan.
In Jesus' name.
Back to sender. Back to sender. Susie, ask your question.
Then you look so deep today. You're not talking that much.
You're muted.
Can I come in now, guys?
Yeah, go ahead.
Chairman Musa, thanks for coming on the closing argument. This is my first time interacting with you, and I look forward to more. And thank you for the great work in Nima. Yes, thank you for the great job that you're doing in Nima. The young folks, the young ones are joining politics. We're following. I know people might think that, politics now, like, it's still like the way it used to be. People come on the social media and just lie about things, but we're seeing things, all thanks to social media and your involvement on the internet. Some of you guys were doing things before, we didn't see it, but the internet as well now, the way in which it's active, it has given so many people the reasons. As is a good leader, this is the one that I want to support. So I also want to say good luck with your party. I've heard you talking about America. I also think about Australia too. I live in Australia, even though I'm a supporter of CDC. They have
across
yes,
the world. Yes, correct. But
yes,
we're open.
yes. We
We're
have
open.
Liberians. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
We have Britons, hardworking Liberian people. Yeah. All right. So yeah, thank you for thank you for coming on the platform. I would let Lofa flow.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you,
Thank you,
Susan.
Susie.
Thank you.
Sylvester, go ahead, and then Benjamin, Jonah, Robert, and yes, would be St. Tomalin, George. Unless Myean wanted to say something.
Thank you. You said many also. So I would be very brief. I just want to say thank you to the chairman, and we look forward to seeing a lot of other major unfolding events that will pertain to this particular process. And I listened to the chairman this evening. He sounded very robust, and I believe that we're going to roll out many things. He's going to push this. All this is going to be emblematic as per he wrote before. So I just want to say a very big thank you to the chairman. For now, I just want to be quiet and wait and see what's going to happen. Then we all going to go in roll, but we support his thought process. I believe that the process of supporting our democratic pluralism is a very important issue. So we want to say thank you. And the money they say yago niba yazie. So everything. It's a process that we have to pay deep attention to. Some of us we pay attention, and we follow suit. So thank you, and thank you, Lofa, and have a very wonderful evening, Mr. Bede.
Thank you, sir. Benjamin, Jonah.
Yeah, so I want to say thank you to the chairman. I'll speak to one thing that the president said today that got my head spinning. Well, when he talked about his ambition for building, psychiatric homes, I think Liberians are falling in the habits of building structures. And one thing I would advise the president when it comes to the issue of psychiatric, Liberia is almost maybe that's the least in the world to have psychiatrics doctor. The last time I checked, in 2016, there was one psychiatric medical doctor that we had in Liberia.
We have four. Four.
I think in 2016, there was one psychiatric. So so now people say four. So if you were to divide 4 by 5 million people, I mean, just imagine if the statistics says every 1 to 5 like Liberia has a psychiatric problem. I mean, that's a mental problem. That's huge. So it's not just the structure they are talking about. And the statistics that I'm giving for you is from UNESCO. It's highly needed, but it's not the structure. We need the people to learn to take care of these people. Thank you very much.
So quickly before you go, the basic is that you don't need psychiatrists, you don't need 10 or 100 psychiatrists. What you need, you have the 4 you have, and you have other mental social officers that will have to go through the society. So
yeah,
listen,
but the 4 are too small.
you don't strike the balance the way you want to think. The ratio, you need to
the 4 are just way too small.
It's how we do it. You don't do as our population size.
It still
we
can
can
make
do
it.
it in a way that
small.
we but anyway, we'll discuss another day.
Right. Go ahead, Robert, and close up.
Listen, it's always great interacting with representability. Susan, please come. We want you here every day. If not every day, we want you here at least 3 or 4 times a day. I think you add to the voices of a lot of women. We have a lot of men on the show. We have some great women who are part of this network. My sister Grace, and what's the other?
It's Sarah Doble.
And it's Sarah Doble. So I think you add to that voice. Okay, so please don't shy away. Come and be a part of this, and be consistent. But it's always great interacting with representability. Again, I will continue to say, I don't care how many calls I get. One thing you're not going to get, I'm going to be consistent, and I'm going to be as blunt as I can be. I would rather pick a guy like Musa Ability to be speaker, because I know that his actions matters more than his words, and I'll pick the loud mouth representative. What's his name? The Chinese light, the one who said he was the light, and all the promises. He was not supposed to take car, but when he got there, he said the car was already there. He was not supposed to do that. When he got there, he was already there. He was so eager to fly private jet. That's why I will fly. That's why I will fly business class. Until I start getting involved in Liberian politics, I can afford it. I will fly business class. Me and my wife will fly business class into any international trip. So when I become whoever I become, you can't tell me, say I was living a lifestyle I could not afford. So I would take most ability over some of these guys, because I think in this short period of time he's been elected, he has done a lot. He has done a lot. Action speaks louder than words. His actions have beat the expectation of a lot of us, right? And so I will always support him, because his actions has proved to be what we need, and in the House of Representatives, or leadership for that matter, for our country. And so it's always great interacting with him. I know 2029 will be a tricky situation. There'll be many conversations, but I've said I will not be a spectator. I will be in Liberia, and I will be there, giving my voice on the campaign trail to whatever decision that I make. But it was a great conversation. I want to end on this note and say, this President Joseph Boakai did not achieve not a single thing in the first year. And I will go on record by also saying, when President George Weah made his second annual State of the Nation address, he could point to some tangible things that he had achieved. And by that time, he was harshly criticized. There were people who did not give him the opportunity to even start to lead before they started to criticize him. So when George Weah gave his speech, the same time Joseph Boakai had given his speech, you could point to things, not things in negotiation, not things in works, not conversations that are being held that are not even concluded. You could point to those things. And one thing for the fact, we did not have this level of lawlessness in the country today, where you had the judiciary branch of government not even showing up for the president's State of the Nation address. the rule of law in our country is critical to us, to the stability of the fragile democracy that we've enjoyed over these years. And every Liberian, regardless of your political affiliation, we must stand in solidarity. We must stand in unity to protect this fragile democracy. And you cannot protect democracy without protecting the rule of law. You cannot protect democracy without ensuring that the rule of law supersedes anything else. That includes our political party. That means if our political leader does not respect the rule of law, we will not respect them, we will not support them. That's how we have to stand up as a country. And so today, even though I frown on the idea of the speaker not being present because you give more credibility to the criminal in chief, Jeremiah or Naretje Kong, but I admire the fact that the other member of the judicial branch of government did not show up today. And we have to stand up when it comes to the rule of law. Any country or any institution that is not guarded by the rule of law is an institution that is destined to fail. And Liberia cannot be destined to fail. But as we speak right now, if we don't stand up as a country, as people, and put aside our politics, we are destined to fail. And so,
Thank you, Robert.
Empty speech, Lofa. It was an empty speech. We'll have to come back after a year from now to see what has been achieved. Thank you.
Thank you. And in my closing, I just want to say to representability, I think you structure your entire life in a way that you knew exactly what you were doing. You became a businessman. You knew how to sell your product. You learned it, and you learned it to the core. Then you became a politician so that you knew exactly what to say, when to say it. And tonight was a clear indication of that. You literally exhibited that combination of understanding the business aspect of it. You were able to sell your political party. And I'm listening to people here already who are vouching to become members, regardless of the proliferation of political parties in Liberia that have shown to not solve Liberia problem. We have hundreds of parties in Liberia that have not solved our problem, but I still hear people buying into the idea. So that's a great thing. And I must say, your willingness, to come out and discuss national issue, regardless of how you're criticized and how people view your position, I think it's a great thing to, continue to do. You are very consistent in your view, and thus far, what you're doing, we cannot ignore the reality of it, that you have been able to transform lives and you have been able to actually impact our society in a way that a lot of young people hopefully will look into and see reason to hopefully repeat something similar. This is a man who was criticized, his reputation was tarnished to some extent, where when we mentioned FIFA, then your name was mentioned and people saw everything. So here you are today. People are now looking up to you as that role model for Liberia body politics. And I think that's a good thing. You're setting the roadmap, and that is something we were hoping for from other people. Unfortunately, we did not achieve it, but here come Mr. Ability. You're now actually stepping up. You're doing it, and I just hope you consistently do it because you're at this point you're not the regular politician. In the midst of all of the other politicians, you have shown yourself to be a politician because you have a defined idea, a defined agenda. What you want is to leave behind a legacy, at least from all indication, from what I have observed. You want to leave behind legacy. That is what politicians do. They don't go to enrich themselves. They don't go for self-aggrandizement. They go to leave behind legacy so that people can, transform their lives and other things. With that said, I just want to say the decision to add another political party to the many other political parties we have in Liberia, I don't see, guys, please mute yourselves. I don't see how that benefits us. But at the end of the day, Liberians would decide, Liberians would make that critical decision, and hopefully we can actually use this as an opportunity to move Liberia forward. With that said, I just want to say thank you again for availing yourself. Unlike others who will continuously run away from the closing argument, you have been able to avail yourself to almost every media platforms in the country and even on the social media virtually. So thank you for doing that, and we appreciate you. The closing argument, like I always say, is your home. Let it be your home. And thanks to the institution, the guys back home, for staying up and being with us tonight. I think it was a great show, great interaction. We look forward to interacting with you more and more in days to come. Thank you.
Yeah, quickly from where Lofa started, I'll just quickly say, Lofa, as I was off, two lawmakers from the so-called majority black called me, and they were concerned about. I said, but the reason why is that Musa Ability is always willing to come on this platform anytime. Is that what? But I said, no, it's not for him.
No, it's not.
But why can't Tomalin? Why can't they come? Why they scared?
Who's stopping them? Who's stopping them?
He has built himself. So, Ability, I
They
would say,
come and engage.
encourage your colleagues this year. Tell them that nobody will disrespect them. I know government officials said last time they was I said, no, you aren't disrespected yet. People are not disrespecting you. But I said, but you can go on a platform where other people can be attacking you, but you don't understand. But I said, but guess what? We have made it clear. We're not compromise. If you don't want to come, it's up to you. We're not forced it. We're not begging. We're coming every day. We talk and we express ourselves. But one thing today the president said, and then I told one of the officials, I said it was contrary, because Truth FM was singled out today. They singled out Truth FM not to carry the program, not to even get access to the Sona. Give me a list of all the people that they allowed to go there. In fact, our TCA reporter was giving a last minute chance just by another lawmaker to get access to the Sona.
Oh, really?
Yes, that's not fair. And you cannot be cherry picking. The president said they gave 45 permits to new people since he took office. But you are cherry picking because one platform is not singing the same praise song all the time. So you want to single it up. But it's unfair.
They didn't want us there. They did not want us there.
It's True FM. And mind you, True FM been around since all the guys today that having talk show. Most of them from other radio stations, they came on True FM. All the guys there, most of them, I tell you, you won't believe it, they came on True FM. They born them. But Kehleboe, look, you are breaking news today. Other parties are concerned now. Some of my folks, other parties are concerned. What are you trying to do? But again, talk about how Liberian politics did. Especially some folks, people that you have worked with before in the past, they are concerned about that. I'm telling you the truth. And they really want to understand more. So you got to do more explanation. And guys, let us take our time and go through the president's speech so we can take a whole show to dissect it. All the ones that, especially the ones that the fact check will do it.
But Tomalin will have to be on the radio to go to the president's speech.
Yeah. But you see,
we are currently on the radio. We are
on the radio right now.
Oh,
but
okay.
But you know, just that the kid got to go home. But
the kid got to go.
You don't have anybody who want to have late night show contact Lofa for 1 hour late night show after the chairman leaves.
I gotta go to sleep. The chairman gotta go to sleep.
And for now, they call you. They love me go up board us. Like need left for
yeah, love me go with that border. You're not the godfather.
Yeah. Guys, you know, I feel at home. Susan, it was nice meeting you. You know, thank to the young man Myean. Is that Myean?
Yeah, Myean.
Myean. Yeah, thank you. You from Nimba, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I know. Why don't you say that? Yeah. So, Myean, thank you. Look, guys, Ben. This is our first interaction. It's really great to have you. Look, we're about to change the paradigm in Liberian politics. We're not joking. The Liberian people have been in an abusive relationship with most of the political parties. We're going to end those relationships. We're going to force parties. You know, something happened a few days ago. I was happy. So we want to start a road somewhere. And, you know, the people from the rescue family started asking road on the other end to fix it. I'm happy. We are going to compete. We'll force people to change the life of the people that vote for them. And we will change the way the people vote for politicians in this country. And it's going to be do for the people first and then ask them to do for you. It will never always be asking the people. No. We're going to change Liberia. In 2-3 years, it will be physical. People will see it, life will be changed. And so when we tell you vote for this our representative, vote for this our senator, it will be easy. So we're here for the long run. Our party will be both, it will be sophisticated. Membership will be $12 a year. So you pay $1 per month. And that will be it. And the diaspora will be very active, very, very active. We'll have a diaspora conference every 6 months in America, Europe, Australia, Canada. We'll be rotating, and we'll have an annual diaspora conference in Liberia to make sure that we connect our people. And we'll open our relationship across the region, and we'll advocate for the amendment of the election law, because it's already in the Constitution. The right of absentee voters is enshrined in our Constitution, but it's not in the election law. So we'll force it into the election law so that Liberians in Australia, in Europe, in America can be able to vote. Susan cannot come here and contribute all she's doing here, and then election comes, she just sit there and watch people making decisions that affects her. We're gonna stop that. So this is a party. I will not tell you the name, but I will tell you the motto. The motto of the party is by the people, for the people. It is an institution that is by the people, for the people. So we're gonna explode, and we'll never stop working, because it has worked for us. It worked in Nimba, so we replicate that effort across the country. This weekend, we have a small agricultural program that we are launching in Bon County. Bon County is our regional headquarters. We already have a land there. We're going to break ground for our new party headquarters. And then before the party is certificated, that building will be ready for to move. We're not joking. People will move from Bon County to go to Grand Bassa in car. Right now, there's a ferry there. We'll move that ferry. We'll put a bridge there. We'll do the same thing in Bon County and Nimba County District now. We'll connect it. And we will prove to Liberian people that as politicians, you can do for the people, at least before asking them to do for you. We'll change that around. Thank you, guys.
Who DJ for the dinner tonight? Was it DJ Blue? Or DJ...
Okay, guys. All right, guys. Good night, man.
Thank
Susan,
you.
You coming tomorrow?
All right, guys.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
I'm working tonight. Maybe on Friday.
Myean, you got it, right?
What time Australia now?
1:33
What AM?
PM.
daytime.
What?
Let me turn the camera so I can see the daylight.
Jesus
See how
Christ.
amazing God is. Oh yes, y'all see this. Y'all see outside here. How do I turn the camera around, Lofa?
Everywhere we're from is nighttime, including America.
Y'all see? You see outside?
Wow. God is wonderful.
Yeah. Sun shining here.
Where about we come and go to bed this side? Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
All right.
All right, guys. All right. So, Tomalin, so you're going to DC. You don't tell people this is eh? You mute that one, man. You mute. I can hear you.
I'm too happy, my man, that it was almost like a blind date, something like. Yeah. You know who
Neil Progressive? You put one of DC Intel though.
Yeah, they kept all the man. The man went DC. They had some special accommodation in DC, man. So the man.
All right, guys, but we'll talk, man.
Okay,
No,
man.
man, guys, just stay for one more hour, man. What are you rushing for, man? One more hour, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
We're on the radio. Man, we can't talk the president's speech without on the radio bar.
No, man, forget it. They put the book on, but man, we stay. They put for 1 hour, man. Yeah, put 1 year move on y'all, man. 1 year move on y'all.
I mean, the president's speech was. Listen. To be honest with you, I didn't expect much. You know, somebody called me and say, why you always support neo progressive? And I said, but why you want me to support? I don't always agree with neo progressive, but when the man says something that's right, I gotta agree with it, man. Sylvester said it last time. When it comes to tangibles, when it comes to what this president has received or done in the first year, I didn't expect much. But what surprised me was the fact that this president was able to inject that they have trained 10,000 people in cybersecurity.
Oh, but in what it did?
No, they have not even trained 5,000 people in cybersecurity.
10,000 people that LTA did that's not you're talking about?
No, I don't think so. And even if you train 10,000 people in cybersecurity, how would you describe that as an achievement? Come on, man. I won't even be brave enough to describe even Jomo Jala, who support this president. I believe with everything inside of me, Jomo Jala knows better than to mount a podium when you have over 5 million Liberians looking to you for tangibles, and you're mentioning, or we train 10,000 people in cyber security. So when you put that in perspective, what does it benefit the country as a whole to train 10,000 folks in cybersecurity when you did not even mention the government plan to ensure that these people are actively employed, that whatever training you're giving them, whether it's 6 months or 1 year, whatever the case is, it couldn't have been 1 year because they have been in government for 1 year, 3 months, 4 months, that they have some sort of opportunity to work to ensure that they're mastering their craft, right? It makes no sense that the president will mention that. And as I listen to the speech, Tomalin, it reminds me of what the Deputy Minister of Information said on this platform, right? When he mentioned that buildings that they inherited that needed renovation, painting, furnitures, was something significant enough to mention as an achievement. We can't do this in the 21st century. A whole government that came and took power from a government that they said were doing everything wrong. But and you are mentioning the inheritance of buildings, government buildings that you're painting, you are furnishing, you're mentioning 10,000 folks in cybersecurity as an achievement. The whole government, you got to be joking.
Well, yeah, go ahead, Raul.
You got to be joking. So I did not hear a single thing that really they could point to that, this is an achievement. But what is interesting about that was right after the president's speech, even though they said CDC did absolutely nothing, right after the president's speech, I watched a video of him pulling up at the airport. Yeah, comfortably pulling up in the fence of the presidential George Weah built. I saw the people. I mean, you could see it looked so modern. It looked so nice that the president does not have to drive to that little place that we've been using since Taylor time, that they renovated for all of these years. That the president was pulling up into a nice modern 21st century presidential suite. Yet and still, they said this government did, George Weah government did absolutely nothing. But they could not point to a single tangible. The Liberians, void of their political affiliation, could say, you know what? We'll give credit to the Unity Party. This is what they've done in the first year. They could not mention not a single thing. A lot of promises made. And for me personally, to be honest with you, there's nothing the president said today in his promises that is impossible. Everything is impossible. He said that by 2030, they want to achieve 75% of electricity output, right? And so everything he said is possible. But have the president exhibited the kind of leadership to show that he has the political will and the level of patriotism to do what he has promised, you have $8 billion in a development plan by 2030, and you are only expected to support 30% of that. The rest of that comes from donor. I mean, it confuses me, to be honest with you. How is that feasible? Anything is possible, right? But I don't believe this government have what it takes to actually make those promises a reality and actually implement them. I don't believe that. But
the rest of that, Robert, I saw you on some post. On some post today, right? I saw you some post. I like the way. I like the kind of a pushback you're hitting. I'm surprised that George Lobo, Anthony Kessley, all the guys are right. Even Daniel San, all of them who run and wrote on us some posts that we posted about what I look. We gotta be honest with ourselves. When I hear people say, what happened today have happened before, I said no. We are students of history. Samuel Dota, now time I saw during the administration, during the SONA, where the Justice Supreme Court were absent. Somebody was there.
This is unprecedented. It's unprecedented.
It's the first time in history, and if you understand that, it's a scathing rebuke and rejection of for the fact that they violated the rule of law. And what happened? And everybody talking about, hey, it's trending, okay? And like, look, and the person talked about unity, and I was a little confused because since his administration, extended to the presidency, he had not talked about anything about uniting the country. He said, well, he reached out to the opposition now to have a government of inclusion. I still doubt it will happen. I think he listed something that he said he will undertake. I think a laundry list of things he said will undertake. And these are including the burial of the reburial of the former presidents Doe and Torgbean. That was good, but again, we look forward to see it happening. So when I see President Garguah return from Tanzania and he calls and they say the president want to meet with all opposition leaders, then I will understand. I say, okay, now I think he coming to understand that maybe he heading to that point. But until then, to see two sitting former presidents sit down and President Weah said, when he was president, I think Garguah went to his state of nation once, but he never, every time they invited him, he did not show up. He didn't show up. Okay, and I think it wasn't right thing to do. Mana Salif, if she was happy, she would have crawled to that place today to attend it. But because everyone's not happy, and the Supreme Court, look what they did today. They made the Justice Minister look so I don't want to use another word, but he made it look ugly because he was the one who guided as a dean of the Supreme Court and advisor to the president, chief legal advisor, and told him, say, well, the Supreme Court say you guys, the majority of black were right, and they support what they're doing. It was wrong. Okay, but guys, quickly, people have been asking about this. I want people to give their, you please tell me about this thing, right? You'll give you all this short stuff about this. I don't know. You're going to give it sounds there? I hear it sound. Hey.
But Tomalin, we have to discuss the whole speech tomorrow, though.
Yeah, we'll do it the whole week. We got one just for a few minutes.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah. But, I mean, we can put it. Lofa, can get it this time for us. What Lofa gone? Hey. Lofa get us on. But in this picture, right? I don't know. The president, I know they had two, prior to the president speaking, they had two big outdoor air conditioners there. Had it out there, I think it was installed. To which I understand. He's an ageable man. He's not perfect, 100% perfect in health. I don't have a problem with that. But what it did to is you allow him to even told him, so look, during the speech, drink some water at times. Even they happen in America, people drink water when they give him speech when they're talking. But what it did, the AD came to the president, right? Well, I was there today. At one point in time, he told the president about going to fall. I saw him making some gesture like that. I said, what the guy up to? And then they were on high mic. And then the man, what the AD came, the security guy said, after the program, they just shake hands, just go. They go quick. And that go. Then the guy that called Richard Cohen, he said, he on high mic, he said also, oh, the president will not, the man will not go to that play. He will not go to that play. He was the man looking. All this thing there, it was embarrassing, Look, and I have no problem. They are seeing Anthony Kessley. You get sound now? He gave me a sound. No. What are we doing?
Please escort the president.
And you see,
But why they're blocking the president from the camera? Why they're blocking the view of the camera?
Look at the president's face.
The guy that blocking the president, that's the other man who know what he doing. He don't
Yeah.
know what happened.
He was a little bit confused. The president was a little bit confused
The
here.
guy you see blocking him, and he don't know the camera to pick up what happened to the president. What the man discussing.
Wow.
Coverage. That he what man. The phone very excellent. That how much did it
But you see, Pewee, I think coming to the end of this, the person was a
So
little bit.
wait, Tomalin, who is the guy whispering the president here?
The guy with the dark shades?
Yeah.
That was security post.
I think that the president chief bodyguard, because he's the one that took the other guy place. He's the one who, whenever the president gets anywhere, he opens the door for the president. Yeah. Yeah, he opens he stays in the front seat of the president car. Yeah. Yeah. He was a little bit confused there. You know, at one point in time, he was a little bit confused there. You could see he was a little bit confused.
But no, but this guy, someone must have told this guy right here in the court to block the view of the camera, because once there was a whispering.
No one told him they are trained to observe the president. If the president is behaving unusual, they don't want seen, they will have to do that to block the coverage.
Yeah, but if you watch the guy, you watch the AD cam,
the other coming to the both of them coming. All of that I don't do.
If you watch the guy in the military uniform, the AD cam, he will tell you. AD cam, you watch him, he'll tell you.
So all of them around there, these are the protective services guys. Now, so the president coverage line, the guy, the chief of protective services, the chief of protective services will always be distant from there to observe what's unfolding. But the guys around that formation, that unit, all of them will have to work in line to understand how the step will go to communicate, because all of them got communication gadgets. They communicate with each other, telling them what happening, what's going on.
Yeah, but
so I want to do that.
Lofa, people play from the start, I beg you. Let me hear from the start, please.
You see, after drinking that, drink some water.
Both committees to please escort the president.
Yeah, you know, I feel sorry for
So at this point, was he done with the speech?
He was done.
Yeah. He
but what happened? But Robert, what happened? Coming to the end of the speech, he was somehow slurring, right? And how come the AD camp in the back? He did like this. One point in time, he did like this to try to make like see what everything okay. But the guys around him noticed that. Well, you see the president's face, right? Look at his face. You can tell that he was a little bit confused at that point.
Is that guy related to Lobo?
Lofa, leave my brother alone. Lofa, come on, Lofa. Leave him.
Yeah, but too many. My issue here is that we as Liberians, and this should not be an issue. During the campaign, Liberian Post saw the woman age and they voted for him.
Yeah.
So what I want is handlers to always know here is that this man is 80 years old.
Exactly.
This man is.
I thought you were 82 years old. Which one now?
No, he turned 80 this past November.
80 or 82?
No, I think 80. As they said.
But
anyway, 80, 82.
Some post 82, but some post
yeah, you're confusing us sometimes, man.
For the book, it's issue that this man been having some other health issues and other things. That's not the issue, but the age alone, we will expect that at that age.
I love anybody. I stop it. And besides, Joma, I'm
at that age, you'll be. So for me, it is understandable for the 80-year-old man. I pray and then I really thank God for him. Right, so 80-year-old person, you expect them to be, you not expect them to be strong.
Yeah,
so
but he did well. So still 2 hours, 1 hour 30 minutes.
So you speak for more than 1 hour, at least 1 hour maximum. 45 minutes or 1 hour. Do a summary of the speech. 45 minutes, 1 hour. Get the president deliver that. Then thereafter, the executive marshal will give a detail of the speech and publish it, and also serve each lawmaker a copy. That's just the process.
Yeah, and the Pewee point, look, Robert, the thing is that the Pewee said earlier, we all know that the woman is old, right? But you cannot try to force it. Don't let Liberia push you to do things against the will. They say, oh, we'll prove a point. They see, and then I'll tell you somebody when I wrote that, oh, you're telling Papa gonna faint. No, nobody should ever wish ill will on any human being. to, so to speak, our president. I'm a Christian. The Bible says, pray for your leaders. And I know when I pray for the leader. Even I'm not a fan of Trump, but I pray for Trump because he's president of America now. I pray for him, pray for Boyka. Now you pray for those in authority. The Bible tells you to do that. Pray for those in authority. That they say leaders that God gave you them. Pray for them. Okay? Don't wish them ill on anyone. So, but for the fact of the matter that what they try to prove is like they want to prove a point to the people. No. Yeah. The woman should have water for the woman there. Have water there. Even if they come to the point where he will sit down and even address the nation, they should do it. But
they won't break any record.
No, don't do that.
They won't break any record. They won't break Joey record.
That woman's strong.
The record Eddie break over there.
Eddie break record. Oh yes.
I mean, it's almost 3 hours. And then when she said that, she turned around. She told them, "Say, I will be a formidable candidate."
Formidable candidate.
Erupted. So yes. you can't break that record.
But
you cannot.
But I gotta give credit to Kula for fun because I think that the executive, I think they were in charge of planning. I think that the fact that they had 2 large fans, right, like directed right at the podium, at the president, I think it's a sign that they have learned from their lessons, and they have come to the conclusion that yes, the president is not 45 years old.
Exactly.
The president is not Jeremiah Cohn. The president is certainly not George Weah. The president is an elderly man. And they've also acknowledged, without saying, that the president, he has health issues. And at 80 or 82, whatever his age is, you expect a man of that age, that Sylvester said, to have health issues. This is why I said during the campaign, Sylvester, that if I was running the president campaign, I would not shy away from saying, listen, I'm an old man. I'm an old man. But me being an old man doesn't negate my ability to function. I'm still functioning. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I can do the job. But I'm an elderly man. What they did wrong was the fact that they gave a false impression of the president's health and his age. We all know that 80-year-old man, under any circumstances, should be retired. She's not at the level that he was when he was 40 years old or 35 years old. It's a given, right? And
even when he was not at the level when he was, let's say, 70 years old.
70, exactly, 10 years.
He was 65 years
right?
old. Yes.
So I like the fact that they've learned from their lessons that the president is not, he's an old man, and you cannot have this man in the sun, in this heat, in January, just standing out there talking for 2 hours. Now the mistake that they made was, to your point, Sylvester, why must the president stand out there for 2 hours to say what?
Yeah.
Summarize the damn speech.
Mm-hmm. They did it for 1 hour.
Even an hour. Even
1 hour 32 minutes.
Yes.
2 minutes.
But even an hour.
Making the same mistakes is wrong because look. And Robert, you saying, look. I mean,
at the end of the practice time for 45 minutes.
Yeah, but you keep the man there for all hours. Then and it's when the observer woman was getting a little bit confused now. At a certain point at the end of the speech, then everybody started taking concern. Everybody started to start getting closer.
If people pay attention, some of that will repeat to that. There's era for the woman to say 55th, that's the job. You will say 5th, that's the job. It is 55th. You say you just cut the shot now. So
yeah, you're cutting the shot. In fact, imagine now, the president knew that the justice wasn't president again. But during his speech, he kept calling that. When he said, "You say, Mr. Vice President, Justice Supreme."
Well, he should not have done that.
Yeah,
he should not have done that
because he was just reading. Because he was just
reading. Because he's not alert. He's not alert at that point.
Happened? It was
but look at what happened in Tomalin. Even the games, Lofa played the last time, and I understand. I spoke with someone from the executive mansion. I said, "My people, I won't call the person name." I said, "My people, you mean the president could not even attend the first half of the game? The president could have attended the first half of the game, but it shows that the president is an old man and he cannot be everywhere." George Weah would have attended that game. You see what I'm saying? And still gone, like have time to prep for the for his speech. You know what I'm saying? Because that speech should have been done with a month from
no. On this one, I would defend the president on that. The reason why he didn't attend the game is just clear cut. Now he's sensitive to the process that hey, this is the national county meet. So he's from Lofa, right? Lofa is speaking this, and when he go to this thing, he will not go to order. He's the president of the country. He's the bottom of the country, right? So here is it.
All right, so I
will
gotta
not-
close. I
the
gotta close.
president
Yeah,
will only attend the final of the game. Trust me. And I'll predict it again. He'll only go to the final.
Sylvester, no.
The final or the semi-final.
But regardless of the president is from Lofa. Everybody, look at the press secretary supported her county. At the end of the day, all Liberians should understand
She's
that
just the
we will
president.
support our
She's the-
respective counties. Yes,
She's the press secretary, not.
but
not
the president can still go and support his county, bro. Nothing wrong with that.
All counties.
No, the president, no. Sylvester, the president cannot be we can demand that the president support all counties.
Exactly.
The president of Lofa, the president got to support all counties.
In a great America, yeah. Obama was for Chicago when he plays. I'm a Chicago fan.
Chicago, exactly.
Okay. Even the Super Bowl now. So support. You point. They already got it.
I won't support that, Sylvester.
The president
got to support his county. He is his president.
President was writing his speech that today he did, so he had to.
No, about just on the issue.
I don't think he had that kind of energy. That's the point I was making.
Yeah, and
so go to that, and then
they're not treating him right. The handles not treating him right.
Yeah, but basically,
leaders will do those things.
Because our country very sensitive. Leaders will do those things on the basis of trying to balance the way the structure of the leadership, right? Because the president is the embodiment of the country. This is the national county meet. You don't want to. The president were to go there today. I come in.
Okay.
If the president were to go there today, and then Lofa, they say, "Oh, the president influenced the game." That's why Lofa won the way they won.
No, because the president can influence the game. Why you in your mansion? The president can influence the game from your house.
Let me give you an example. Those times you can remember the last country were picking up with all that something with some were leading Grand Jury. As soon as some though arrived, they get Grand Jury penalty.
Yeah, but my man, go to Barrow game. Those were glaring. Those were showing Barrow.
They get penalty.
He's just showing Barrow something up. No, but honestly, but Pewee.
When you look, I think our Grand score against Grand Jury are leading. Somehow the president, when I'm too happy, the president was trying to leave. The president, as soon as the president that the light went off in the stadium, they had to postpone that game.
Yeah, but man, Pewee, it happens, man. Let me welcome my man Flex Amos Isaiah. He just from Liberia. He just came from Liberia, and I would love for him, Pewee, for the next few minutes we got here, let him share his Liberia experience with us. I mean, he's not for no political party. He just came and he want to just share his experience from Liberia. Tell us about it. But again, he'll bring news tonight.
Welcome, brother.
Pewee, he coming to tell you who he want to be the president of Liberia 2029. He'll tell you tonight. Go ahead. Flex.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Nice to be here with you guys tonight. Thank you guys for having me. I just returned from Liberia this past week, and it was very, very interesting. I went with my entire family.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so it was very, very good, and we had a awesome experience. And the kids had a great time. They can't wait to go back, But again, there were a lot of things that they saw that wasn't what they expected, It was an interesting journey, I took them all the way from Monrovia to Nemat, and we drove from Monrovia with Google Map to Nima Eco Lodge.
Eco Lodge, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't even ask anybody. It took us straight there from Monrovia from EAWS straight to Nima. It was almost like 5 hour, 30 minutes journey.
Wow.
And we only mix a few stops along the way just to take pictures at the different borders. And there are a lot of things that I experienced, and it was very, very interesting. Yes. So
yeah, but yeah, you said that based on what you saw in Liberia.
Yes.
You said, look, I think we should change the new direction. Or you said you have a candidate in mind. So we'll give a candidate to break the news to the people. Who you think
at this point, I think Liberia needs to go in a different direction, in my view. And with the current trajectory of leadership and everything that's going on. I personally, will. I mean, after this particular turn in office, we don't. I mean, we have done so many try and error, and I just think, um, I mean, it's not maybe a person that everyone would be thinking about.
But you scared to call it name? Your reaction. Go ahead.
You scared to call it name? That everyone would be thinking about, but for me personally, and looking at the current state of Liberia and the slow pace of things, I personally think that they should just give that country to Mirabel. Yeah, Mirabel should be our president.
You the man said Mirabel should be the candidate for the president for 2029. But
Yes.
why? Just give a reason why. Why? Support your reason.
The reason, my personal reason is that, everyone here, if you look at the current state of leadership in Liberia, it's not 4 years anymore, it's 6 years term, and we don't have any time to waste anymore. There's so many things going on. Mirabel have been recycled so many times in different capacity. She have been taken everywhere you go in Liberia. Mirabel or footprint or stamp is everywhere. It's visible. She's not a person that is not someone that you say is not educated or something like that. Mirabel is an educated lady. She's a very, very educated person. She has a bachelor in business administration. So education part of it, she have it. And her track record have shown that she's capable of doing things. Imagine at the low level, she's doing all of these things.
What person position now?
No, she's not in government. No, she said she said they had to call it the task force for LEC.
Yeah, and one thing, it's good that you mentioned LEC, right? Her presence at LEC right now have shown that no one in Liberia want to go and, people are still stealing current, but it's at a very, very bare minimum. They know when you are caught, they're going to take your wires away, they're going to take your meters away, you may even be prosecuted. So everyone is on the edge, and that's because of Mirabel. All right. So if you go to Liberia, everywhere, anything Mirabel touches, her fingerprint is on it, her stamp is on it. So imagine this person as president of the Republic of Liberia. Imagine she has the look. If Mirabel, just imagine if you tell any Liberian right now, say, "Oh, Mirabel is coming. Mirabel is the leader of this. Mirabel is that." No one want to do anything wrong. No one want to do anything wrong. I just personally believe that if she becomes president of Liberia, things will change at a very, very fast pace. From imagine the RIA rule, right? They are facing that rule right now, repairing that rule, and there are a lot of things that's going wrong with that rule. My personal view. I'm not saying anybody else. These are new things that people are seeing. That the rule is wide, the rule is this, and the rule is that. They started from EFWA Junction, right, going to the airport. They're repairing the road, but they covered that is the gutter on the side of the road, right? They left it open. So they have to face that road from there, go all the way to RIA and come back and start to cover that thing. And before they get back to that thing, the whole thing will be clogged. Nothing, it's just like, going everything just upside down. So imagine Mirabel sitting at a table negotiating these deals and ask you that asking the contractors that how many years going to take you to construct this road from here to the airport, and you gave a fixed time, and and negotiate the contract, maybe it's going to take you $2 or $3, and you gave a fixed time that this is going to be done, and it's not done. That company will be changed. So
yeah, I gotta comment. For a second. My brother,
let me listen to you.
My brother, listen, and I'm sorry because normally when my first interaction with a lot of folks on this platform, I try to be very, very nice. Yeah. But I'm not gonna be nice here because
Don't be nice.
Mayor Bro is
Rock it,
the
rock it.
farthest thing from any characteristic of a leader that you want at a negotiation table. Listen,
What
if
what is the characteristic of a leader? Tell me
well,
one.
yeah, my look, we talk about the root of law.
Somebody
right?
agree with me, though.
We talk about the root of law,
Go,
right?
go,
And I
go
respect
ahead. Go
your
ahead. I'm listening to you.
opinion, right?
Someone say that side today.
Go ahead. I'm listening to you. The rule of law. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm listening
Let
to you.
me. We'll talk about the rule of law. If your characterization of her is, well, because people children that topic for instance, or she law in her own hand, that's not what we want. I think we fall past that. When
What do you
Liberians
want?
talk about look, I want a president who is tough, right? But who understands where he or she limits are, right?
Okay.
I want a president who understands that I can be tough
Yes.
within my jurisdiction and still understand that, you know what? The law is not what I do. The law is not my own action. When you take people, what we should encourage in Liberia is the system working for people who break laws. For people who break laws, you should have traffic, you should have police officers issuing a system that issue tickets, go to court and make your case in court and have a judge.
Okay, if I may ask you,
let me land. And have a judge be the determining factor based on the law what crime this person has committed. But when we talk about this whole tough presidency and this tough personality of a leader, it pisses me off when we mention Mary Bro, because all Mary Bro did when she was acting mayor of Monrovia was she abused her authority. She did not she abused her authority. I don't want leaders who abuse their authority and leaders who does not understand what the power is. As a powerful leader, you have to respect the various institutions and the various branches of government. Mayor Bro's job is not to beat people because they litter. Mayor Bro's job is not to beat people because they did not respect the laws or traffic. Her job is to do what she should do. So look, I don't want Mayor Bro anywhere near negotiation tables. I don't think she has the temperament. I don't think she has the temperament.
You are getting it all.
Anything done. And I'm sorry, but I want Sylvester take on this.
Okay, Sylvester, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I think I listened to you, my brother. I don't know what triggered your decision on a serious note, but Mary Bro, I witnessed Mary Bro serve in the country. First passport director, the president sent her briefly to the Freeport, from the Freeport to City Hall. From the City Hall, I think Special Task Force and Joe, we had to go to GSA as Director General of the General Services Agency and the rest of that. She's deeply polarizing. She's a kind of a polarizing figure. And with our political configuration, I don't think we need someone that the Liberian presidency is beyond those kind of a process about someone that is erratic, polarizing, and the rest of that. You need people that will respect the rule of law. To be president of the country, the first thing you will take oath for is to preserve the law of our country. To respect, I come in 1 minute, to respect the laws of the country. Now, Mary Bro, in other words, she served in those capacities in terms of trying to perform her responsibility. But if you are performing your responsibility thereof, and then blatantly violating the rights of others, that is tantamount to undermining the very principle for which you went to perform your job. I saw Mary Bro literally making a pregnant woman to pump the thing we call pump time, right? In Monrovia. That
really?
Yes. Mary Bro did that. It was on the basis of that Mary Bro was ordered to report to the Liberian Senate. Then I can recall the two men, they are all deceased now, they all late. The late Mabudu Vlan Yimpan and the late John Wilfield those two senators referred to Mary Bro. John Wilfield referred to her as a dangerous, strange creature.
Wow.
That was the statement. Because he was very adequate. These are two smart
very
senators and the rest of that. So, and it was on the basis of that they referred to her as a non-government material. They describe her, Maputo Ipan described her as an undesirable element.
You were thinking of my power.
In the public sector.
Yeah, let take it,
Thereafter,
Mm-hmm.
Madam Sadi was forced to remove her from the city hall. It was due to that when the Liberian Senate said if they keep her in that position, they wouldn't work with the president in any of her legislative agenda. The president was then constrained to have withdrawn her nomination as acting Monrovia City mayor at the time because of the constitutional nature of the appointment at the time before the Supreme Court could give a decision-making process there. Now, Mary Brown is an overly saturated element, and that's the problem, So she's emotional. She allowed her emotion to be cloud her reasoning in terms of performance. She sometimes does her job, but to say she should move on to the presidency, I would disagree in that on a serious note, because a presidential material will have to go beyond the line of understanding what the law is, understanding the view of others. You can still perform your responsibility in respecting the laws. But I think, and again, part of your right and responsibility, and that's what we refer to as fiduciary responsibility you have to say who you want to be president. But that would be a counterproductive issue if anyone were to imagine doing it.
The flag. One more person want to before you speak. Okay, Kehleboe, go ahead.
Yeah.
Thunder. I think I listened to this brother here. I listen to Pew and I listen to Rawat. I do agree with Rawat and Pew. The brother argument is so laughable because the common sense argument is that Mary Bro has said long. She to City Hall, to GSA, to Freeport, to AEC. Boaga said for the 2 years. You see what you're doing now? That's your argument. Because Boaga still law and governor for the 2 years. All the governor appointing you. That's your criteria. It doesn't even support your argument. It just undermine your argument. So I don't think the argument should be about who has served in different agencies of government. I don't need to belabor or repeat what the two guys have said. Mary Bro is actually, I would say, she's a representation of what is wrong with the governance system in the country.
Wow.
That's basically what she is. And all of what she was doing is because she had explicit backing from the executive mansion in two instances. She called her, I don't know, her nephew, so she had explicit confidence backing from The same thing with Celine. So she could not even go to jail even when she was in violation of the law. So I think to say, and your argument is even an indictment for the current government that they are doing so bad that you are trying to start a race to the bottom. Say, let's just go for the worst in Boaca. I mean, that's basically what he's saying.
That is not an argument, but you can go ahead.
No, because to compare Mary Bro based on Boaca performance,
it is not only Boaca. Go ahead.
Okay, so you compare her with Ellen, you compare her with former boss Ellen Johnson study too.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, let look at it this way.
So you are starting a race to the bottom. Let's say we'll go to the least among these people. I mean, that's basically your argument. But
you guys are getting it. You guys are getting my point.
Leadership is about understanding the governance process. Mary Bro had lacked the fundamental understanding of what governance process is. Governance process entails respecting the rule of law, administering justice, understanding. Even now, we are in an age where we are in a developmental budget approach, where our budget is not just a political tool we have to link it to key infrastructure that will drive us of economic growth.
How well have they worked for us?
The president, part of the issue we've been having in the last 6 years And even now, it's because we are black and we are who don't understand who don't understand economics. So,
that's what I'm saying. How well have they worked for us?
All by themselves. You know, Honor Ellen could call the finance minister and say, look, I finished talking to the World Bank. I look at the data. I've done this. I've done that. In the last two, the current administration in the last one, the president in the marshal did not understand economics. So they were relying on the finance minister to decide what to do in the country. No, nothing.
What was accomplished?
So you try to bring somebody who also does not understand economics.
No.
But he asked a question. Go ahead. He asked a question. What a question, Flex?
I said what and what was accomplished? On the past president and the current president. What was accomplished?
No, but comparatively, if you compare Ellen, we are in Bwaka. Ellen did far better than we are in Bwaka in many respects.
With lot of assistance, a lot of resources at the time. With a lot of resources, a lot of help.
No, I'm not.
At this stage of our life.
Okay, so what I'm doing here, I'm not talking about Ellen did what was necessary for Liberia to be on a growth trajectory, because she had all the opportunities. I'm very critical of, for example, the road from Monrovia to Garguah. What she did with more than $200 million loan, she just rehabilitated the road. She did not expand the road, right? So she was not visionary on that. She didn't take into account that. That's why too many accidents on the Garguah Monrovia Garguah Highway, because the road is so narrow and the cars are running, big trucks are passing. Trucks are coming from our road. I'm not saying she has some pitfalls. In fact, many pitfalls. But if we're talking about performance, or we're talking about putting eyeball to eyeball and looking at which one is bigger, I would say Ellen did slightly better than we are in Bwaka. That's what I'm saying. That's the argument here. I'm not saying Ellen did the best with the resources that were available. It's not the argument.
I agree with you, and I agree with all of you guys' point of view. But my personal take on the current state of the country and in the current trajectory and our country is going. Let every one of us here add another 6 years plus to our ages. We'll come back here and we'll be at the same.
Emma, let me ask you a question. Kehleboe, 1 second, please. Yes. Emma, let me ask you a question. Ask you a question. Yes. So, if you had a Mirror,
yes,
I want you to differentiate. Why would you pick a Mirror, right?
Yes.
Over, let's just say, Dr. Clarence Monoba. Or Alice why would you pick a Mirror over Clarence Monoba or Alice Cummings or even Gongloe? Why would you pick her over those three?
Okay, one of the reasons I went this direction, maybe some of you guys may not know my friend's name in the past election, but I have a different take when it comes to this. Looking at the trajectory and the way things are the slow pace of things, right? And every year we're doing try and error, we're doing this, we're doing that. I just personally just look at it at this point that none of these people are better than her. She's just as patriotic as everybody else that wants the best for our country. And
so leadership and competence. Why would you pick her over them? That's what I want to know.
Okay, leadership and competence. These people that you're talking about, with the exception of Mr. Cummings, these people that you're talking about, they are coming in there to come and learn it. They come and learn on the job too. They're not like they're coming there to learn on the job. And this is a person that's already seasoned. She already knows. I mean, she have an idea what that I believe, because there's no way you go in Liberia. We have a country that we didn't have proper rehabilitation after the Civil War. Everyone in Liberia is not like the way you think that everyone's supposed to listen and the current. I mean, everything is just somehow, and you need someone who is staunch in our approach, who is very firm in our belief, and they know what they want for that country, and someone who is very, very patriotic. She said in one of her interviews, she spent 33 years of her life in the United States, and she will not go to Liberia
she get paid well to do a piece of job, and she's not doing it. And she have delivered. She had delivered on many occasions. I walk into a foreign affairs ministry trying to get a passport for my daughter. Simple. You walk in there, it's easy. I went to other places. It was my first time realizing that every first Saturday in a month, no one goes out until 10 o'clock and businesses don't open.
Oh, for true?
Yes.
In Liberia?
And it was Middleborough that instituted that no one goes anywhere. At the first Saturday of the month, no one goes there around the 10 o'clock in the morning.
Who gave that power?
It is not her. It is the law in Liberia right now. No one goes anywhere in Liberia. At 10 o'clock in the morning, you stay at home, clean your area, put the garbage out. They say the corporation people come out and pick up the garbage, and you pay a little bit of fee.
In Liberia, I experienced that because in Liberia, I went to
when did that law take effect?
Okay, just ask anybody in Liberia. Ask anybody on that's listening.
Flex, I went to Liberia last year, and I remember I was getting out soon. I'm going to go to a PHP park to run, to walk. Then my guys and go walk, do exercise there, and we'll go to the place, how do you call the place, right on over there, the Doma Valley, to eat our dry rest. And so I was trying to get building material. I was trying to get building material and at EW Junction, right? The Lebanese man is telling me, "Oh, you have to come 10 o'clock because we're opening 10 o'clock." And people ask anyone that live in Liberia, 10 o'clock on every first Saturday in the month. No one goes anywhere. You stay in your neighborhood, clean your neighborhood. I mean, people may go around, but businesses don't open until
no. That's not the case. That's not a law.
That's not bad, though, but
everyone understands that.
1 minute, please. He's absolutely correct. He's absolutely correct on this one.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
No, this being placed since Ellen Johnson's time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sylvester.
Wow.
Since Ellen time.
But it's not a law.
Here's what happened.
If there's not a law, there's just a single individual. Let me just make my point.
When Mary Brown took over, Ellen decided the cleaning up process. Ellen did a proclamation. And in that proclamation, she went to Ellen and asked Ellen, said, "Madam President," because at the time Rovia or refs on it up to push some of those things. It's not only the city that's going to be doing the cleaning. We have to do something for the community across Monrovia and its environs to get engaged. So Eddie did a proclamation that every first Saturday in the month, from 6 a.m. and as soon as we daybreak, nobody, no public now. This is issue. No public, both public, because public areas are closed. Public buildings, we're not coming, people don't go to work. But all stores, businesses will remain closed from that time up to 10 a.m. So maybe that thing still running at 10 a.m.
I was trying to get building materials, right?
No businesses were open.
And no businesses were open. EW, everyone, all the Lebanese men, all the Eagles, everywhere were closed.
Yes, it was Ellington when I proclaimed.
But listen, I'm not surprised at none of these things because it's a very same Liberia. I went to Liberia the first time I remember in 2010, after being away since I left as a kid. I asked the cook to cook me better botobogi. It was on a Sunday. I went to Providence Baptist Church. The cook had a nerve to tell me that they cannot cook red oil on Sunday. I said, I asked you to cook, madam. I asked you to cook me botobogi. You are telling me I'm paying you. I'm asking you, please cook me botobogi. You tell me you can't cook red oil, but you cannot cook red oil on Sunday. I mentioned that to say I had to go to my auntie. At the time I used to stay in Painesville. I had to go to my auntie and say, and she had to get approval from my auntie. And I said, I feel like eating better botobogi with plenty of today. Okay, they said, "Oh, it's not you cannot eat red oil on Sunday." They will go snap peas, and then they will cook gravy. I said, "No, I don't want snap peas
how we grew up on a serious note.
That's a serious thing.
On Sunday.
The poor man mentality. The same way how we could not eat, the same way how a lot of people who don't have money like bro cannot eat jollof rice until Christmas Day. Can I wear fine clothes? I said, no, I can eat anything, any time of the week. If I don't eat fufu on Monday and I ask you to cook fufu on Monday, cook fufu on Monday, you're not going to get paid at the end of the month. Don't tell me why I can eat on the certain time of the day. Just cook what I ask you to cook. I can eat anything. So to your point, Maryborough, because of the mindset of Liberians, Maryborough does not have to institute every Saturday morning from 6 to 10 is clean up time. People can clean up the house however they want to clean the house, clean the community however they want to clean the community. This is the mindset that we have to change. But does that make her a better leader than Karen Moduba and Alex Cummings? I don't think so.
No. It does not. It does not. But if it comes to all of these people you're talking about, Mr. Cummings will be a better choice. But all the rest of them coming in there to learn a job. So it's not like look. There's a lady who has she has a master's degree. I mean, a bachelor degree in business administration. What are you talking about? She's just as qualified as everybody else. She's not like a dummy. She's not like somebody who is not well versed in the system. But what I'm saying, my point here is this: look, no matter what anyone says, my personal view and my observation, been going to Liberia for the past few years, and this year I took my entire family. My daughters went to Liberia. My wife went to Liberia. We all we had a great time. My mother-in-law, every one of us, and we had a very, 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 very good. I mean, like a great experience. I drove for the first time in my life. I drove to Nima without nobody asking anyone.
Maybe when I go this trip, I will try to drive because I don't.
I drove myself.
Bro, I don't
look,
think that's
look. Let me tell you something, right? I drove myself from Monrovia.
So you don't do what? You don't drive?
I don't drive like bro.
Why?
My man, they put in drive. You
know, I cannot drive in like bro. I will never drive in like bro. I can say never, but I'm not calling. I try to drive after 12 o'clock.
Nobody for me. I can fire.
I drove from Monrovia, right?
No, I can't do it.
I drove from Monrovia.
I can do
Let me
it.
tell you guys something. I drove from Monrovia and with my kids in the car myself, without nobody else, with the GPS, what do you call it, and Google Map. Google Map from Monrovia straight to Sanikwele, straight to Tapita. I mean, Yekepa.
Wow. What you saying, PWM, Robert? I remember I want 2022 in Liberia register to vote. One night we used the GPS to carry me to somewhere. We're going somewhere around so clean the GPS from
GSO. She was here for 33 years, and like everyone, like many Liberians work wherever she worked. She attained a qualification and went back home to serve. And she's been serving. She's been serving very, very well. I will tell you this. If we continue on this, there's no government. Let me tell you from today, there's no government that will ever come into existence in Liberia. And Maryborough will not get a job. It won't exist. There's no government that will come in Liberia. And Maryborough will not get a job. So let me ask you this. She's employable. And
on Sunday, Saturday, we get into
Sylvester. So if you have appetite, Sylvester. Wait, Tomalin. So if you have appetite to eat driver on Sunday, you can eat driver on Sunday, it's not Saturday.
No, but bro, I So if
you have appetite to eat driver on Sunday, you can eat driver on Sunday. It's not Saturday.
For all of them,
if I want to eat driver on Sunday, I must eat driver on Sunday.
For us,
look, I just personally disagree with.
For us, no offense, we don't have special thing. We can eat anything.
Leadership now in
Liberia. Well, man, you can't tell people how to eat. Yeah. If I want to eat tabagi on Sunday, call me tabagi on Sunday.
I mean, upbringing. My own upbringing was different.
But Tomalin, why I said that in Liberia, right? Why I said that in Liberia? Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Why I said that in Liberia? The same thing we did. Do you know that some people in Liberia, based on, I think it's poverty, because some people don't eat jollof rice with all of the chicken and meat, or if it's not Christmas Day.
That's not our regular food.
Not regular food.
Listen, you have to eat pambada. You have to eat cassava leaf, potato greens, and collard green.
Oh, I can't eat pambada on Sunday.
Okay, you see that? You say you can't eat pambada. Sorry, why?
I'm asking you because they said you can't eat bread on Sunday.
No, but some people eat pambada on Sunday. Some people.
Okay, that's why I like that. Whatever I want to eat, I should be able to eat that. That's what I'm saying.
Certain group of people believe that if they don't eat red oil on Sunday because they gotta eat a collard green.
But that's the mindset in Liberia. So I don't believe
it's not a mindset, Robert.
Robert.
I don't believe I have to clean up on Saturday. I can clean up on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday.
That is. But again, certain things. Look, one of the things that I'm observing Liberia, right? The implementation of the rule of law. The implementation of the rule of law. It have to be swift, and someone have to be there to enforce it. If we pass it around, we say, "Oh, this person is this person." We come from a country that rehabilitation after the Civil War was not done properly. Then we're talking about somebody who will tell you, say, "Do this," and people will do it, and then you say, the person is too firm on her approach. Are you kidding me?
Listen, I will sleep at night with Russell as a president in Marlboro. I don't want no talk as president.
That's up to you.
That's up to me. That's what I'm saying. We don't want talks who will beat people because the letter. We have laws, and the laws have got to be enforced. I don't want no talk. We don't want talk as president.
Don't say that.
No, when you take someone and beat them in the street, if you beat my son because you threw out a dirty paper, I will sue you, and I will not rest until you are held accountable for that.
We'll go to court.
So we don't want Mary. I don't want that kind of person as a leader. That's who she is. That's who she is.
You come from a country.
But your choice. Your choice.
I don't know why the man keep on Marlboro business. That works for me.
Look here. You are just look at this. Add another 6 years to your age, and add another 6 years, another 6 years to your age. You will know whether you need bitter bro or you need somebody else.
I don't know. I don't care if
we are dragging these things. We are dragging it. We are dragging this. We'll continue to drag it. We'll continue to do try and error. If somebody after President Cummings, I mean, what do you call it, President Blackeye?
Look at Monique. She don't eat raw on Sunday. So when you raw on Sunday, what happens?
Money. If you check it, money was raised by some parent. One of them was Congo. For me, Robert, up to today's date, I say I go to your house, but I don't eat red oil on Sunday.
Most of the people in Liberia don't do that. That's what I'm saying. It has become a norm.
Guys, Tomalin, Robert.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you guys have to understand. It's a tradition. There's nothing wrong with tradition.
Exactly.
It's a tradition. I mean, we have traditions here. Do you know in America? I mean, you guys know this. In America, right? Eggnog comes out only during Christmas time. If you go to the grocery store, you only find eggnog there around Christmas time. That's a holiday tradition.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, you guys have to be able to accept that. It's just the tradition. And that tradition has a historical backing of why the people, I don't know if we have the time to go into all of that. When the free slaves went back to Liberia, many of them were Christians, or they were entirely, Christians. They were very poor people, didn't have a lot of clothes, so they had that one outfit to wear, and traditionally, it was white. So it made practical sense that on Sunday, when they were going to church, they would not eat something that's going to stain their one and only outfit to go to church.
But Reverend, they did not know. They did not know then that we have what we call napkins. When you go to a restaurant, you go to a hotel, as a civilized man or woman, you can put your little thing right there where anything that could possibly slip from your mouth to your clothes can be prevented. Right, so it's a tradition, it's a preference. I want preferences. I don't want anyone telling me what I can eat on Sunday or on Monday or on Saturday.
It's up to you. It's not to impose that on anybody.
There you go.
If Tomalin says, or if I say, or whoever, or Pewee says, hey, my tradition, I grew up not eating, red oil on Sunday, we should be able to respect and appreciate that. That's fine.
That's true.
The reason we don't eat jollof rice, I live all over West Africa. I've been all over West Africa. And one of the things I tell people is that our cuisine, our culinary tradition is different from other places. If you go to Nigeria, and that's why every competition, jollof rice competition, they have it on the East Coast, on the West Coast, all over the place. Who wins most of those competitions? Liberians. Why do Liberians win most of those competitions? Liberians win most of those competitions because for us, jollof rice is almost like a delicacy.
Oh, wait. So
it's an occasional dish.
Jollof rice originated from Liberia?
No, it did not. It originated
from
Senegal.
Senegal. Oh, really?
But we've perfected it. It's
Yeah.
kind of
Oh,
like,
yeah.
you know, it's kind of like pasta dishes and all of things. They originated in Italy, but the Americans have perfected it. They have their own twist.
That's a Liberia put a twist on it with the fried rice.
One person that can cook the jollof rice that they back in the days at Costa. How about jollof rice?
Costa. What about the lady from Terracotta? But anyways, the point I was trying to make is that with our jollof rice, if you look all over West Africa, because we only eat it during occasions. So if you go to Nigeria, you go to Ghana, you go to the airport, you go.
I put tomato, they give you tomato sauce upon the rail.
Yeah. So every day there is jollof rice on the menu. In Liberia, that's not the case. So whenever you so we take our time. I mean, it's a whole different process.
You know, Billy Deep, when I came to the States first, right, in Rhode Island. So they said that day, well, the people are working in Massachusetts, so they say, oh, they're going to buy food. What do you want? So they get collard green. I thought I collard green, like, bro, man, when they put banana thing, I said, what's this? I said, what's this?
Oh, it's different. It's soul food collard green.
I said, this is a joke, man. What's this?
Yeah, it's soul food. But Winfred, here's my thing, right? I understand it, but you know what? This tradition, even when it comes to restaurants in Liberia, right? You see my sister, you see my friend, even when it comes to restaurants, I have traveled to most of the restaurants. Even people who work for you, they cook. I'm telling you, the people you pay, they're so bent on this tradition. You ask them to cook you something, to say, boss, that's Sunday, or you forget it's Sunday. No, I did not forget it's Sunday, ma'am. This is what I want to eat. Can you just cook what I want to eat? Oh, but it's Sunday, or we'll make it on Saturday. No, I don't want to eat on Saturday. So Saturday, fufu and soup, fufu and rice, dry rice. No, man, I coming from church, right? Dry rice and red oil. They said no, they can't cook you. Sometimes I'll tell them, ma'am, you work for me. You don't. It's not the other way around. I'm asking you to cook me what I want you to cook me. Please cook me what I want you to cook me.
Well, you should have. I just went to the restaurant.
Yeah. So I don't understand that tradition, but anyway.
On another note, based on this topic, I mean, my personal view and personal observation of things in my recent visit back home, I look at a lot of people who have served and those who are currently serving in Liberia. Based on you guys' observation, who have make more impact? All right, that you can point to that this person, that make a positive impact on any capacity.
So you want to hear that and subsequently withdraw your support to Mary Bro?
I will not withdraw my support for Mary Bro, because you know what?
Here's my take. Here's my take, Sylvester, on the whole.
Based on what I've seen, it is hard.
And I was in the back, and I heard you all talking about it, and Robert and you all. So, Mary Bro is a good public servant. She's well liked. She's a good friend to one of my brothers. I mean, one of my brothers. She knows me pretty well. But I think using Mary Bro as some sort of guide as to what an effective leader is or should be in Liberia, I think it's flat out wrong. Okay, so if you look at all of what Mary Bro has done or did to Monrovia, I mean, there is nothing there is sustainable. I mean, what was the impact that was done there in Monrovia? I mean, the whole thing is that if you go and you go into, you know, or you want to be or somebody who is a transformative leader, you know, when they leave, their impact is still there. Their mark is still there.
Let me
But not when you put in place you something and then you know and then tomorrow, you know, it falls apart. You have to start the process all over.
Thank you.
In this modern, the whole of now, Amos, in this modern, sophisticated world that we live in now, you don't whip people, you don't beat people into submission.
Thank you.
You don't do that.
Thank you. Don't do that. Thank you.
That's just unacceptable.
Thank you.
You know.
Okay. Wilfred. Wilfred, right? You mentioned something, right?
Thank you, Wilfred. Guys, I'll see you. Good night, man. I'll see you later.
But let me say something, Wilfred.
All right.
You mentioned when you leave, what is the impact? Mirror, bro. I don't know how long you lived in Liberia and when the last time you were there. Before I came to the States, right? It took me almost 2 months for me to get my passport. It took me almost 2 months for me to actually get my passport from the Foreign Affairs Ministry. And a lot of people can attest to that in Liberia, that it used to take maybe some of them even months. Or some people just forget about it because they're not traveling. They just leave it. When it comes out, it comes out. But when Mirabel went to Foreign Affairs Ministry, up to today's date, up to present time, I went to Foreign Affairs Ministry to get my daughter's passport. It took me no time. And what happened is that a president statement fell there. At the Ministry of Health, it used to take people a long time to get a birth certificate. She went there. At the city corporation, all right, it said as a city mayor, whether you like it or not, you go to Monrovia, you park your car anywhere in Liberia. Anywhere, they will put a boot on it, they will put ticket on it. That's an income generation for the city of Monrovia. Today, they will put
all that instituted by Mirabel.
Instituted by Mirabel. Booting cars, booting government official cars, and towing their cars was instituted by Mirabel. All of these things. These are things that you can put a stamp on. It is stamped in the Liberian people's brain, and they can never forget it. When they see this thing, they say, Mirabel brought this thing. When they see it, they say, Mirabel brought it. When you go to what is the other place? I mean, this place.
I prefer being the director of police now, the law and order.
That's the first thing. Hey, George, Tomalin, you see, the implementation of the rule of law in Liberia is paramount. All right,
I agree.
It's the first thing that you have to tackle. If the rule of law is not being implemented, it's not being followed, nothing else works.
So let me ask you,
Flesh,
what your take on what happened today at the Sona? Just in 2 minutes, what your take on it?
On what?
What happened today in the country?
Oh no, I didn't watch it. I only saw a friend of mine told me that something happened, and I didn't.
But Billy, what your take on it?
Well, I thought it was too long. It should have been a little shorter. I thought that he should have given a much clearer sort of legislative agenda. So we do, like here, for example, in Minnesota. For example, we have the state of the city address, the state of the state address, and all of that. And one of the things that we do, like for example, at these annual addresses and stuff, is to lay out a plan, sort of like in this case, your legislative agenda for the year, what you've accomplished the previous year under review, and what you hope to do in the next year coming up. And I didn't see there a lot. I listened to the speech. I didn't hear that. And I read the speech too as well. I didn't read that. So he would jump in here, he would jump in all over the place. There was no consistency in what he was saying. There were a few things, bits and pieces here and there that I like, and something that I've been writing about and talking about a lot is about zoning, the absence of zoning in. He touched on that a little bit. He touched on a lot of things that I like, but one of the things that I picked out of it. But bottom line is that I didn't. It was too long of a message. It was not coherent, and there was no clear-cut legislative agenda for 2025.
Well, let me say this quick. Let me put it. In the. I'll tell you the truth, though. If anybody thought that Fagon gonna be dismissed, I think the president today he almost like he exerted more confidence in Fagon because he praised LBS. And throughout I noticed too, almost everybody was relying on the feed of LPS. Even our friend from Spoon, everybody was relying on Spoon Network for coverage, which then he praised Fagon. And for the work, I think he also praised the water and sewer too. So all these guys got pep. But the thing that came to mind when you talk, I want to ask Flex, you definitely like bro. Yes. President in the city, about the city being clean and other stuff. He said you go to this place, the new. In other words, the city is taking a different approach. Everywhere is clean. They got garbage collection taking place.
Yes. They're doing that, and some part of Center Street or to UN Drive side is closed. So you can't go. You can't go from UN Drive side. You can't go. They get a gate there, big gate, so you can't go that way. But the city is
why is there a gate there?
I have no idea. But from Benson Street side, you can access it. But I attended my church Providence on Sunday. I took my kids there, to see from up the hill to look all the way down Center Street. It was everywhere is clean. But again, the guy Mo Ali is doing an exceptionally good job.
Wow! So Mo
Ali. I mean, the guy is doing a great job. The only thing is that Benson Street, they just have to go there and try to fix that. That Benson Street is still the same, but everywhere else, like going down Waterside, there's no poop water on that Broad Street like it used to.
So how about the road? Like they hold potholes and the president said, "What have been taken care of?"
Let me just tell you this. Growing up in Monrovia, right? I've never seen anything like this before in my life. Like people don't have shame. I don't know. I'm sorry to say, from Vartown all the way to Point 4 is a terrible road. Very, very bad. Very, very bad.
Oh, is it bad?
Look, I'm telling you, container will be leaning this way on that road like this, coming from Freeport, the gateway to Liberia economy. Can you imagine? It's not good. That is unacceptable.
Wow.
That is unacceptable. From Vartown, when you cross the bridge, I'm not talking about Slaveway. From Slaveway, let's just start from Slaveway because the bridge is okay. On top of the bridge is okay. When you cross from Slaveway, you go all the way to Point 4. Forget it. If you have somebody tomorrow, they can go and do a live video there. It is terrible. That's not good, man. You can't do that.
Wow.
It's terrible.
Look, hey, from Lloyd Scott. Lloyd, you just joined him. Lloyd, one year your take on this, on the president's speech today. What's your take on it? People, that's what training and all the things that happened. The Supreme Court wasn't there. The justices were absent. The two former presidents, they boycotted, I think, and the opposition party, they weren't present, and some lawmakers. So, but what do you think on the whole details of the speech, everything?
Let me come back. I think I kicked myself out.
We can hear you.
We hear you.
Yeah, I'm not. I think it would be fair to do it justice. Discussing it more tomorrow. I really want to fully exhaust it. One thing I did see some things that are very concerning, right? As a product of the involved in education in the country, I'm interested to know where the $1 million is being invested for to feed the children in public schools.
Yeah, he said it feeding the children.
I want to know which public schools have the technology that they've installed or they're going to be installing there, those kinds of things. So there's I heard Brother Russell talk about the intellectual coherence, the lack thereof in the speech also. And that's one thing we'll be talking. I think when you write a speech, you normally write the intro, and you'll say Honorable Tomalin Josh. But when you get there, if Tomalin Josh is not there, or his proxy is not there, then you don't call it, right? But you call it the Supreme Court ad nauseum, and they're not there. So but put those intellectual things aside. There's a lot there to chew on. If you read a speech, I think the initial thing is which country they're talking about. And so but again, I want to do it justice. I want to read it and appreciate the things that are there.
Yeah, I mean, like,
but he did do something though. He did do something.
Yeah.
There's a lot there to criticize, right? And I don't think he gave his predecessors credit enough, but he did say the arrest agenda was built on the back of the
Propos agenda. Yes, he mentioned that. Yes.
And so it's fair to recognize that also.
Yeah.
Yes. Propos agenda. Yeah. And then he said that for the first time, the revenue they have mobilized exceeded in the history.
When you say that, I hope they understood what they were saying, because if the revenue has exceeded and police officers are making more money and this group is making more money, there is an expectation, right, that it will trickle in the country, it will trickle in the economy. So again, I don't know who wrote it. I know normally there are different parts, different entities bring theirs. Finance will bring theirs, justice will bring theirs, security will bring theirs, or in coordination with justice. So I'm not sure all the things they put there, if they're prepared to say a year later, all of these things are happening and we've waved the magic wand and these things are happening, because they've set the expectations. So we'll see. But I think a proper extensive review of it, and then you can do an overarching assessment and analysis of it.
Yeah, it makes sense though. But also, okay, guys, how about this one? The NEMA election that's coming up. What's your take on it?
Right before we go to NEMA, I heard Flex talking about Mayor Bro being president of Liberia.
Was
that our recess hour? That was serious discussion.
It was serious discussion, bro. Yeah, serious discussion. My man.
Let me tell you, Flex. So when you're in a problem, I think we're in an advancement quagmire. We can't get out of our own way. And so I appreciate thinking outside the box.
Thank you.
That's a good thing. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's where we should go, because I think the elements you need for the presidency, the negotiating skills, the representation, diplomatically, the building the relationships with the different facets in the country. I think she's a great technocrat. I think you gave her an assignment, she executes it, she's good with that. Fine. And a lot of times when we take people out of their strength and put them somewhere else. You're a good goalkeeper, don't go play number 9. Stay in your lane, right? Know your area. And I think she's good for that. I haven't seen yet where she is this bureaucrat who is the consensus builder that will say, well, the group outvoted me, so I will stick with what the group is saying. She marches to her own drum at times, which can be good. But when you're the leader overall, then it can probably lead to chaos. So I think she may help somebody stick it now. If somebody is running and you really, really want to shake Monserrato up, especially the least popular candidates, right? She can help to nationalize that ticket, and then your strength can come up. So that could help.
You just made a you see what I'm talking about? For
No,
someone,
again, I'm not sanctioning her being president, but I'm saying that, yeah, no, I wouldn't, but there is, look, you can take any,
like the guy said, like Lord said, she's a task master.
Yes.
You know, you give her a task, she would
execute
execute it. I mean, that's a whole different thing than being, than being a national leader.
I mean, for me, like some of the stuff I was observing in Liberia, right? Oh, you see that area they call Marshall, right? Marshall, beautiful, very nice area. Man, imagine someone going over there and being the head of maybe the Ministry of Planning and Development and organizing that area. That place could be our suburb. Man, the people are messing up that place so bad to the extent that you don't even know where anything's going. We could have made that Marshall area our suburb that people will be building structures that meet certain standards and laying out things. There's so many things that could be done.
And you're so right about that, Imas, and I'm so glad that you brought this up because I know I talked a little bit earlier about the whole zoning and my appreciation. At least the president just mentioning that. But Marshall is a missed opportunity.
Ben, when I answer, you want to count like he count.
Flex, Marshall, sadly, is a missed opportunity. You are so right. I've written a lot about this. I've called on the likes of Rufus Berry, Dr. Chesser, many of the people who've built there. These are people who came from the U.S., came from Western countries, and seeing how lay out these places are and the importance of having a zoned and planned city. We've written about this a lot, and the fact that the Ministry of Public Works doesn't have a functional zoning department. I talked to Kofi Woods when he was minister about implementing and enforcing the zoning laws of the country. So if you're right, I mean, they missed an opportunity in Marshall to zone and plan out Marshall, and they've done that. So when people talk about development, what do you talk about development? When people are just building helter skelter all over the place, there's no organization, there's no planning, there's no comp plan that they were following to build these places. So what I would say, you're publicly. So you're right, Flex. We've already missed a Marshall. It was an awesome opportunity that we squandered there. But let's look at cities that are coming up now, like Charlesville. People are now moving to Charlesville near the airport there. This is an opportunity now to go out there and zone Charlesville and zone places like Royceville and other places coming up, because many of these places now, to retrofit them, it's going to be disastrous. It's going to be very difficult, but that's the sad reality of us continuously putting, square pegs in round holes. People who are there who have no appreciation for these things and the importance of this. There have been a lot of studies done in Liberia. I have a report from the Japanese government where they fully, they came up with a 5-year, comp plan for Monrovia, and none of that stuff was implemented. None of it was implemented. So, again, it's just.
Where was that? Who did submit that plan to?
To Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. The plan it started. The team started in 2007.
Mm-hmm.
It started in 2007 and it ended in 2009. And it should have been implemented all the way. The full implementation should have gone. I think the first phase of the implementation should have gone to 2014, and then the second phase of that report should have been implemented by 2017. And none of it has been done, Sylvester. I mean, a beautiful plan that the Japanese came up with. to restructure Monrovia, to rebuild, to zone it. In fact, that plan calls for 66 public toilets.
Public toilet for what?
Yeah.
Public toilet for what?
Public latrines
for the
in Monrovia. Like government latrines.
I'm just hearing about that because
because that's what happens. That's what
I'm just hearing about that because I was privileged to have gone to Tokyo and Yokohama. There was sort of plan about the Japanese trying to push into many major infrastructure project on behalf of the country. The Japanese International Cooperation did a lot of other feasibility study back in the country and committed during the early time on the push. How the push for this Somalia draft project issue. It was the time they started negotiating that, but I don't know if there was a plan to bring about mapping of Monrovia and ensuring. We all know that there's some major problem we have about concerning the municipality in our city. Without a year to the zonal law, and part of that is, and I've always, I can recall, there was a time we challenged the then Minister of Public Works. I can vividly recall this. I think we were on a flight at the time coming from London when I engaged in coming to Accra, that you trying to just, because the director of zoning at the Minister of Public Works himself, at the time, for most of them, they were engaged in giving out alleyways to folks for petty money, small money, and all the rest of that. And I understand structurally our city is not very structured in terms of the municipal in the zonal process. But if the Japanese came to do that for us and the government didn't push it, so because we're shocked, because when means government started that process to negotiate about the Somalia Drive rule and the route from the Gibraltar Bridge back to St. Paul Bridge and pushing towards Hotel Africa. There was a discussion of almost 188 million Japanese yen, and that process. I thought that we have administration are trying to push on that, but I think it stopped halfway also. But I think an extraordinary benefit for the country.
Well, guys, let me.
Before you go, Tomalin, here's a copy of the plan, Sylvester. I have here.
No, I'm not doubting.
No. I know you're not doubting me, but I'm just showing you. This is it. It was November. I don't know if you can see this clear. November.
That plan we need it for our new administration, so we need it. We need it.
But I agree with you. On a serious note, we all got about this in the country. Sometimes you try string up things, you drive in. There's Huxley and another thing. And if you went in recent cities around Abidjan,
guys, quickly before I won't get about the politics a little bit, please. I beg you, because the trending thing right now is the country is about this Nima by-election and what's happening. Also tonight, Musa made news he broke news about a new party they're launching, and that it will be a formidable party.
Who Musa?
Musa
Benedict. Yeah, he announced a new party in Liberia, so we're getting calls to tonight. And then I just saw Ben Sanvee trying to say Lloyd should have put on a bro on the ticket. Lloyd, you want to respond to that before we go further?
Yeah, so I have two things to say to that. The first one is, with the new party that Musa talked about tonight, I will propose Mayor Bro for serious consideration for the standard bearer position, and I'm sure Flex will join the party then.
I will be on board.
For Musa party, yeah.
You see, there's something you guys mentioned just now, right? You guys mentioned something about the zoning or all of these things. Look, Liberia is a country where if you don't have someone who is very firm in their approach on things, you want to do everything like sitting in the office and like, oh, y'all do this and that. A lot of people are not doing the job. like that zoning thing that we just talked about, or Marshall and other areas. If we sit here and 10 years from now, this thing will still be dragging this thing. Give
We're
that.
gonna show you. Our administration will fix it.
So
We'll
give that
fix it.
assignment to who?
Give that assignment to Mary brought today. Say every structure that is being erected in every corner of Liberia should meet certain standard. Anyone doing electrical work or plumbing work should meet certain standard. Should do this and that. I guarantee
you. You know Mary Brown good?
Flex.
I don't know her. I've never met her before in my life.
Flex.
I've never met her before in my life, but I've seen your track record.
Okay, good. So I'm trying to get people back to do some.
I think we need to temper this Mary Brown excitement. Number one, you got other people in. No, seriously, you got other people in the country that are working. If you see public works right now, they're breaking structures, they're trying to clear out alleys and stuff. You have a problem that some of the decisions that need to be taken are not politically popular or the best ones to do for most of the people who are the grassroots, the downtrodden, because of what the war did. So there needs to be some massage in there. Mary Brown's problem is that she doesn't understand the temperament that needs to be employed in dealing with some of the problems in the country. When you make pregnant women pump tire, or you make old women pump tire or squat with low on their head, for me, that will not fly when you lead her. In fact, the people will not take it. Where we are now, they will not take it. So that excitement with her, yes, again, she is a task master. She does it. She handles it. If I have to put somebody in a room to go and negotiate with the World Bank or the IMF, Mary Brown does not have the pizzazz that I would say go and do this negotiation for me.
What do you mean?
And that for me is a big thing. Whether or not you like it, you have a donor-driven society right now while you're trying to rebuild. You don't have the internal capacity to raise the funding. You need somebody who has the ability to go outside, demonstrate the confidence, speak the language, understand the diplomatic nuances that need to be employed. I think to the extent that she has a lot of strengths, that's one of her shortcomings. It doesn't mean she can get better with it. And I'm sorry Kehleboe is not on. I don't know him. I know of him. But I think he and Mary Brown will make a competitive ticket. I think they will be competitive in Lima. They will be competitive in parts of Maserado. In fact, I will reach out to Pewee so he and I can strategize a neo-progressive campaign to advise them, and then we'll step back and let her run a campaign. Flex. I think that and then we ask Ben Sanvee to be the spokesman of that campaign, saying he wanted her on our ticket.
I personally think there's nobody that I've served as a patriot, in Liberia, that is better off or much more suitable at this point that I've done something.
I differ with you.
Okay, let me finish.
No, I think what you're doing is that the one that made noise. You see that what happens? We hear the guys who make noise, right?
How many of them have made noise? Their track record, their record should speak for
it. No, but what I'm saying, you know of her because she made noise, right? It's not bad noise per se, but she made noise, right? The people who negotiated money for Liberia, you didn't see them because they were in the back there bringing the money. Mary brought actor when those people brought things.
You're right on that.
Okay, so it's easier to say she did this, but at the end of the day, again,
that's the reason I'm a Kigami guy.
You did something earlier. You did something earlier which was interesting.
Go ahead.
You praised her and said everywhere she went, she accomplished.
Thank you.
You highlighted what she did in Madam Salif's administration, but then you simultaneously said nothing happened during the Salif administration. So which one is it? Something happened that Mary Brown did.
I didn't say that. Okay.
Please help me.
My thing here is that I said she did. I highlighted all her accomplishment, and I also said that she been a director or a mayor or serving different capacity. If she have the opportunity to be a leader and the president of the Republic of Liberia, someone who is very, very patriotic and seeing your country, try. So I believe she will do a lot more and she do a lot better job than we're doing the try and error thing. We stay at the try and error stage. And we try this person, the person do something, we come by again, we criticize this other person.
But Flex, you see, that's the challenge I'm having with you. You talk about people being in try and error stage. You will be trying Mary Brown. Your thing is that she got degree in business. You will be trying her, but you're not. You rejected the people who are statesmen and women who are proven in that arena. You want to take a risk, and that's not a bad risk per se. But don't say others will be try and error because they were closer to the presidency. Mary Broad again is a technocrat. If you want to try a technocrat, that's a good argument to make. But don't say you will be like try and error other people. The only people that have been presidents in Liberia that are alive that you not be trying and error, Madam Salif, Mr. Boyka, Mr. Weah. Everybody else are trying and error. Right? So then when you come down to the second layer, what did they do? You have people who, are internationally known, they negotiate with companies abroad. You have people who, our guy who dealt with multilateral entities to bring money to Liberia. You had others, so there are people there. Again, if you like Mary, what I do want to do tonight is to try to break down another candidate because as we get in the arena of negotiating going forward, we may need some of these people to bring their bases here and there. So I'm trying not to do that. So please don't let me resist the temptation to do that right now because I may need her and the support she can give.
But then, when talking about the party that Musa, but apparently you showing, for what I would see, trying to see is not you not interested in a new party? Like you don't think they have and what?
Tomalin, I think Musa and I have a long relationship. We go way back, and he's a friend and a brother. He's forming a party within the Grand General Opposition Bloc. So we are all, holistically connected. Whether I'm part of that new party when I'm, when I was just pushing another guy across the finish line in the last election, that's a different thing. But obviously we'll all be sitting down talking, maybe under the sycamore tree, under the cotton tree, under the almond tree, but we'll be talking on a sungana tree.
Yeah, but what you guys think will happen in Nimba in the next? Because I think that the election commission will be announcing. I think next week that the seat is officially vacant and it will be running. What you guys think will happen in Nimba? Because let me give you guys an understanding. What I found out the weekend, they are trying to push certain candidates, and I think the vice president, I think he's trying to he want to stay above it, but I think he's trying to get candidates in the race. Like we have one candidate in the race. I'm hearing about the guy from CDC. Now they're trying to get this guy over, Mike Myean, the guy who was the Inspector General during the Guar administration. Trying to get him on the MDR ticket. But yes, the guy we are. And CDC wants him. CDC is very interested in him. Even if they will let him to go as independent, whatever the case, they want him to still run or so forth. But this guy, but at the same time, MDR behind him. But here's the thing: the VP is not a member of MDR. He member of UP. But then MDR already having problem. But I think he tried to stabilize it. But and then too, people are appealing to Madam Ware to also run. And then, but then too, but yet the advantage will be more folks from the Geo Bell want to run for that ticket. I know Garrison Yellow, whatever guy name, this young guy, Coca and so forth. And then they're trying to push this guy that got Timber on the Timber, yeah. But all in all, who it benefits? I mean, you think the opposition should go splinter, or should just set on one person and then support that person who and solely against the ruling, what the ruling establishment will support?
I know I heard Musa say earlier that because of the different factors in Nima, on your show earlier today, he said that it'll be difficult for the opposition to get one candidate.
Wow.
As an animal, I heard it on the show, except I'm wrong, right? As an animal of the game, my first thought was, if we can get one candidate in Nima, we'll get one candidate in the whole mile of Liberia, right? I really, really think that they have a prime opportunity. We're seeing the debacle in the House. We're seeing what's happening in the Senate. We have a prime opportunity. I've always said that if Cummings had run instead of DeLong for the Maserati seat, he'd probably be president today.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And so the opposition has an ability now to take the second biggest prize in the country. The more candidates you put there, the more it inures to the benefit of the government. Because remember, it's simple majority wins, right? Yep. Plurality wins. So the person who gets the most votes walks out of there with the prize. And so if I got 6 guys in the field and the other guy has, the other team has one guy, my 6 guys may give me 60%, 10% each. The one guy may give 13%, but he walks away or she walks away with a bigger price. And so we need to be very, very methodical, measured. And this is when politics is a humbling game. It's also where you suspend your ego. Sometimes if you're looking at the bigger thing, can we do that? Nima will be an exercise. If I'm the government, I'm putting somebody there, but I'm also watching. Are they still greedy? Are they still going to all be fighting in the scene? Are they going to be pulling each other down? Obviously, Koga started campaigning for the job before the man was even buried.
Yeah, but then, you think if they put Myean is the sea is a Guar and Manon in that country that dominated, right?
Well, if better give people running a strong 1 or 2 strong Manon candidates run, they got a chance.
Yeah, but if they having almost 3 Guar person running for the seat, and
exactly
maybe one Manon person, the Manon person still a chance though.
If 2 or 3 strong Guars, if Garrison Yellow runs, if Koga runs, and I'm not sure who else, if all 3 of them run, right?
My guy, yeah.
Yes, and either Gongloe runs, at that point in time, her chances increase.
Yes.
Okay, because then you're talking about consolidating the Manon belt. First is, and that's where a Musa will become very critical with his endorsement. If it's like that.
But
so
I mean,
again,
he may be fielding a candidate too, though, right? His party may be fielding a candidate, right?
Yeah, but I think Musa may field a candidate, but Musa is a very savvy guy. He's not just going to field a candidate in his first major election just to field. He will test the field and make an assessment and determine, do we sit down and observe and endorse, or do we? Because if he makes a run for it, he's making a run for it. He's making a solid run for it.
I think Kehleboe want.
I'm not contributing.
You go ahead.
There you go. That Kehleboe is too late. No, but Flex, what you came wrong with this idea? This.
I mean, I just came from Liberia. I came from Liberia last week.
Bandwagon though.
I came from Liberia last week.
How long were you there?
I was there for almost a month.
A month.
It's a 3 weeks pause. Yeah, I came back on Thursday.
And did you see Mary?
I did not see her. I don't know that lady. I've never seen her before. I don't know her. And but over the year, seeing a lot of things that she have done, she did a lot, and there are a lot of things that you can physically see. And I mean, the way things is going in Liberia is sad. It is sad.
But at least you, and that's what most of us need to start doing. Start thinking outside the box. What can we do to move the country forward? What can we do to make a difference, right? It is a try and error process in these discussions. Through these discussions, I will learn more about Mary from you. You will learn more why not Mary from me or somebody else, right? And that's why these discussions are important. Not necessarily to shoot somebody down or be dismissive, but to be appreciative and then respectfully demur and say, no, yeah, that's a great idea. Obviously, if Mary come with $7-8 million and she can get a political team around her to burnish her, it might be a little different.
It will be different.
But again, Mary drives her own beat, so.
Guys, I want provide some information about the Nima election, right? Now, the Nima election, it will be.
You just consulted with Kehleboe. Is that?
No. Not Kehleboe. It's my ex-topic. But here's the thing, though.
Yes,
you got five candidates from the Guar belt running. Okay, former Lieutenant Harrison Conway.
That's a joke.
You got Ta Wongbe. You got Mike Myean. You got
running.
Yes,
Mike Myean is actually running.
Yes, you got Garrison Yelu. You got Sam Koga. Now, Then you from the Gyosa so far, when they eat it Gongloe where? But
Is she definitely running?
Is
she definitely running?
Just how the Manasa.
People are encouraging her to run now. But then for the Manasa, but then because the real establishment they fear that if she runs, she has a chance of winning, like you just said, Lord, because if nobody challenges her on the Manasa, the Manasa will rather be on her and they will vote for her. And then why the guys are fighting to divide the vote on the Gyosa, there's a simple majority to vote. But that's what they're trying to. So the VP are here trying to push a guy that got Tingba to run against run because he came from the Mano side. So if the opposition now can unite, let's say the CDC, the ALP, the ANC, they all sit together and the ALPP say then unite behind and say, look, we'll endorse this candidate as a consensus candidate for us. Still a chance of being the next regional next senator for that county. What do you guys think?
I think it depends who have the resources, because all of these things require a lot of funding. The ruling establishment, they are in the driver's seat right now, and they can, I think they if they put for a strong candidate, they might, give the ruling the opposition a run for their money.
Yeah, but if you get 5 candidates from one era, they'll be sharing the votes. Because don't forget now, when she and Tai Wombe ran, right, with Kun at the time.
With Kun, yeah.
When the election result came out that time, she was leading. But according to what they said, the votes are come from the Manon Belt era. But then again, she even won votes in the upper Nimbatu, where the Gil Belt. But then where the Trump thing came, but it was now a fair election right there, and where the problem came from. But if this woman, and then mind you now, lastly, this lady. Same person was running. She was the only person that put her maybe person to go on the campaign. When she came a distance second on him, but she gave him at least made a go campaign. So she's still popular for most region of the county.
Yes, something else.
Yeah.
I think her problem with Cummings started when Ty ran, even though Cummings said he didn't support Ty, right? So there's some massaging that needs to be there. The reason why I mentioned that is she's running a crowded field. She will need some funding.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that's where they can work on a relationship. The problem is the risk worth the potential reward down the road? Because if her brother is going to be running, what incentive does Cummings have to help the fund the campaign? Okay, knowing that the benefit may not come to him down the road, right? So those will be the things to look at. But if she's funded, she has the gravitas. She's experienced in the county. She knows that she's been an executive leader in the county. And again, I don't know the politics like you do, Tomalin. So I don't give advice. But if I were to take a page from your book, Tomalin, from Ben Sanvee's book, you great political savants or sages.
How you say that when you?
I would say no.
Come on.
No, I would say that there's a potential there for her. Okay, but like Flex said, the money will be required. But running against 5 people, the money that's required is less. You concentrate in your belt. What you do then is you empty your base, and then you go other places to say. This one is pure electioneering. You go and you empty the mana belt. Okay, and then if you can even eat 3-4% of the Gil belt, you sell it. You empty the mana belt. You fight to hold a good percentage of the Mandingo belt. And then you, at that point in time, that night, you sitting down waiting because 5 people running, and those are not 5 weak candidates either. Those are 5 solid, strong candidates.
Yeah.
And even at some point in time, as it gets closer, you look at who's not doing too well in the Gil belt, and you ask yourself, do I want to keep this person in the race and help to fund them, or do I want them to drop out and endorse me and see? Because the voters may not be transferable, but if you can eat a slice of it, and then who does it benefit more if that person drops out? So that's where you start really doing the tinkering with the numbers and that kind of thing. So it could be interesting. I didn't think she was running at, if she's really, really running.
But I didn't see her running until she got on the ground. Then people started approaching her though.
And this may be her last stance, right? This may be her last strong stance to make a stand and say, okay, you know what happened? Let me see what we can do. And it will be fun. It will be fun. But I do know the guys that are running, except there will be too many, but Koga and Yelu, Yellow was there before. Koga is there now. Yellow is the one guy who Prince Johnson was very unhappy with because
Oh,
he left there because he left that coalition. He stayed with the CDC even when Prince Johnson then broke away. They were not happy with Yellow because Yellow is strong in that, in that area also. So that could do something. But if Edith is running and all those guys are running, her chances
But
on paper
so
they look
why the perception in Nima is that okay, the ruling party caused PYJ to leave them early. They caused it, and somebody wrong with that propaganda. I mean, why were the kids and said, look,
But obviously, if I was working with somebody's campaign, I would play that. I mean, that would be
it will be effective because from my understanding is that that's the notion in the county. People that's the notion there. But somebody
in fact,
can
to
be
be
effective.
fair, I would tie the vice president directly to it. So anybody he's supporting would be a bit, now you got to decide.
But then I think what you end up doing, you end up taking you Alex, it's okay.
Exactly.
I'm not
Which
even
is what you want.
I'm not going to put anyone.
Yeah. So whether or not you like it, the VP got gravitas.
No, but let
election
me ask you though, Tomalin, is Edith still a member of the ANC? Is she still a member of that party?
Edith was a member of the Liberia Party, but I think if she run independent. I don't think she have been active with it. But when it started that crisis, I think, and when she just
she left. Okay.
Yeah, most of it just too bad. But
I was coming to something also, and then somebody just reminded me. The other thing you got to be careful with is that again, nobody is running. I mean those players, right? Like an Edith, she's not running for the Senate and to be content, right? So Edith wins the Senate in Nima. Okay, you form
because of the potential of VP or candidate
but wait a minute, she's the one in Myean who has a Pule Maserati also along with Tiawan, with her brother.
Yeah.
And so why wouldn't she aspire for the presidency? If the brother might say, hey, go, you my younger sister, I've run, I'm at this age, you go. And that could be something. So, and the political players who will support ES ticket will think about all of that. I mean, I don't, if I were on the wall, I can imagine people sitting in the room looking at all those possibilities. How does it help me? Because again, the last election showed people that you can help everybody all you want. When it comes down to it, they make decisions that benefit their own political fortunes.
Yes.
And so, yeah.
Yeah, but one thing I noticed about her too, for the past 2 election cycle, every time it came to that point, Honey was always in the conversation for vice president. People always, in fact, all the media candidates were even talking to her. They engaged her. They wanted her support. And then if you look on the lens or our political landscape today, talk about the female. They actually now, give me the 5 top or 3 top female politicians in Liberia now. That Ellen's gone now. Who you think? I mean, some people say Yomli should have been about because of all what happened. I think Yomli have lost some political capital.
No, but then
yeah, but
no, you're breaking and better you're breaking.
Down the Winfrey.
I'm not going to discount her.
Who?
Yomli.
But first of all, let me say, mobility. On a serious note, first of all, 2 things happening though. Yomli is up for re-election in 2029. Okay, now she has to decide what would be her role, because if you want to say running for president or vice president, whatever the case, then you can't run with the Senate for the Senate. So she got to know what she up to. And besides that,
what she's doing.
Well, we haven't heard it, but you know very well
I think as much as we're excited about 2029 and the discussions need to start being held and all of that, it's a very, very long way out. Let's see what happens in Nima.
Okay, yes.
My bet will still be at the end of the day, even if 5 prominent Gio guys run, at the end of the day, 1 or 2 may distance themselves away from the pack. And it will be interesting to see Nima taking 2 minor senators to the capital is the one challenge that Edith may have at the end of the day. And I think I think that belt may consolidate again. This is me talking way before the NEC has even put a whole lot of things can happen. But and I'm sure she's thinking about that challenge also. But it's always fun when you can get in the ring.
Yeah, but they I can tell you, everybody tell me say that they can't count united, and they're not united right now. They thought about being united.
About who being united?
Nima.
Well, you already said 5 people running seat.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and then and so
But
for
it's a very diverse county now. So
yeah, but they kind of shoot. They kind of shoes that PYJ left, and nobody will fill number 1, number 2. For all that's happening, especially
Tomalin, I haven't heard anything, and I will start paying more attention. You heard anything from Peanut Butter, Dolo, and one of them thinking about running?
I heard running duo. I heard Ning pop up too, but I don't know about I don't know whether they still get that command that.
How about Dolphus Dolo?
I think I heard about Dolphus too, though.
You're trying to crowd the whole.
Yeah, I heard about Dolphus this weekend. I mean, but vaguely. So, but I don't know how serious that is.
The opposition needs to think. Those who say they're not sure Mr. Weah should run. Those who say they want Mr. Weah to lift an opposition person's hand. This is me, in the words of the Russians, real politique. If you enhance and strengthen Edith's hand, George Weah has a potential VP, or Edith is a potential presidential candidate if she wins. So you think about all of that, whether it's good or bad, people can make their own judgment calls, right? And so this is going to be one of those times.
I mean, we're talking a lot about Edith and her and the gravitas and the potentials and all of that stuff. I mean, obviously based on her past performances, but we have not said much about Tar.
I'll tell you
the reason why. Yes, the reason why. I mean, Tomalin, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll tell you this, right? When Tar was running for this city, Tar was very quiet. I think I wanted to even bring him on. He told me, boy, he said, look, right now I just in my corner doing my own stuff quietly. Yeah, I don't want to because apparently he wanted to come and go after and everything. So and then number 2, that to have that, and then to have that where he come from, I think they said he's not too grounded in the Nima politics yet, and he'll be taking a race to say you want to join me in that race with the Giants and like the other people who just called,
like Edith and all. But I thought you mentioned that he was throwing his
yeah. But again, from the
he don't have anything to lose. Whether he wins or not, he still holds his representative.
Well, it's true. Yeah, I mean, yeah,
he still hold his seat.
Yeah,
he could sell himself more to start building his name in the county.
Yes.
How much money will he have to invest to do that is something else. I don't really see him as a front runner now, but he could be a very interesting dark horse if people don't pay attention to him. He's very
because the same strategy he used this most recent campaign to win, which was very low key.
Yeah, I don't see in this election. He's no longer the upstart anymore. He went down there, he was quiet, nobody paid him. Now he's on the radar.
Be paying attention.
Yeah, he's on the radar now. And so the reason why we talk about Edith, for me, there is something about executive leadership. She was superintendent before.
Yes.
And she's run county-wide election before, races before. In the last election against Star, even though then he was an untested candidate, his first time, she did relatively well. She came second, she did well, right? Even though it was the joint opposition, that was well, but she did well. So she's established some sort of political coattails that he's still establishing. Does that mean that he can win? Definitely not. He could go and clean clock. But the work he has to do to get there, as we said, looking at the record, I think she may be ahead of that. In fact, I will venture, again, Ty is recently elected. People like
I don't think Ty speaks. I don't think he speaks the dollar though. I don't think so though.
Now, but okay. Tomalin, real quickly, Lloyd, now to go back. So if you remember, the fallout from that election, where between Tar and Edith, and there are a lot of people who blame him for taking votes away from Edith.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, the fact that he's won, I don't know if that has erased that that memory that people might have, or that the enmity.
Well, I know if I'm Edith, I'm still not happy because he ran, Jeremiah Kuhn became senator and today vice president. So
it's true. And look at it, the vote difference. It
was close.
Yes,
it was very close.
Yes, and I cool. I think, and so forth. So I think but people forgetting Pewee wife. Well, you think she put her inside, she won't go in trouble. I know she's from Grandsess, but and still she living in all life, all life with pretty on the
You can never discount, if she runs with the widow's sympathy, right?
Yeah, that's huge.
The problem she has is that the people who's supposed to be carrying her, lifting her hand, Jeremiah Kuhn, and supporting somebody else or others in the race.
Yeah, but Lord, why is she announced? You think she announced everybody they won't like, okay. Because you see, gentlemen.
Then you know what? That would be a good race between his widow and Edith Gongloe.
Oh yeah.
It might be smart for her to do that, because I will put Jeremiah.
No, it'll be almost like the other widow that ran in bombing. That won.
Lasana.
She had a strong backing for snow player.
He had a strong backing, but then when you force Jeremiah.
You force his hand.
Yeah, yes. But and also too, I don't know, but it's in my race, people watching it as a litmus test for the opposition and everybody. This is what happened. But we're paying attention to it. You gotta see something got to move to see what happened, because
but Tomalin, Tomalin, let's I ain't want to call it Bugu man in the room. Sometimes we can entertain some nonsense, and then when we entertain it for a while, it starts incubating and taking on oxygen of its own. Where we coming from saying Prince Johnson where should run in Nima to be senator going to Monrovia?
You know why? Because of his legacy, of what he did while he was living, what he did
in Nima, right?
In the county, yes, that was the grip behind the county. Okay,
what he did for Nima, right? I agree. Yes. I mean, I'm not going to argue.
You know,
that legacy fire, but here's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I don't believe. And this is me on January 27, soon to be 28.
Go ahead.
I don't believe that she has what it takes to build a political team around her with MDR ruling already to take on the government machinery and a solid opposition camp. Because she Prince Johnson was her only qualification. I don't think she's demonstrated not one iota of political inclination.
But they still have a Bodokane. Bodokane came from nowhere, and they just put right around, and she became senator today for 9 years in Babulu. All she does when you see that woman holding onto a bag tight or bag,
So then, based on that example, one kind of thing start the press. The press can make or break society. The press should stop giving someone oxygen because you got the experience now. You're who in the press. So when you're doing your show, these are the questions to ask. Because she's not just representing Nima, sitting now in Nima making decisions. She's going to Monrovia, right? She will be making national decisions. There's a lot of important things in Nima, from Ital to HPX trying to get there and all of that. We need people who will come.
I agree 100%. But in the meantime, let's get Kehleboe contribute now. Kehleboe, go ahead.
Yes. No. Just quick comment. I listened to you guys. Good discussion. I wanted to just make comments on Laura's analysis. I think Laura has a lot of good insights on political strategy. But here what I would say, for me, I just want to use common sense. If we look at 2020 elections that brought Dillon to power, Dillon all by himself, Dillon has been contesting in Maserati. And people forget this fact that in 2011, I saw Dillon in Pastor Community campaign. I think I'm the full person behind him. I mean, nobody noticed it. It was a united opposition that made Dylan what he is today, right?
Yeah.
So, and the whole idea was they needed to teach the ruling party that you are not invincible, we can defeat you. And I think that march, that unity that led to the defeat of CDC in Moserado twice, kind of demoralized CDC. Now, if you look at Nimba, the current vice president, he's doing, there are two things he's doing. He has a group of people, he called them the support. And they are going around talking to the buyers that nobody should run in 2029. He should be the sole candidate from the country. They are doing that, talking to people to call it what, Nimba reconciliation. That's the name of the picture they come on. But the whole drive is to unite, for everybody to unite behind. Even though that is not possible because everybody belongs to different political parties. But that is, he's going to put a lot of money on that. At the same time, he takes his by-election. Unfortunately, for that matter, but it's a test of his leadership. If the person he endorses does not win, it makes big news flash. The opposition will run with it. So I think the nervousness that he has caused himself, the opposition should capture that, should capitalize on that. To say, hey, whether if Garrison alone wins as an opposition candidate, whether he's going to go on to run for the presidency, that's a different set of questions. We can answer that later. But for now, let's psychologically defeat the ruling party choice in India. I think that is much more important than whether Madam White winning or Garrison Yellow winning, whether it benefits any politician in Moreover, or it even creates a bigger platform and possibilities for them in 2029. Because 2029 questions will obviously be answered anyway. You know, somebody could run in this election and doesn't even win, but maybe they get a sizable vote and say, you know what, I got a sizable base in Nimba. I can hold this base. I'm going to national. I'm going to contest in 2029 for the president. So defeat or no defeat may not necessarily be a predictor of whether the person can have future ambition for the larger platform. You know, so I want us to look at that big picture. Do we want to cause a psychological shock for the ruling party, even though they're going to dump all this money? They are doing now, creating about 4 candidates, giving them money that, hey, you got to go to. One of you will win. You know, it's like they're playing a probability game with this thing because they got more resources. Now let's dump in 4 persons. One of them will win, you know? So do we want to, does the opposition really want to say, you know what, let's do this. One person will win. Let's just make sure whoever wins should not be the endorsed or the preferred candidate of the ruling party or the ruling establishment. I think that should be the immediate objective as opposed to thinking way down the line for 2029. I thank you.
Yeah, and guys, we got 18 more minutes, okay, just to call it. But let me say this though, he made a good point, and I think what you can do the Dylan approach. I think the Dylan approach can give the opposition that seat if they really play the United, because Dylan won on a United CPP at the time, and they had resources and everything.
And how did that turn out for the opposition?
It caused them to have the top 41, I think. But here's the thing, though.
Well, I mean, Dylan won, though.
Yeah, but he learned from mistakes, though. But the thing is that at that time, the CDC was a ruling party. They were somehow to be unpopular. Everybody was like going after them. They wanted to just bring them down. So everybody was going after the CDC. Now today, it's happening on UP now. UP now today, they seem to be the unpopular ruling party. And right now, everybody want them out tomorrow. So if the opposition unite, instead of being disjointed, they have a chance of taking our seats, stealing it easily.
And that's why it's interesting that they need to start identifying themselves who have the interest very early on. And I would seriously expect the largest opposition party is the CDC. I would expect that some discussions I've already started being held. Yes, the funny thing. You take a guy like Yelu, right? One moment, Kun wants to rebuild that relationship they had that got destroyed, but it was also destroyed because he was with Wea. He refused to leave to bolt the coalition they had.
Yeah.
Where does he run? Right, and if he's in the opposition, Madam Gongloe wants that seat also. Who does the opposition go with? What outside influence does Wea start wielding right now, even without saying much? Those would be the things to look at. So I think Kehleboe is right that look, if the opposition coalesces around one person, takes the seat, then we can worry about 2029 later. That's fine.
Yeah.
But who that one person will be, and will others accept that one person as the opposition person, or will what happened with Ty happen again? Because
Yes.
all you need is a spoiler. So that
Yeah.
that would be the factor.
Yeah.
It mirror
That's-
Guar from that, encouraging her to run. So we can leave.
Well, that's look. I think that's spot on a serious note, because if the ruling party would, like Kehleboe said, they will put people in the race just to make, they'll put enough people in the race. So they'll take away votes.
But I think, and like Kehleboe said, I think the VP has played his hand too soon. He's so what we call back when he's so abu for this, title of being the Nima politician now that he's really advertising himself too soon. He's playing his hand too soon.
Yeah,
and if he doesn't win in Nima, it will be an egg on his face, because I don't think we have by-election between now and 2029, do we?
No,
Except these kinds of things happen.
Yeah, exactly.
And so I can see the campaign against Star running to say, hey, if the man runs again, we'll have another by-election. Even with Koga. Now, I don't think anybody will stop Koga from running. I think he will get a better shot. I mean, Koga been running for this team.
For him already. So he feels
I think when Prince Johnson was sick, when he went to the hospital, Koga woke up in his sleep and said, I got to run. I know the man will make it, because, I mean, Koga literally started right away.
Yeah.
Prince Johnson died Thursday. By Friday, people are already saying Koga may be the replacement. So, that will be interesting. But again, if she's interested, the thing is, people don't just give you power easily, so you can't be playing coy. If you run it, the man has been buried. You want it, the man has been buried. You got to start consolidating now, and then I will let the bigger opposition know to come together.
Okay,
and
guys.
that there will be some opposition that you're not even thinking about, who could be very pivotal from different parts of the country, whether they can come to help you get out your vote, help your people register, help with their low money. So you got to reach out to everybody, including the Mary Broad supporters.
For the last 30 minutes, if you are advising any of these major parties, how you advise them to respond to this sooner? What do you think? You think they should come together to do it, or separate? And after they respond to the SONA, should they just let it be, or should they say, look, 2020 has started now? Like right now, I was talking to somebody in DC the weekend. One of these congressional people, they said, I can tell you, from the day Trump signed the executive order on the day 1, 2028 election started in America. Said, Mr. George, take it or leave it. 2028 had already started. There's nothing, I'll tell you right now. And also the congressional election for 2026 in November next year. It already started.
Oh, it's on.
Say, if you notice, he said, watch it now. You probably got, I think, 13 seats to defend in the coming in the midterm of next year. You got 13 senatorial seats to defend. He said, you saw what happened with Lisa McCoskey and Sue Collins and Mitch.
Yeah.
He said they
Mitch McConnell is leaving anyway, so he's
yeah. But whoever he will endorse will be for this the successor will definitely take that seat. And when it comes to that era, he's strong there,
Kentucky.
They have started already. And then when I listen to a farmer saying, there's a guy who voted for Trump, he said, but they're taking all your workers. He said, I didn't expect him to do it though. I don't think they'll come and take my workers. If people leave, are out of business.
Yeah.
So all that happening, and as put to the Liberia election, how do you think you advise them to respond to the SONA? And after the response to SONA, what happened next?
I mean, of course. I mean, no, go ahead, Lloyd.
No. Please go ahead.
No, I mean, you know, now I did not see if the CDC, as you said, the largest opposition party in the country, I have not seen at least a response from them.
I think
You know,
it will be all. I think maybe for the end of the week.
Oh,
Well, you saw the response from this guy, right? From Molu, right? Former CDC chairman.
Yeah, but is he? You know,
He said, "Yeah, advocacy group stand." But it's a strong response he gave up. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, but no, you know, what I'd like to see, or or what I think should happen is for the ANC and the LPP and all of these groups. I mean, for them to come, at least their leaders should come out and give some sort of response to the SONA. I don't think they should just sit back and be quiet or be coy about it. They should come out and respond to it, because a lot of people, at least from what I've been reading and been following, a lot of people are not excited about the SONA.
No.
They thought that, I mean, there are a lot of half truths and misinformation and embellishments and they were just blowing things up. And because when folks look on the ground and see the reality there and how much for a 50-pound bag or 23 kg bag of rice and all of that, I mean, they see that what he said in his speech and the reality on the ground, especially the bread and butter type issues, as we like to say, those things are not happening. I mean, I saw them interviewing people on the street in the different marketplaces, and they were not happy. They were not happy. So these opposition politicians, the likes of Kehleboe Gongloe and Mr. Monimba and Mr. Cummings, they need to come out and at least respond to this. People to hear from them.
But it look on somebody who's if I don't know what lawyer, but somebody who is a gifted comic writer, right? I'm telling you, and Alex, I mean, Flex and Billy D. Somebody who, I'm not talking because he's here though. Even Ben Sanvee will tell you who is a gifted writer. Somebody who they don't write a speech for you, right? Call the man, you have it ready, write a speech for you. So if I don't know what line I know you don't remember a line he was just doing a work for client money, but I think in a political party. But if Lanu respond, I want to really looking at watching to see what Lanu will respond, what will be the response to the SONA, because my man know how to craft it. And trust me, he told me say he takes his speech here, you take that time, go through that speech, and then as he just slice it good, there and then he tried to hit it. But honestly, I really want to see Lanu respond.
I didn't listen to the SONA, but I personally believe that the opposition political parties should come out and make a staunch statement, and their response to that to the president's speech will send we re-echo their stand, and people will they will have the chance to actually analyze the president's speech and know where the opposition political parties stand and their intention coming to 2029. That's what I think they should do. They shouldn't just make a speech, send a speech as a body. Individual political parties should speak up. Critiquing the president's speech.
And as you critiquing, you also offering you think you should offer
offering alternative solution. Yeah.
So I think there are two things we're saying. We were asking first about what we should say to the Nima, the people who run in Nima, right?
Yeah.
The senatorial race has to be localized. I think Cyril Dopu or somebody wrote something about Garrison working for the majority black, which I do know that he's one of the lawyers. How does that work with his loyalty now going forward? She raised a good question. So, but what needs to happen is if you're running for Nima, for the senatorial position, or you're contemplating running, you need to address this speech in Monrovia if you're in the opposition. you address it head on, critically, because your votes will not come from Monrovia per se. You might have 1 or 2% who go there and vote for you, but your fundraising and your national publicity will come from there. And then you go Nima and you localize it, right? You localize the race. And one of the ways I would tell you to localize the race in Nima is to say, look, Jeremiah Kun got $4 or $5 million for your office. What are you doing for y'all? Saying your main senator, your main VP, not forget about y'all. Like, I will go after that message because now you're localizing it. So less the speech and more about Kun. Joseph Boyka really doesn't matter in Nima now. His Kun has gotten to this place. Exactly. He's forgotten you all. And again, you tie yourself around the legacy of Prince Johnson. He abandoned Prince. He did this. He did that. Even though Prince made, now he won't come back to the party that he walked away from.
Guinea free and advice.
Now you ask the question, so you gotta go collect my money.
Wow.
So
you call me. I'll contact him for you. You'll call me, yeah.
So that's how I would do it. If I'm the government, if I'm one of the government candidates, then I'm looking at to talk about finding part what they talk about the rules, what they talk about Mita, what they talk about what they negotiating, and I sell that in Nima, consistently. I don't have to defend the government in Monrovia. The opposition can criticize the government in Monrovia because they need that publicity. The government candidate doesn't have to defend the government in Monrovia because they got plenty of people doing it there. Waste of resources in Nima.
But you, like in America, right? There are sometimes when somebody running for a senatorial representative seat, they say they can say, well, the president or certain person, they won't campaign with them. You notice about there were so many times.
Joe Bucker, when I campaign with you in Nima,
Obama as a guy, he said, Obama come here. He said, no. He said, I'm going to. Everyone distant except from Joe Biden and even Trump too. Trump experienced it too. When they haven't said it, so you think what happened with the vice president and Joe Boycott? What happened with them during the election?
But if you want to run a textbook in how to lose Nima race, campaign with Joe Boycott in Nima.
Oh no, there'll be no.
You will lose.
Yeah, I think right? Keep it far away from that.
Rightly or wrongly, you will lose.
Even Kun at this point.
Yeah,
like you said,
maybe no Kun not so much because he's still one of them who you would try to play.
Yeah, he's still vice president.
Yes.
When a Yaya Nimle can be clapped for, and a Boyka doesn't get that kind of clap in Nima, something's wrong.
Yes.
Right. And so, but that's how we're fighting now. I come back to this opposition thing. If the opposition wants to be a united bloc, these 6 messages they're always crafting, the people will get lost in them. We need to start consolidating messages. Maybe the guys who want to be president don't give it. Maybe they all write a speech and designate somebody to give it from the opposition bloc.
Well,
since if I give it and Cummings will not get credit, the Cummings gives it, I will not get. Designate somebody from amongst y'all to give it, and all of y'all stand there while the person reads the speech. Because
that's a good strategy.
Yeah, because what beat CDC was that CDC saw early on that the opposition was united and they meant business. And by the time they won Maserado, there was no turning back. We need to start showing the same thing if we want to be taken seriously.
I don't see it.
Yeah.
No, I'm not afraid. I ain't come on with me. Say, my man, you on live. Go ahead.
We can hear you.
Yeah. Man, go ahead now. You on live. Go ahead.
Listen, guys, Lord, I just want to point this out. I think one of the things you guys are leaving out is the fact that the NDR is in disarray today. The national vice chair of NDR, Mr. Nyenwolo, lost his job at NSA. Then the youth chair also lost his job at the Ministry of Labor. In fact, from reliable sources within the NDR, they are planning to either expel some of the officials who they thought or who they feel are ally of the vice president. So you can see there's a growing animosity towards the vice president for NDR members and NDR leading people in Nimba. It's a serious issue. You should not overlook.
But the meeting
I said it earlier when we were talking that they were already ruling. I do recognize that, and I appreciate you mentioning it. No, but we're cognizant of that.
Yeah, the vice president has a package now. Rising out of PYJ theft, because all of the recordings of PYJ blaming Kun, not even going to his church, abandoning him, offering him $5,000, and then sign a World Crown Court deal and all that is playing on local radio.
Wow.
And in select communities, every single day, people are playing that. We don't know who are the hands behind it, but it's been playing almost every day.
Yeah, but what about this meeting with the MDR and the VP? It was over hell?
No, the meeting was held. But the party is still divided.
Oh.
You know, the meeting was held. And some of the talk. He's saying, well, he's not the president to action. He's trying to take himself out. That it is not him, it is President Bouaka. So you see, and the people are not buying that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
but you know what, Kehleboe, something just came to mind. This is where you can tell the VP. Oh, sorry, boss. This is where you can tell the VP, right? Since they're blaming him and he says his hands not there, somebody should ask him at a forum in Nima. Is it you or is it the president who betrayed PYG? Because we need footage for 2029. Then he gave it to me in 2025. Yes, I beg you. And as soon as they gave it, oh man, please record it, keep it and send it to us. We'll store it every meeting possible.
Okay.
People ask that question.
Wow.
So if you look at the funeral service, Kun said, oh, I'm from Nimba. I'm not from the Southeast. Because he was under pressure.
I don't know who can write that guy's speech sometimes. You can really get people material to use.
There is a recording of him in Maryland in 2022 where he said, I'm from here, I'm one of y'all. Nobody owns Southeast more than us. We are all from here. My father from here. My father from Dodika inside. So he claimed in the Southeast that he's from Southeast. Prince Johnson funeral under pressure, he said, I'm from Nimba. You know, I'm not from nowhere. Okay, so he's under pressure. I mean, he's all over the place. You can't have everything.
Yeah, but Kehleboe, what will happen is that's where you and others will have to be very, very strategic and at some point in time maybe dogged with people, right? Where the decision that will be made in the not too distant future will determine a lot. So, like you said, taking the resting asset away from the government is very, very important. And I will be watching to see how you guys do it. So hopefully we can learn a thing or two.
Man, but anyway, guys, look, it's been a pleasure. We enjoy the night. People enjoy the night, but we will look to what see happen in the coming days. And I want to hear the responses that will come up tomorrow from the speech.
Man, Flex, let's share some of that very broad campaign money and I start raising.
President went straight to Tanzania, went straight from that player.
He jumped
Tanzania. And he carried private jet to the, but he said that Bahamas on the plane, so we're getting that slide, right?
I think one day we need to discuss that thing, that Dylan apology.
Yeah, I mean, the delay apology and the government needs to start looking into getting one of those planes, man.
I mean, you want to play that goes?
Wait. That mirror.
Yeah, the government needs to buy one of those. How much will it cost?
How much will it
cost? You can get the Bombardier Challenger 604S. I think that's good. They travel for about $8 to $10 million.
Thank you.
Yes. Wait.
For real?
Flex.
Yes.
Flex. Your whole life you're begging. You got to buy a plane to be going to beg. You need to stop carrying sister people to beg.
No, that's true. The people, no, man, you don't even want to go there because the government is spending a lot in chartering plane to go.
But they're not supposed to be doing it. Ellen Johnson said he flew commercial.
Ellen Johnson.
Yeah, but according to Dylan, Dylan said he fought when he flew with the president of Ghana. He realized that he apologized to we. I said because he felt that I see why I needed to do all these things.
According to who?
Dylan said that.
When
he flew with the president of Ghana, he realized that okay, I see why president we are flying private jet because
why? Because of comfort.
I mean, all these you ain't have able to in transit, do all the other stuff and things.
But you have to plan ahead.
So waiting in transit is an inconvenience now.
You have to plan ahead.
Yeah, but
like you said.
But the plane. Well, first of all, the cost of plane.
Yeah, but plane, you can maintain a car, then they buying for them. I plane
I
your
do that play or maintain.
But you got plane. You got plane that cost $10 million for plane.
No, you right about the cars. I said, most
No,
of the
that
cars, right?
use plane, Tomalin.
For $10 million.
I saw,
no, the Bombardier now, the one that he flies.
They didn't looking like you ready to come buy one now.
No,
how many seats?
How
many seats?
They're about they're under 20. It's about.
But not enough for the people and carry 67 people, 47 people. Why you get 20?
No, but the plane that he just took to I just posted something about that, Tomalin. The plane that he just took to what was it, Nigeria or Ghana or whatever. That is a Bombardier Challenger 604S. You can get the used one.
President need a used plane too?
The people cannot maintain to
I agree with you, Lord. I agree with you, Lord. Yeah.
Before going to Challenger S.
I saw a Toyota Land Cruiser in Liberia, right? Toyota Land Cruiser, white. Toting cool. New car.
Maybe also real, man. I don't buy anything. Also real. Maybe that man drive somebody.
Some of the cars there, you see the car, you said, no, this car is too new to be around here.
Because
all the license plate gone.
It was probably a flex. It was probably bushmeat. It was probably.
It could be anything. It could be anything. But again, they like you said, President Salif flew commercial airline. So if you plan your trip, properly, I think it's possible, for a country that is still, trying to get things going. But a private jet can be purchased for around $10 million.
But I think like what Lloyd is saying, purchasing the jet is one thing. Maintaining it, that's a whole different ballgame.
Maintaining it. Because
I think pilots and but
I think the government should reduce some of the trips to virtual. You see, I think Trump first trip and he had a virtual summit. Yeah.
Since COVID, we've learned that. I can understand some trips where you need a personal touch. But these regular conferences and all of that, and then I remember I think they came on a trip here in Texas sometime last year. I was told it was like 47 people for real.
You
bring no kind of that kind of group behind you.
Yeah, but it was not private jet though.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you
what do you do?
You
private jet to Ghana or somewhere, then they take the commercial plane to come to America because they don't
and they fly in first class too.
Oh, man, come on now.
No, I'm not talking about the president. I'm talking about everyone.
No, the rest of the people going to be flying.
You know how much for one of those first class tickets?
No, but if our official government, honestly, you know, right? They give me my economy something to pay for here, but I will
upgrade yourself.
But you remember the DeLon situation, DeLon saga upgrading.
But I told them upgrade that they fly.
No, but if I was DeLon, right, and I told DeLon, if I were you're a senator, you can afford to be in your business class. Okay, you upgrade. I mean, but you know how to go and put it on. I mistake, you go, you pop.
But the problem that the whole thing is when everybody else bad, you good.
Yeah,
that's what can happen.
Everybody
else bad, you good. People will go after you.
As an official of government, first of all, the same thing you can do in social media. Everything advancing now.
Yeah, everybody live on social media.
So my brother Carlos, and I told him that wedding will affect you and keep out of hunting. Then I beach on a beach again laying out. All the things that people know, you don't put your life as some guy you like for instance, how many people know that law on Facebook? You not know law on Facebook. You not see a picture, you won't see one picture in there doing anything. Seriously, some people just think that me life private, keep it away from Facebook. Some people the job they're doing, there's one lady talking I watch your show, but because the job I do, I usually do it on your show.
Personal privacy also. When you reach a certain status, you have to be very, very aware that like people look for that gotcha movement.
Yeah.
And it, like you said, you know, Dylan, as senator, you can afford. What's the need to explain to people? That's a very short discussion. Yes, and you know, yeah, okay, yes, and I was there, so what? Move on. But when you start justifying, whenever you start explaining, you've lost the discussion, right? And so, but we live and we learn. You apologize, we move on. Is he still running for Maserati? You know, I mean, I know we don't.
He tells people he's not running, but I can tell you, this guy who running for that seat, I know the guy good. That guy got money. That guy based in California. He been in Liberia now. He has moved Liberia. All his business in California. He got resources. Yes, and he did not.
He's playing the challenge, Dylan.
Oh yes, he invested. He should have run that election, but they play a game with him until he couldn't run. And this guy, I think, what I'm learning to, he trying to appeal with the CDC to run on CDC.
That a guy that won that district where they stop.
No, he was running, but then they stop him. They call
that countryman.
Countryman, yes. And the guy.
Not only does he have money,
okay,
the entire district 10, that was district 10 or 17, I forget. In Garguah there.
Yeah, yes.
The whole place was coming up for him.
Oh, yes.
What's his name?
His name, Dr. Thomas Pewee.
Original countryman,
aka countryman.
Yes. You come also very soon. That guy, and apparently they don't hear, but the guy did not say no. I'm running, and then so he won't run in Basel.
He was running though.
But the problem with Basel, usually and they don't offer re-election 2029. So who you be running to replacing Basel? You want me to see going for? Because Basel guy got elected.
But she president pro tem, so they can pass a law and get Basel 3 seats.
It's okay. No, but they have some decision to make. But I can tell you this: politics is very fluid. I don't be surprised too. Before 2029, I see these UP alliance may split because first of all, there exists a rift between the VP and the pro tem. If you notice, a VP, whenever by right, a VP should be almost like a tiebreaker when he go to take that seat, right? But most of the time, and we all haven't noticed that whenever he's in the country, he presides over the Senate. You see?
And his role is more ceremonial. She's the more day-to-day
president of the Senate.
Yeah, so I think she needs to be more assertive, though.
No, but she has no choice. Whenever the man when he hits that play, she take her bag and go sit down with her colleagues. He presides.
And when they reached the arrangement to endorse him as VP and for her to be president pro tem, there was, I guess, the assumption was that there would be going to be some autonomy for her.
Agree, brother. Let me share with you this. When they went to bomb me that time, because I remember vividly, they went to bomb me. Boga took them to bomb me to his farm. She had her team. He had his team. Now, and then Boga said, "Well, we got to decide who will be my running mate." And then he said, "But one of you will be vice president, one of you will be pro tem. That's the goal." And they couldn't. And then both of them they pitched their own case to make for the job, and they couldn't come to understand the agreement. So the Boga said, "You know something? I will make my decision on April 28th. So y'all go. But before I make my decision, I'll let you guys know who I'm taking." So he said, "Y'all can leave." They left. When they left, I remember I was at her house on Oro with Finlay's ex-wife, Kayatu. Was trying to dumb her there when I got a call from the VBC. He said, "You go to Nimba before coming to Nimba for your first time." And while going out, I got to know that Boga was taking him. Yes. And they were taking him, yes. But at that time, actually I did. But Myean now, she was on with the comics because actually I said, "So why if you are not selected?" She said, "I got option." Because her Dylan House, ANC people were going to Dylan House already. So me or Dylan to convincing that they can run that ticket. Yeah,
you think would have made a difference if she had taken communist ticket? You think it would have made a difference?
But no, I don't know. But again,
comments have been destroyed already. I mean, it would not.
Yeah. I think because I remember Madam President was also involved in that time, and when she tried to get her on that ticket, she agreed. But then I'm Musa saying, well, I call Musa say, well, 80% now she will be on a ticket, but I can tell you by the time she go to meet dinner on there, she will change tomorrow morning. And that's exactly what happened. Everything changed. So you see, but if she had gone there, we don't know what she would have. I mean, I don't know how to say it, but I don't know. Because the vote was too close, so that I can't just say anything. The difference of the vote that we are lost by were too close. And in the second round, and Billy D and Flex and Lloyd, you're in Liberia, Lloyd. Second round, since two districts flipped from CDC to flip to UP, the Hakan UP took it. That two districts are still with CDC. They would have won the election.
When you campaign on the eve of close election.
But we are campaigning, right? Ain't campaigning.
That Saturday, we had in campaign. You know that.
No, he didn't.
He played
pool. I was there. I was there too. Remember that? Yeah, I was
that
there.
Saturday.
Oh, that's Saturday. We play basketball. And pool. Yeah, I remember. Oh yeah, but you know what happened? Well, sure, man. No, because I remember. When I saw that crowd that day, right, that night.
Yeah, that crowd was crazy.
We spent 6 p.m. to 11 o'clock with the mayor of the place, man. We're just talking about the future now, about the second term. So that morning, we went to the place there. We got there. He beat Costa in. He beat Kev. He beat Ben. I said, man, I can't play that one. I play basketball. We play basketball. I play on the same side. We play. We're excited, man. Now, we're planning for the future now. We're not sure.
Because it was a close election. It's where you drive in a different neighborhoods, right? Reminding people to go vote. There are 4 or 5 people that thought they already had a lieutenant low. This thing is very, very serious. Don't take it for granted. That inspires people to come out. And I think they left a good 1 or 2% on the table. He would have gone to every nook and cranny because all he needed was his base shows up in Maserati, he takes it home. Yes. And because they didn't show up, that's what happened. Because the one thing the opposition was fighting.
No, but Lloyd, you think if Akko endorsed he would have won Maserati?
Remember, but that's why you had to fight, because remember when they went into the elections, Akko was on his side. The whole election started with Akko just waiting to endorse in the second round. When that fracas happened, you lost Akko, right? So at that point in time, you still need to go up because Akko leadership had left you. Some of the people were still thinking about you. Yes. You never went to them, so they themselves developed that. Oh, they mentioned he can't.
Yeah, Akko was split. It was split. Yeah,
but they didn't go there.
No,
they didn't even reach out to
the leadership.
A lot of people told him to reach out to Lucini Camara. Reach out to Lucini. He didn't do it. Okay, and so it's just it's something that we're all learning in the business. Look, we play sports, and the guy plays sports at the highest level. For me, you will beat me on the field, but I will be very exhausted. I will not have energy left because I will give it all on the field, and then I can walk and say I gave it my all. And hindsight is 20/20, but going forward is something that we all need to learn. That look, it's never done till it's done. And then the one that can hurt, if he had gotten blown out, fine. But when you sit there and you're looking at 17,000, 18,000 votes, and you were a sitting president, that's the one you sit all day and ask yourself, what if?
Look, these are all. I mean, I was
just overconfident.
No, not overconfident. Honestly, no, right? Because look, I remember that.
You also got overconfident. You forgot half of the.
I remember the day before they announced that final result, right? Went into our bunker, man. We got our bunker. Well, look, and I say, when the numbers come, we're like, so man, happen. We're not gonna appear tonight, man.
You let me have a war room.
Then we look. We did have war room, but then what happened? What? Oh look, they say, okay, no sonny, everything's fine. You guys go. Yeah, everybody was hesitant. We still on that night. We left from there now. We went back. Everybody was confident again, reassured. But and another thing that I play for Burger there, I think Amara are doing. Honestly, I know Amara is nothing big.
Nothing, no. Was they using Excel?
Everybody there fell for it too, and the number the team coming.
The Ghanaian board did it work. I'm
a Ghanaian guy. I heard what I got. Yes, he didn't want to do that stuff. So, look, I remember that day at Ala Lagoon, was in our Samora, our
You're chilling too much, man.
no, what our Samora, our Malu, Peabody came and said, well, when we start getting information, so they are trying to say, you know, happy. They won't get result tonight, today. In the margin, they close the margin, that's hope. Anything widening, forget it. But the more quality, they want to 16,000. I say, yay! No, I said it didn't done. No, it didn't done. I was like, what?
You know, I was there. I seriously, I mean, especially talking to you all. You know, we about Costa. We all you guys. I mean,
yeah.
I was, you know, I was so certain. I was so certain that you guys were going, because when I see the you know, especially after that last rally, and you know that it reminded me too of this past U.S. election, right?
Yes.
So were there the results coming in? So I was posting some stuff too, right? You know what? You know the Democrats are talking about this blue wall. Oh no, you know. I mean, they had all these different win numbers, and it's like, okay, if Trump. Trump is not going to pass. You know, these battleground states. You know, like PA.
Blue wall, man.
I mean, yeah.
No, but you know,
I saw all of this stuff start falling. That's the same thing that.
Yeah. When I watching election result coming for Kamala, then I thought about our election in Liberia. I said,
yeah.
Because I was like, the countries that really surprised me, right? I was sure that God would say snow were popular in bombing. We have bombing in the bag already, but one little result was bombing coming.
And yes, the problem.
Even Magibi.
Yeah, Magibi. I was shocked at Magibi.
Magibi surprised me, but not bombing, and I'll tell you why.
Why?
It's the classic miscalculation. People feel that the Bayans can be loyal, the Bassoans can be loyal, but that bombing was not going to be loyal to Katumo and Joe Boga, who is a de facto son of Bumpy, right? So they just relax. Snow will carry the day, you know. And I honest, so just get that person, another person get my information from you.
Okay, contact me, Fred. I will contact me my inbox.
And so the situation is like, and Tomalin, I think I had this talk with you because I would talk to Tomalin and Henry and Ben and them during that process, and I said, look, guys, you leaving numbers on the table.
Yeah.
I mean, up to 2 days before he conceded, I mean, before the second round, I told him, I said, you're leaving numbers on the table. You're taking Bummy for granted. Bummy is one of the smallest counties, but people forget they produce 2 presidents and 2 speakers. So this sense of being accustomed to power, you know, maybe they're not thinking about it like that, but it's there, you know. And when you have Katumu running and Omen Boyka running, but with Katumu and them, if we was snow from there, it would be different. But they left it to snow to campaign there. They didn't take into consideration that another thing was that the people were not already happy with their sitting senators.
Because you know, I'm too sure because I just don't know what is with the powerful guy in bombing who are going to just deliver bombing like this.
Yeah,
I thought.
Yeah,
but it didn't happen.
Yeah,
but why? Okay, if that's the case, bombing is 45 minutes. Why not go there?
But I think we are when the bombing.
He went there when they booed the senator. He left. He didn't go back.
He didn't go
back
back
on his own.
Yeah, when they booed the senators there.
Because if he's one thing, he's charismatic with his hand-to-hand combat, voting combat, right? So he could have gone there and said, "Look, me, I came to tell you, sorry, I didn't know things were bad like this because now it's self-survival, you know." But no, Fred will contact him. But Tomalin,
yeah.
Right before we go, we need to do something. The state of the nation right now is not great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The brother just came back. I just came back in December. We are there. The people are suffering. Gasoline was about $8.50 or so in December, which is a little over $4. He said $3.91. So we'll just do the estimate and so we'll give it to him, right?
Oh, it dropped to 391, huh?
That why he's saying the so now.
Oh,
From
from 8 hours US to
no, but it was 850 Liberty, which is the equivalent, would have been four and change. And so when we are told, my brother, you went to SD Boulevard, the junction there, you pass by Moma.
Yes.
You see, I don't want to use the word decrepit on the uniforms that our police officers are wearing.
Oh, yeah.
When we have the impression that they are being paid more. Nobody who knows a police officer has not been begged to help them with money for school fees for the children.
Oh.
The situation is dire. The government may be trying, but the situation is dire. It is a daily struggle to survive. And to the extent that and this one I don't put it so much on the president, but I put it on the team, because speech writers write the speech. Leaders are in a bubble. They need to man up, because you see, when people are prepared for the challenges, it's easier for them to embrace it than to have this assumption that all is well.
Well, yeah, when it's not.
Then all is not well. We hope it gets better, because it affects every one of us. One of the things I said that this government has an ability to do, an opportunity to do, is that the roads, for instance, that Mr. Weir then finally started fixing in 2022. This government came and made them already in progress, so they can finish some of those projects and accomplish some things. But this idea, I don't want to say a myth. I will save that for later when I've completely dissected the speech. But this idea that all is well, and we invest in money in schools for food, and we invest in technology in schools.
You already listened to the speech, because you say initially
No, I've done a quick perusal, but it was a healthy one. And if I were forced to challenge it now, I could do so. But I just want to go back and spend some time dealing with it.
Watch it. I tell you, you got you see it. You
and I think these speech writers, they need to stop this thing where they just write these long speeches that, look, you lose your audience.
Yes.
You give a solid 30, 45
and
minutes.
like you said, at the end, I saw that what happened at the end.
Yeah.
Barack's speech were almost like 20 minutes, 18 minutes, and sometimes it can be longer. But
yes,
get to the point.
Because people want to hear meat, and you give some solid things, then you give the report. Policy is boring. Those details are boring. When you got to tell us what water and soil are doing, what LBS doing, all of those things people get lost. Talk about the big things.
Anyway, like you said, man, you are just doing that thing. Then people can you use your surrogates and go around to at least break it down to people.
Yeah. Go to different media.
In their defense, if you go back to Madame Salih's speech, I know they talk about revising some laws today, right? I think the code of conduct first started in 2000.
One of the things he said in his speech today that I think I get my attention. You got to revisit. I like about setting positions, setting stuff, and I show about it will come to the point where the president say yes and all these stuff. Then I agree with the president that one. We got to do something with the constitution. That thing
is the thing off.
It's
off, right? You turn it off already?
No, not off yet.
Oh, somebody said it was off.
President Barker have a better opportunity to do this.
But should the president serving for second term?
Yeah, President Barker have a better chance to do this because he's not running for second term. He's not going to run for. So
he has
if
a great
you reduce the
opportunity.
term office to 4 years and reduce those 9 years senatorial seats 6 years, what kind of country? I mean, what kind of development are we expecting out of someone sitting there for 9 years?
So Flex, let me ask Lloyd, and let me ask you guys. Let me ask you guys this. Now, go back to what we were talking about earlier, Lloyd. And okay, so this most recent election. I mean, I know the dynamics are different, but I'm trying to see what we can draw from this. Like, so I also, believe that, and that's how I run, all my campaigns. It's not over until it's over, right?
Mhm.
So you even campaign until the last day, the day of election. We're still campaigning, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I know in Liberia it's not done that way, but yeah, you can campaign. At least in Minnesota, can campaign until until the polls close.
Moses?
Yeah. So there was one candidate who was running for local race I was supporting this past election, and one of the most organized candidates I've seen. She's really, really organized. And 2 weeks to the close of the election, now she was running against an endorsed, a Democratic endorsed candidate, and all of that. Both of them are running for the first time. But so I helped to door knock for her, went out there and help her, campaign and all of that. So in 2 weeks to election day, she stopped campaigning. Huh?
Yeah, it's still off. Yeah, Facebook off.
Oh, you put it back on?
I'm trying to see. Yeah, but wait.
Let's go.
I remember.
No, yeah. So she stopped campaigning. So I was like, "Are you guys kidding me?" So they had they said, "Okay, thanking all her supporters and all of that." 2 weeks to election day. So I was like, "No," but and so I was advising her, I've been supporting her, all of that. I said, "Look, you have to campaign until the last day. You have to go out there." She's like, "Nope." She showed me her map. She's been this place. She's done all of these she's done knocked all these different places and campaign all over. She said, "No, we're done. We cover all of the bases. There's no need for us to go out again." And I was like, "Oh, this is different," because I'm not used to that. But she won. She won the guy who campaigned, throughout. So I bring this up and to ask this question. When you're looking at what happened in 2023 between Boakai and Wea, is that the Wea Tomalin, was he just too disorganized, or that they didn't know that they had to reach in some of these voters, like in Bombing and so many other places that they neglected, and they just threw their hands up, or did it have something to do with the organization or disorganization of the campaign?
No, but I think like what Lauren said, right? I think the problem was, I think people were giving tax to carry on. Like, for instance,
that they neglected.
Yeah, I think because it's okay. You on the side. Well, the Southeast part, we knew how the Southeast already locked down. So it was like, I would go there, but I won't spend much time there, because you guys who do election and politics,
you get which resources.
Your resources, you got, where you put your resources. So the target was Montserrado County, Grand Bassa, Kimam, and so forth, and Magibi, Lofa, and Nima. But Nima, they knew they were also going to win Nima. But what happened in Lofa? You notice Lofa compared to 2017. We are cut. I mean, because of Thomas Fala, the whole group there was in Lofa. They cut the president, they cut Baga vote down.
Another thing is, they had a populist candidate, but remember now, the entire opposition had coalesced together at one point in time. By the time the opposition broke up again with Boakai and Cummings not going together, Liberians were already fixated on Boakai being the titular head of the opposition. So the kind of unity he had against him, again, it says a lot about his machinery that he still came close. I mean, I give Eugene credit for that, right? And like serious credit, because they should have been blown out the water. And so when I hear a lot of people condemn or criticize Eugene, I say, if you knew the work that they did to even get as far as they did, you wouldn't rather say that, because they mounted a serious comeback.
Of course, I can see Myean to offer too, because but I can tell you about one thing. Liberian election, the people are deceptive. Don't like you said. You
No,
said
very,
earlier.
that's the nature. And so
Yes.
that's where, because of that nature, they had a one candidate who goes out and
The
he
two
attracts.
most hard-working candidates in the whole race was Moneyback and Cummings.
Yeah.
They can
I agree. My brother. Yeah.
Yes, but guess what happened? So they go. And at one point in time, I said, "What?" I said, "I see Moneyback and Cummings. Maybe they'll become will be the one the first 5 when they go. So the result becoming up, but it was different."
I want to ask a question, right? The Cummings situation during the presidential election, right? Was it because of the name that what's the guy that came third?
What are you calling?
Appleton.
Appleton.
I don't know.
That's part of my theory.
It said got LXC.
No. You see, Liberians are more savvy than that. Yeri is one of the thought processes.
Okay.
And
okay. You give yours, I give mine.
To comment on this.
Yeah.
But there is perception in some circles that he was a caricature of the establishment to help to confuse things.
Oh,
it
yeah,
just became
I
too
heard that
bad
too.
for him. You know, there is some thought processes that's where that whole creation came from. But then it became too bad for them. You know, the dress of devil that got too big for them. But that I don't think people went there and made a mistake with Appleton versus Cummings. You know, people didn't know Alex as much as they did. I'll kid you not. I think a lot of people know Cummings. They didn't even know any Alexander Cummings.
Oh, so you think the vote they took his vote and give it to Appleton?
People believe that. So they thought the way Moneyback and Cummings have worked, they fear from the government's angle, and this is what people have believed. For me, we were building a prospective candidacy, so I didn't waste time in those knuckles. My guy needed to get out. But what people surmised was that look, they figured that every opposition candidate was going to endorse boycott, so to dilute the impact of people that they knew that the perception was may certainly do well, even though they will not come, in the top 2. That's where the government may have empowered people like Appleton, them, and so wherever Cummings may have been depressed, and Moneyback may have been depressed, they didn't really care. They were going to enhance somebody else that if you want to endorse a government, then it would dilute boycott because that person was not supposed to be. But just that now, again, if that is so, when Appleton saw the writing on the walls, he shifted. I don't know that to be so. But one thing I find hard to believe is that Liberians who know Cummings, they know Alex like they know Cummings, voted for Appleton assuming he was Cummings.
That's what I...
Okay, so this is... Okay, so... And it's participating in elections here. So my take is just strictly accidental.
I don't know.
Okay, so hear me, Lord. So so if you look at the voter roll throughout the United States, so you have you have all of these candidates, and I have the ballots. I have the ballots, the most recent election. If you look at the ballot, for example, you had Kamala Harris, you had Trump, you had Cornel West, you had all of these folks there on the ballot, right? In America, or I can say, certainly in Minnesota, the names on those ballots, they are randomized. They are not advertised.
What's Appleton's first name again?
Eddie.
Edward
Appleton,
right? Yeah, Edward Appleton.
So it's Appleton, boycott, and then Cummings. So how they made mistake with Cummings, who was third, and to Appleton first? That's what I'm trying to understand.
No. So what I'm saying. So what happened? What I think happened now, because we just will put a list down, and so everybody in fact, you were hearing people campaigning this way, Lord. People were saying, all you have to do is just vote number one. I'm number this. They were using their numbers. Whereas in this country, you cannot use those numbers because they were randomized. So all of so okay, for example, in my district, we had about maybe about 15 precincts. In those 15 precincts, so my last name is Russell. The lady I was running against in that district, her last name was Hisley. So if you were to advertise the if you were to advertise the list, she will come first in every precinct on all of the ballots. But that's not how to do it. So there were certain precincts. So I couldn't go to my Liberian community and tell them, all you gotta do, because what I got need again,
Exactly. But in Liberia was like that. And the people, this was our fourth election. The people are being used to it, man. I mean,
but so that disadvantage, so that creates a disadvantage. So that's what I'm saying. So those guys, if you remember, they were campaigning using the number. Joshua would say, "Oh, just vote, just go number 4, just go number, this number that, and all of that."
But that's how it was. Remember, Aberton was in the first round, so in the first round they had those numbers. Now in the second round would have been a difference, but in the first round, the numbers they had, everybody just had a one number.
Yes, but even in the second round, they had blackout first and throughout the country.
But that's what I'm saying. So if you say in the second round, people got confused, it's possible.
No. I'm not saying the second round. I'm saying in the first round.
But that's what I'm saying. If you say in the second round, people got confused, maybe it's possible because first round, you voted for number 1 and you voted for number 21, right? Or number 18. Second round, you voted for 1 or 2. But in the first round, it wasn't like that. But
no, but it was look, that election, I would say it was not a free election. I would never say it was free.
But the only thing
I think Appleton was lucky. I don't think there was any sort of nefarious, calculated stuff.
Anyway, we that's
what I was there too. Tomalin, I was there.
Yeah,
I was there. I was on the field. I was a monitor. I was monitoring I monitored the election.
What's it? I don't know if nefarious is the term I will use, but anyway, the one thing we learned from that, for me, the one thing you learn from that is you got to finish. Well, we're in a football season, so I guess that's an apt analogy. Yeah. You got to finish the play.
I agree.
Yeah, you got to finish the play, and if you got the money, use it for the campaign.
Yep.
Who watchers are very important.
Very important.
It's good that you're talking about it, Lloyd. Some of the guys from CDC, they really play the ruling establishment. I went to a place somewhere around the what they call it, the police barrack on Robert Highway. Across there, there's a guy who was one of those CDC guys at the University of Liberia, one of the staunch supporters of CDC, and you're one of the bitter guys that was talking against the president we had at the time. They said they gave that guy almost like $3-point-something million. If you see the structure that guy erected in that area, wow. I think he's building a university there. Somewhere directly opposite the military barrack on the highway. Shuffling. Yes. His name is I keep forgetting his name. But if you see the structure, it's more than it's almost the size of Thomas Fala University. Yes. Huge. Yeah, he's one of those CDC guys that was very, very bitter at the time of criticizing President Weah
everywhere. He was on Spawn, he was on the closing argument, he was everywhere in the news.
But we'll learn from experience. So we know now that next election, another time, anybody are supporting, I know exactly who ought to get on board. Oh yeah. Yeah, you don't look. You learn from you. You know who to get on board, who are the contact, who you can make to say, let me get the person done, joining us. Okay, you know what happened. Yeah, you know, and it's
But
simple.
guys, I will retire and then we'll do this tomorrow.
Yeah, do it tomorrow. Yeah, but Lord, please, man, please, dissect that thing and let people hear from you. People want to hear from you how you do
Okay.
that. So yeah, guys.
So Tomalin, the Chief Butler on Thursday, you said?
Yeah, Thursday.
Okay.
All right, guys. Tomalin?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much for the time.
Okay.
All right.
All right, guys. Have a great night.
Okay.